Then also were orders devised for the relief of the poor. The inhabitants were all called to their parish churches, whereby Sir Richard Dobbs, then mayor, their several aldermen or other grave citizens, they were by eloquent orations persuaded how great and how many commodities would ensue unto them and their city if the poor of divers sorts, which they named, were taken from out their streets, lanes, and alleys, and were bestowed and provided for in hospitals. Abroad, etc. Therefore was every man moved liberally to grant what they would impart towards the preparing and furnishing of such hospitals, and also what they would contribute weekly towards their maintenance for a time, which they said should not be past 1 year or twain, until they were better furnished of endowment. To make short, ever many granted liberally, according to his ability. Books were drawn of the relief in every ward of the city towards the new hospitals. Chapter 7. St. Thomas of Aquin. A foundation of very human interest was the Hospital of St. Thomas of Aquin, or St. Thomas of Acres. It is well known that Thomas Becket belonged to a wealthy city family, his father having been a citizen of Norman extraction. Gilbert Becket died leaving behind him a considerable property in houses and lands. Whether the archbishop took possession of this property as his father's son, or whether he gave it to his sister, I do not know. Certain it is that, after his death, his sister Agnes, married to Thomas Fitz-Theobald de Hailey, gave the whole of the family estates to endow a hospital dedicated to her brother, saint and martyr. Nothing should be kept back, all must be given. One sees the intensity of affection, sorrow, pride, with which the new saint was regarded by his family. There are no churchwomen so zealous as the daughters of the bishop. There could be no worshippers at the altar of St. Thomas, a Becket more devout than his own sister. Seal of the Hospital of St. Thomas of Aquin. From John Watney's Some Account of the Hospital of St. Thomas of Aquin. The full title of the house was, To the Honor of Almighty God, and the Blessed Virgin, and the Most Glorious Martyr St. Thomas, for a Master and Brethren Militi Hospitalis, Estam Martyris Kentuariensis de Aquin. Newcourt gives 2 explanations for this dedication, and the name of Aquin. Radulphus de Disto, Dean of London, who in his history intituled Imagines Historiarum Living Ann, Dom 1190 Ann, 2 Rick. When the city of Acres or Aquin in the Holy Land, called also Tolmais, was besieged by the Christians, writes as follows. About these days, when the city of Aquin was first besieged, one William, an Englishman by nation, being chaplain to Radulphus de Disto, Dean of London, when he went to Jerusalem, bound himself by a vow that if he should prosperously enter Aquin, he would build a chapel to S. Thomas the Martyr, at his own charge, according to his ability, and would procure there, to the honor of the said martyr, a churchyard to be consecrated, which was done. Then many flocking from all parts to serve in this chapel, William himself, as a token of his Christianity, took on him the name of Prior, who, whilst he served bodily as a soldier of Christ, had an especial care of the poor, and he freely bestowed all his diligence and labor in burying of the bodies of such as died, as well naturally as of others who were slain with the sword, representing himself in man's sight, the next successor of that great Tobias. My other testimony, saith he, is out of the Theatre of Honor, Lib 9, Cap. Roman 2, where, repeating the military orders of the Holy Land, he saith thus, the order of S. Thomas was instituted by the King of England, Richard, surnamed Coeur de Lion, after the surprisal of Acres, and being of the English nation, they held the rule of S. Augustine wore a white habit, and a full red cross, charged in the middle with a white scallop. They took for their patron, as I have heard, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Metropolitan of England, Thomas Becket, who suffered martyrdom, as his favourers say, under the King of England, Hen Roman II, of that name. Peter de Rupibus, Bishop of Winchester, who had been 5 years in the Holy Land, removed the church thereof S. Thomas the Martyr from an unfit place to a more convenient, and caused the Patriarch of Jerusalem to take order, that the brethren of this church who were before laymen might be under the order of the temples, wearing a cross on their breast. He bequeathed also to this house of St. Thomas of Aquin 500 marks, so much M. Paris in vita hen, Roman 3, p. 472, sub anno 1238. Hereby it is clear that the dedication of this hospital or chapel to S. Thomas of Acres or Aquin must have relation to the like dedication of the chapel and holy order in the city of Acre, in the Holy Land, to the same archbishop, all these three dedications being near about one and the same time within few years after the archbishop's death. And it is probable that in imitation of those dedications at Acres, this in London might do the like. Newcourt's Repertorium, Vol. IPP. 550-553. It was in the year 1171 that Becket's sister founded the hospital. It extended at first from Ironmonger Lane to the Old Jewry. Later on, the society bought gardens on the other side of Old Jewry and obtained permission to erect a gallery of communication across the street, so as to get access to their garden. It was from the gallery that Henry VIII beheld the Marching Watch, see London in the time of the Tudors, p. 262. The buildings included a chancel and chapel of SS, Stephen, and Nicholas. Over the gateway, which is now the entrance of Mercer's Hall, was a statue of the saint. This figure, which was newly set up of late, Mar. 1554, over ye door of St. Thomas of Aquin was shamefully mangled, ye head, and ye right arm being clean striken of, ye which image once before this time had the head likewise striken off, and was afterwards newly set up, and new eftsoons broken. Protestant zeal once more attacked this unlucky image. It was in the reign of Elizabeth that some fiery enthusiast destroyed it, and in its place substituted a paper of rebuke on the worship of saints. Becket receiving a letter from Henry Roman II, constituting him Chancellor. Consecration of Becket to See of Canterbury. Becket approaching the king with disapprobation. It was quite right and natural that, before the Protestant fury against saint worship, or the intercession of saints, the people of London should entertain a profound belief in the protection extended to them by their own saint, one whose name and fame were spread over the whole of Christendom. For instance, refer to the family history of Arnold Fitz-Thedmer, p. 67. Thomas Becket was without any doubt a citizen, and the son of a citizen, even, at the outset, intended for the mercantile life. The saint, quite early in his beatitude, listened benignantly to the prayers of William, afterwards the leader with the long beard, and guided 266 him and his friends safe to port and to victory. Such a story spread, naturally, in all directions. It was the greatest honor for the city to possess such a saint. Every day the pride in St. Thomas grew, and was increased by reports and rumors of miracles wrought in answer to the prayers of pilgrims. There was another reason why St. Thomas became the tutelary saint of London. The medieval enthusiasm over their saints was liable to wane and fade away, and even to vanish. The old Saxon saints, where were they? The shrine of St. Erkenwald still blazed with golden vessels and tapers of wax, but miracles were rare. There were still churches dedicated to St. Ethelburga, St. Osith, St. Swithin, not to speak of the Danes, St. Olaf and St. Magnus, but no one looked any longer for miracles. As the faded images in a 15th-century rood screen now appear to the modern ecclesiologist, so the figures of their Saxon saints in the 13th century had become mere umber shadows of the past. The shrine of Edward the Confessor was still splendid, but the king's miracles were no longer, so to speak, quoted by the pilgrims and the miracle mongers. The city wanted a new saint. Heaven gave them one, all their own, in Thomas of Cheap. Therefore, on the day when the Lord Mayor was sworn at the Exchequer, he repaired to the chapel of St. Thomas Aquin with the aldermen. After prayer and praise at his altar, they formed a procession, and thence marched to St. Paul's, where they went to the Pardon churchyard in the precinct of St. Paul's, where were buried Gilbert Becket and his wife, and thence they marched back to St. Thomas Aquin, where everyone offered a penny. Let us consider how such a foundation as this, not one of the richest, yet always a prosperous house, was enriched and maintained. In the first place, the original endowment was ample, if not plentiful, for the expenses of a modest number of brethren, but the bequests of grateful or penitent or pious citizens speedily began to pour in. During the 350 years of its existence, there never quite ceased, though the violence diminished, a continual stream of gifts. Thus, during the period from 1262 to 1535, Sharp's wills, about 40 perpetual chantries were founded. These bequests show the affection of the citizens for their saint, but there were greater and more important gifts. Henry III, Edward I, Geoffrey Fitzpeter, the Earl of Essex, Edward III, Henry VI, were all benefactors to this hospital. The mayor and commonalty were visitors of the house. The mercer's company, on a vacancy in the mastership, had the right to nominate 2 or 3 of the convent, from whom the brethren were to choose their master. Between the hospital and the street, Sir John Allen, mercer and mayor in 1525, built a very beautiful chapel, and on his death in 1544 was buried in it. Over the chapel was a hall. Newcourt says the mercer's hall. The chapel was clearly along the line of the street, if the north side of Cheap was yet in alignment 267, because, some years after the dissolution, the body and tomb of Sir John Allen were removed to the church itself, and the chapel was divided into shops, and so let out for rent. After the fire, which consumed the whole, the shops were rebuilt on the same site. Among the names of those who were buried in this church, we find those of the Butlers, Earls of Ormond, Cavendish, of the 14th century, Frowick, Lee, and many others. The church is said to have been a large and noble structure, consisting of a choir and the body of a church with side aisles. Newcourt. The house was surrendered in 1539, the last master being one Lawrence Gospeller, who received a pension of £66, 13, for the annual income was estimated at £277, 3, 4 through the offices of Sir Richard Gresham. The mercers purchased the site and opened the church again in 1541 as the Mercers' Chapel. Here was kept a free grammar school, removed after the fire to the site of St. Mary Colechurch. Chapter 8. St. Anthony's. The Hospital of St. Anthony stood in Threadneedle Street, exactly opposite Finch Lane. It was originally a cell to the House of St. Anthony in Vienne and was founded as such in the reign of Henry III. According to Stowe, the Jews had built a synagogue there, which was taken from them and converted into a church dedicated to the Virgin. This church became the chapel of the hospital. The house consisted of a master, 2 priests, afterwards enlarged to 14, and 12 poor men. To the ground thus occupied, there was afterwards added a messuage, with a garden which, under the mastership of John Carpenter, 1441, was made into a school and an almshouse. The school received from Henry VI certain manors for the maintenance of 5 poor scholars at Oxford, allowing 10 pence a week for every scholar. This, making allowance for the present value of money, would not mean more than 10 shillings a week, which would make a very bare subsistence for a young and hungry student. The general stipend of a chantry priest, which I suppose was the lowest form of preferment, was £6 a year, or about 28d. a week. Henry V, in the suppression of alien houses, gave this house its independence. In the year 1474, Edward IV granted the house the same establishment as that of St. Anthony of Vienne, and in 1485 the house was annexed to and incorporated with the College of St. George of Windsor. Other gifts and bequests fell to the Society of St. Anthony S. In 1411, one John Sauvage, desiring to be buried in the church of St. Anthony, and before the altar of St. Catherine, left all his lands and tenements to the master and brethren of the hospital, with the usual conditions as to observing his obit. In 1435, Thomas Knowles, grocer, bequeathed to Friar John Snell, warden, preceptor, or master of the house of St. Anthony, a shop in the parish of St. Benedict Fink for the maintenance of a lamp to burn in the chancel of the church of the said house, and for the observance of the obit, not of himself, but of the said warden, a great, and perhaps unique, mark of friendship thus to provide for a friend's safe and speedy passage through purgatory, rather than his own. In 1484, William Wise, barber, left his brewery, Le Coupe Super Le Hoop, in the parish of Allhallows-in-the-Wall, in order to 269 maintain a clerk to instruct the children of St. Anthony's in singing to music, in cantico organico, and in plain chant in plano cantico, and to provide for special prayers on behalf of John Carpenter, Bishop of Worcester, the first master of the school, with the collect, rejequisumus domine famulum tuum while he lives, and upon his death, that beginning Deus qui inter apostolos. A curious privilege is recorded of this house. When the inspectors of markets found a pig that was unfit for food, as being too lean, or too old, or from any other cause not proper to be killed, they marked it as such by slitting the animal's ears. Then the proctors of St. Anthony's took possession of the creature and tied a bill round its neck to denote their ownership. These pigs and no others were allowed to run about the streets and to feed on what they could find or what was given them. If they grew fat and well, they were killed for the use of the hospital, but no one ventured to touch them. But, says Stowe, If anyone gave them bread, they would keep watch for and daily follow these donors, whining till they had something given them. Whereupon was raised a proverb, such an one will follow such an one and whine as it were an Anthony pig. The school was at one time equal in reputation to that of St. Paul, and turned out as many scholars and bishops, among them Sir Thomas More, Archbishop Heath, and Archbishop Whitgift. It fell into decay after the annexation to St. George's, Windsor. One Johnson, a prebendary of Windsor and master of St. Anthony's, seems to have taken advantage of his position to ruin the house. He turned out the bedesmen, dissolved the choir, conveyed away the plate, and sold the bells. Then the school speedily fell into decay. Once a year, on the 15th of September, while the school was flourishing, the boys marched in procession from Mile End, along Aldgate, down Cornhill to Stocks Market, and thence to Austin Friars, with flags flying and drums beating. After the dissolution, the church was given to the Walloons, or French Protestants, who kept it, having rebuilt it after the fire to recent times. The school, which was not closed in 1561, was carried on as a parish grammar school until the Great Fire destroyed it. Afterwards, it was not rebuilt. It is pleasing to note that the dissolution of the houses did not deprive the scholars or the bedesmen of their endowments. In the year 1565, the collector of the rents of the house of St. Anthony shows in his accounts the sum of £17 devoted to the instruction of the scholars in grammar, and £31, 4 pounds, for the stipends of 12 poor persons for 1 year at the weekly charge of ones, for each, also twos, was paid, as usual, to 270 le scavenger. Chapter 9. The Priory of St. John of Jerusalem. The history of this house belongs to the history of the Knights of St. John, or Knights Hospitallers. The order was founded about the year 1048, beginning, like all great orders, in a small and humble way, with a hospital for pilgrims at Jerusalem. After the conquest of the city, the brethren were incorporated into a religious body, bound by vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience. In the year 1118, they became a military body, sworn to defend the Holy Sepulchre. They became, in the course of 2 centuries, an extremely wealthy body, whose only rivals were the Templars. They wore a red surcoat over their armor, with a Maltese cross enameled white and edged with gold for a badge. Their motto was Pro Fide, with the later addition of Pro Utilitate Hominum. There were nearly 40,000 knights scattered over the various priories, commanderies, and preceptories of the order. They were divided into 8 langues: Provence, Auvergne, France, Italy, Aragon, England, Germany, and Castile. The Grand Prior of Clerkenwell ranked as the first Baron of England. He had absolute authority over the English branch. After the suppression of the Templars, the Hospitallers obtained a nominal grant of all their estates, but these were so heavily burdened with legal and other charges that the new owners were not greatly enriched. The church of the priory was dedicated by Heraclius, Patriarch of Jerusalem, in 1185. The English branch of the Knights grew and prospered. They acquired a great number of manors. They sent abroad companies and contingents wherever fighting was going on against the Moslem. No one could accuse the knights of refusing to act up to their vows as regards fighting. But they became most unpopular. They acquired the reputation, like the Templars, of being oppressive landlords and proud neighbors. In the rising of Wat Tyler, vengeance fell especially upon the Knights Hospitallers. The mob attacked, seized, wrecked, and fired the priory. They would not allow any effort to stay the flames. They watched it burn for a week, and they destroyed the prior's house at Highbury. When the insurrection was quelled, the knights returned to their ruined 271 priory and set themselves to rebuild it in greater magnificence. The rebuilding, conducted in the leisurely medieval fashion, took nearly 200 years. It was not until 1504 that the house was completed by Sir Thomas Docre, then prior, and this was only one short generation before the suppression of the order in England and the confiscation of their property. The dissolution of the order took place in 1540. The act for its suppression was read for the first time in the House of Commons on the 22nd of April, for the second time on the 26th, and for the third time on the 29th. On the 7th May, the order was suppressed. The value of its revenues in England was estimated, according to Stowe, at £3,385, 19:8, according to Dugdale, at £2,385, 12:8. The last prior, Sir William Weston, received from the king the promise of a pension of £1,000 a year, an enormous pension considering the value of money, but he died on the day of the suppression. The Priory of St. John of Jerusalem, London. Londoner Illustrator, Vol. I. Unlike many houses, the Priory, with its noble church, escaped the hands of the destroyer for some time. What happened to it is told by Stowe. This Priory church and house of St. John was preserved from spoil or downpulling so long as King Henry Roman VIII reigned, and was employed as a storehouse for the king's toils and tents, for hunting, and for the wars, etc., but in the 3rd of King Edward Roman VI. The church, for the most part, to wit, the body and side aisles, with the great bell tower, a most curious piece of workmanship, graven gilt, and enamelled, to the great beautifying of the city, and passing all other that I have seen, was undermined and blown up with gunpowder. The stone thereof was employed in building of the Lord Protector's house in the Strand. That part of the choir which remaineth, with some side chapels, was, by Cardinal Pole in the reign of Queen Mary, closed up at the West End, and otherwise repaired. And Sir Thomas Gresham, Knight, was then made Lord Prior there, with restitution of some lands, but the same was again suppressed in the 1st year of Queen Elizabeth. Survey Vol. Roman II. Not even the Templars, at their highest point of splendor, outdid these knights in magnificence and luxury, in pride and in independence. Unpopular as they were, they did not incur the same odium as the Templars. In their pride and 272 their privileges, it is true, they were the equals of the rival order. They were as hard landlords, but they had this great superiority over the Templars in the fact that they did honestly continue the work for which they were founded. They fought the Moslem without intermission at Acre, at Rhodes, at Cyprus, at Malta, and in the Mediterranean Sea. They preserved the respect of the world for unconquerable courage. In 1191, the Knights Hospitallers took Acre, which they held till 1292. On losing this, the last Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, they retired to Cyprus, where they lay quiet, maturing their plans for 14 years. It was, no doubt, the knowledge that they were forming plans for another attack on the Saracens which saved them on the downfall of the Templars. In 1308, they conquered Rhodes, which they defended for more than 200 years. In 1522, they were turned out of this island. The few knights who survived sailed away with about 4,000 soldiers and others from Rhodes, and took refuge in Candia, in Sicily, and in Naples, hoping for assistance to retake Rhodes. This assistance was not forthcoming, but they accepted from Charles V the islands of Malta and Gozo, to which they repaired, with all their archives and relics, in 1530. For 250 years after this, the knights continued to fight Turk, Algerine, and more in the Mediterranean. In 1798, however, they allowed Napoleon to land without striking a blow. Their rules were so stringent that it would seem, at first, wonderful how so much pride and luxury should have crept in. But the history of every monastic house shows how rules can be evaded, or so obeyed as to destroy the spirit while adhering to the letter. Poverty, chastity, and obedience, to expect but bread and water and a coarse garment, the clerks to serve in white surplices at the altar, the priests, in their surplices, to convey the host to the sick, with a deacon or clerk preceding them, bearing a lantern and the sponge filled with holy water, the brethren to go abroad by appointment of the master, but never singly, and to avoid giving offense. No females to be employed for or about their persons, when soliciting alms, to visit churches or people of reputation, and ask their food for charity, if they received none, to buy enough for subsistence, to account for all their receipts to the master, and he to give them to the poor, retaining only 1/3 part of provisions, the overplus to the poor. The brethren to go soliciting only by permission, to carry candles with them, to wear no skins of wild beasts, or clothes degrading the order, to eat but twice a day on Wednesday and Saturday, and no flesh from Septuagesima till Easter, except when aged or indisposed, to sleep covered. If incontinent in private, to repent in privacy and do penance. If the brother was discovered, he was to be deprived of his robe in the church of the town after Mass, to be severely whipped and expelled from the order. But if truly penitent, he might be again received, but not without penance and a year's expulsion, etc. Crypt of St. John's Church, Clerkenwell. If we follow the fortunes of the house after the accession of Elizabeth, we find that the south gate was granted by King James in 1604 to Sir Roger Wilbraham for life. In 1607, the site of the house, containing 5 acres, was granted to Ralph Freeman and his heirs. The choir, which had been restored or rebuilt by Cardinal Pole, became the property of Sir William Cecil. The Earl of Elgin got it by his marriage with Diana, daughter of the Earl of Exeter. His son, being created Earl of Aylesbury, called it Aylesbury Chapel. In the reign of James II, a Roman Catholic convent of Benedictine monks was set up in the precinct of St. John's. An account of the attempt is given in T. Cromwell's History of Clerkenwell. It appears that in the reign spoken of, a certain Father Corker was resident in England to the Elector of Cologne, and that, having first set up a chapel in the Savoy, from which, owing to a dispute with the Jesuits, he was persuaded by the king to remove, he went to St. John S., corruptly called St. Joan S., and there built a mighty pretty convent, which the Revolution of 1688 pulled down to the ground, to his very great loss. For as he was Dean of the Rosary, he melted down the great gold chalice and paten to help towards this building, supplying the want of them with one of silver just of that make. He counted this convent for the conversion of souls amongst those things which the Holy Fathers of the Church allow the church treasure to be spent on. This convent seems to have cost the Benedictines considerable sums of money. Frequent entries appear in their account books of that period of amounts paid towards its erection, etc. It is always styled in these books, the factory, or the factory in Clerkenwell. In the year 1721, the estate was purchased by Simon Mitchell, and in 1723 he repaired and enlarged the chapel, which he sold to the commissioners for building 50 new churches for £2,950. The church was declared to be a parish church, and the parish assigned to it was the former precinct of the priory. The remains of the priory consist now of the gate, the crypt of the church, some fragments of the ancient walls, and foundations of the former buildings. The crypt, which until recently was filled with coffins, has now been cleared. It is one of the most remarkable monuments in London. It was found by excavation to have extended, formerly, much farther to the west, probably to the whole extent of the church. The gatehouse consists of the gate itself, with 2 rooms, one on each side, and a large chamber above. In 1731 it was occupied by Edward Cave the publisher, and from this spot was issued the Gentleman's Magazine. The associations of Johnson, Goldsmith, and others with the gate belonged to another place. The gatehouse served for some time as a tavern. In 1876 it became the chapter house of the English Order of St. John of Jerusalem. The Templars. We now turn to the second of the 2 great military orders which belonged to the medieval life. The Templar, as well as the Knight Hospitaller, rode through the streets with his following, haughty, rich, luxurious, hated by the people as a hard and cruel landlord, hated by the king for his privileges, by the church as outside episcopal jurisdiction, by the city for his pride, and for the vices which were freely attributed to him. The story of the destruction of the Order of Knights Templars in 1306-1312 is a historical problem that will never, I suppose, be satisfactorily explained. The broad facts are well known. In the year 1305, through the influence of Philippe le Bel, King of France, Bertrand, Archbishop of Bordeaux, was elected Pope and took the title of Clement V. He was the first of the popes of Avignon. In return for the tiara, Clement undertook to perform certain acts in number 6. 5 of them are known. The 6th, kept a secret, is supposed to have been the suppression of the Templars. There were indeed various reasons why the king, or any king in Western Europe, should desire the suppression of this order. The knights had grown enormously rich. Some idea of their wealth may be obtained by the enumeration of some of the manors they possessed in 275 England alone. Let us take one county, Hertfordshire, C. G. Addison's Knights Templars, p. 94. In this county formerly they possessed the town and forest of Broxbourne, the manor of Chelsea Templars, Chelsen Templarium, and the manors of Lodgenock, Broxbourne, Letchworth, and Temple Dinnesley, domain lands at Stanhope, Preston, Charlton, Walden, Hitchchells, Levercamp, and Benayo. The church of Broxbourne, 2 watermills, and a lock on the River Lee. Property at Hitchin, Peaton, Eichelford, Offaly-Parva, Walden Regis, Furnivale, Ippolitz, Wansmill, Watton, The Roltan, Weston, Gravel, Willian, Leckworth, Baldock, Dathworth, Russenden, Codpeth, Somershale, Buntingford, etc., and the church of Weston. The Templars, an ancient house at Hackney. Drawn and engraved by S. Roll. It must not be supposed that Hertfordshire was exceptional in this respect. The whole of England was dotted over with the possessions of the order. All this land was given to the order at a time when the first passion for crusading had cooled, and princes began to think that it might be better for the country if men were paid to fight the Saracen. The Templars were at first a very fine regiment, splendidly equipped and full of valor. To maintain this regiment was surely a good work, almost as good as going to fight in person. The land was given them on the condition that the larger part of the revenues should be sent every year to the Grand Master of the House and Order in Jerusalem. It was held by them, further, on such terms as were never before heard of. The knights were exempt from all 276 taxation aids and amerciaments. They could not be compelled to plead except before the king or his chief justice. They had power to hold courts, to impose fines upon their tenants, to hold markets, to try criminals caught on their lands. They could travel without paying toll. They were not obliged to contribute to bridges and other works. They seized the chattels of all felons caught on their lands. Nor was this all. They were exempted from paying tithe. They could not be excommunicated by bishop or priest. Their houses had the right of sanctuary, and they had an ecclesiastical court of their own, with a judge, whom they called conservator privulgerum suorum. The Grand Master and the Brotherhood were subordinate only to the Pope. A large number of priests had been admitted to the order, which was entirely free from the church in any country. This great order, at the beginning of the 14th century, numbered, it is said, 1,500 knights, with chaplains and serving brothers innumerable. The revenues were, as has been shown, enormous, and not one penny went to the purpose for which the order had been endowed. The Holy Land had been swept clear of Christians. The Latin kingdom, the name of which survived, had been destroyed for more than 100 years. The degenerate grandsons of the Crusaders had long been scattered to the four winds. The Knights Templars and Knights Hospitallers had been expelled from the country, even from the fortified ports. Jaffa and Antioch fell in 1268, Tripoli in 1290, Acre in 1291. Then the Templars, reduced in numbers, retired to Cyprus, whence in 1300, Jacques de Moray, the last Grand Master, made an unsuccessful attempt to seize Alexandria, and in 1303, when he tried to found a settlement at Tortosa, not only the power of the knights had gone but also their prestige. These dates are necessary because they show that as soon as the Templars were proved incapable of doing the work for which they existed, then the attack upon them commenced, and not before. Knight Templar. Knight Templar. Temple Church. The central house of the Templars in London was called the Temple. At first, it was built on the northeast corner of Chancery Lane. Remains of this house were standing until quite modern times. When the order became richer, the members bought a piece of ground stretching from Whitefriars to Essex House, and there erected a splendid convent, of which the chapel remains to this day. The master of the temple was the master of the English Templars. Their 277 were, however, some 50 preceptories scattered about the country, monastic establishments, each ruled by a prior, chiefly inhabited by sick or aged Templars. The site of many of their preceptories is still preserved by the name, as Temple Combe in Somersetshire, Temple Rothley in Lincolnshire, and others. The priors of the preceptories had in their hands the management of the estates and the collection of the rents and dues. An effigy at the Temple Church erroneously described as that of Geoffrey de Mandeville. The Temple of London, in consequence of its garrison of knights, its monastic character, and its privilege of sanctuary, became a place in which great lords and even kings deposited their treasure. Queen Berengaria's dower was placed in the hands of the Templars. Hubert de Burgh made the temple his bank, and the knights refused to let the king's officers remove the money and jewels he had given into their care. Kings made the place their residence. King John was there when his barons came to him, demanding the liberties and laws of King Edward. Henry III, after a little quarrel with the order, became reconciled to them and lived for a while in the temple. He made them the guardians of his treasure. He was present at the consecration of the chancel of their church in 1240, and he sent certain Castilian ambassadors to the temple as his guests. But by the beginning of the 14th century, there is no doubt that the Templars had become unpopular. The king could not be pleased to think of manors and lordships, which produced no revenues for the realm. The nobles grudged the immunities of the order, and remembered that the lands of the Templars had once belonged to their ancestors before they were piously alienated. Merchants could not with patience behold the annual transmission of vast sums of money out of the country. The bishops lusted after the tithes, and regarded the Templars with suspicion and dislike as a united body over whom they had no authority. Finally, soldiers and military historians remembered that in the last days in Palestine the order would own no subordination to king, bishop, or council. The knights stood apart, a compact body. So far, it was said, from supporting the cross in the Holy Land, they did their best by their stubborn independence to pull it down. War has no rule more rigid and inflexible than the rule of obedience to one general. This rule the Templars had broken. That they fought with valor no one could deny, but they fought for themselves. Lastly, since there was no more fighting in Palestine and no hope of any, why go on sending all their treasure out of the country? And what good were the Knights Templars any longer? There had been signs of coming storm after the fall of 278 Acre in 1291. Edward I seized the money intended to be sent to Cyprus on the ground that the purpose for which it had been sent in former years no longer existed. He gave it up, it is true, at the request of the Pope. Before this, he had seized £10,000 belonging to the Templars, and this money he did not return. Edward II also took away from the temple £50,000 of silver, with a quantity of gold, jewels, and precious stones. That these acts of violence were committed without remonstrance or redress indicates that the power of the Templars had greatly diminished. These considerations, coupled with the intolerable pride of the knights and their splendor, which mocked the smaller gentry, were sufficient to account for the unpopularity of the order and for the general acquiescence in its suppression. And with societies as well as with men, when they become unpopular, sinister rumors began to be whispered, crimes began to be alleged, words began to be reported. On 6 June 1306, Clement V addressed an invitation to the Grand Masters of the Templars and the Hospitallers, inviting them both to a conference as to the recovery of the Holy Land. It is thought that it was his intention to overwhelm both orders in one common destruction. Since, however, a great part of the property of the Templars was afterwards given to the Hospitallers, it is not probable that this was the Pope's intention. Jacques de Moray, Grand Master of the Templars, accepted. The Grand Master of the Hospitallers declined to be present. De Moray arrived in France with 60 knights, and a long train of sumpter mules bearing his treasure, estimated at 150,000 golden florins, and a vast quantity of silver. On September 14, the king, without waiting for the Pope's consent, issued secret orders to all his seneschals, instructing them to summon each a powerful force on the night of October 12, not to open the orders until that night, and then to execute them. On that night, every Templar in France was arrested. The world heard with amazement that this great and valiant order was guilty of the most frightful crimes. These were arranged under 5 heads. There were other and minor charges. Among them, for instance, that the Grand Master claimed the power of granting absolution, that they wore a magical cord, that they were in secret league with the Mohammedans. How these charges arose it is impossible to prove. It was said that they came from one Squin de Florian, a man who had been imprisoned on account of his corrupt life, and according to others a certain Naso, an apostate Templar, who between them devised and invented the whole. Photochrome Co. Limited. Interior of the Temple Church. How those charges became an indictment of the Templars in Paris, how they were tortured until they confessed, and slowly burned to death when they retracted, belongs to the general history of the order. Here we have only to do with the Templars in London. The French king, Philippe, sent a messenger, one Bernard Pelletin, to Edward II, his son-in-law, informing him of the detestable crimes of which the Templars were guilty and urging him to follow his example. Edward refused at first to believe the charges, but the Pope wrote to the same effect, and against his wishes, Edward had no choice but to arrest the Templars in England, Scotland, and Ireland. The arrest was made on the 8th of January. By this time, the news from Paris had spread over every preceptory in the country. Many anticipated their arrest by flight, but the leaders, the Master of 280 the Temple, the priors, and the chief officers made no attempt to escape. The knights, with the exception of the Master, who was liberated on bail, were kept prisoners till September in the following year, when the 2 inquisitors appointed by the Pope arrived. There were in all 229 knights. There is reported to have been a general scramble for the goods and chattels of the knights. No doubt the temple and the preceptories were full of silver plate and tapestry and armor. The trial began in the hall of the Bishop of London's palace. The first examination in London, Dublin, York, and Lincoln produced nothing. All, without exception, steadfastly denied the charges brought against them. At the same time, as the Pope had sent a bull in which he assumed as already proved the guilt of the order, and the crime of which the members stood accused, the Inquisition was bound to find the knights guilty. One should observe here that although as yet no torture had been applied, the knights could not be ignorant of what was being done in France, where tortures too dreadful to be written down were applied to the unhappy prisoners. Probably they expected what was to follow. The infamy of the torture, however, belongs to the Pope, not to Edward. The Pope it was who wrote to admonish his dearest son that the question should be applied. Edward gave way. He ordered that the prisoners should be confined in separate rooms and that the inquisitors should visit them and do with their bodies whatsoever they should think fit, according to ecclesiastical law. For 3 months, therefore, the knights were subjected to question under torture. Not one confessed anything. The inquisitors then examined witnesses for the prosecution. The evidence was, from beginning to end, hearsay. It discloses a great deal of hatred towards the Templars, since these things could be whispered about them, but there is not the least direct evidence. Then the knights drew up a declaration of faith, which they handed in. It is full and explicit, and asserts their orthodoxy and their belief in the strongest terms. Once more the torture was applied. By this time the prisoners filled the city prisons. Some were in the Tower, some were in the prison of Aldgate, some in that of Cripplegate, some in that of Bishopsgate, some in that of Ludgate, and some in that of Newgate. They were loaded with fetters. They were placed in solitary confinement. They were kept in dungeons. They were living on bread and water, and thus weakened, they were tortured by the Inquisition and worried by learned doctors of theology, who succeeded at last in getting a confession from 2 serving brethren and 1 chaplain. There was nothing in the confessions except what the inquisitors wanted. However, armed with that, they were able to satisfy the Pope. The process against the Templars was at least more humane in London than in Paris. Torture there was, but at the express command of the Pope. There was no burning, not even of the Master, nor was there any of the accursed slow roasting which makes the French business so atrocious. What happened in London to terminate the Inquisition was this. The bishops of London, Winchester, and Chichester had an interview with some of the Templars, and told them that they were clearly guilty of heresy in supposing that the Grand Master had power of absolution, and that it would be well for them, generally, to clear themselves of that and any other heresy of which they might be accused. The prisoners replied that they were anxious to clear themselves of any heresy into which they might have fallen. Observe that there was not one word said about any of the 5 charges brought by Philip. These were quietly dropped. The Templars, therefore, were publicly reconciled to the Church and absolved by a form of words in which it was guardedly said that they could not entirely purge themselves of the heresies set forth in the apostolic bull. Surely a verdict of not guilty could not be more plainly returned. Then the rest were reconciled, all but William de Moray the Master. He died in prison of a broken heart. At the same time, in Aragon, Portugal, Tarragona, and Germany, the order, though examined under torture, was pronounced innocent of the charges brought against it. It was said, long afterwards, that with his dying breath Jacques de Moray summoned Pope and King to meet him before the judgment seat of God. Both of them died the year after. Everybody, it is reported, and it was believed, connected with the trials and the cruelties, came to a miserable end. The wretched man who invented the charges, Squin de Florian, was hanged for some new crime. And as for the agonizing death of Edward II, men whispered that thus and thus had it been done unto him in return for his treatment of the Templars. The voice of the people is difficult to hear in the first decade of the 14th century. Otherwise, one would like to know what they thought of the introduction of torture as a judicial instrument. For until these trials, torture was unknown in England. To be tried, to be hanged, to have the hands struck off, to be branded, these things the people understood, but torture they did not understand. Nay, so ignorant were they of the art and method of torture that 2 Frenchmen were sent for to instruct the executioners. Torture was always regarded, not only by the English people generally, but by the judges and lawyers, with a shrinking and horror which did not exist on the continent, where they continued to torture prisoners until well into the 18th century. There can be no doubt that the later hatred of the Roman Catholic religion was fomented and kept alive by the reports which came from Spain and Portugal of the tortures inflicted by the Inquisition in the name of that religion. The Tudor sovereigns occasionally inflicted torture, but the judges in 1628 declared that the torture of Villiers, the murderer of Buckingham, was illegal, considering the wholesale nature of the torture of the Templars, and that the thing was done in the city prisons, and that it was well known to the mayor and sheriffs, and therefore, one supposes, to all the world, one would expect some 282 kind of shuddering recollection of the event in the minds of the people, some lingering horror. But there is none. The flames of Smithfield, all laid to the charge of Mary, remain in men's minds, but the cruel torture of these men and their unmerited sufferings passed at once out of mind and were forgotten. For 3 years and a half the English Templars were in prison. They were arrested in January 1308 and released in 1311. In April 1312, at a council held at Vienna, the order was finally suppressed. The property of the Templars, by order of the Pope, was given to the Knights Hospitallers. Their personal property, their vast heaps of gold and silver plate, their furniture, tapestry, armor, precious stuffs, their sacks of money were seized and scrambled for at the outset. When a rich preceptory was suddenly left empty and deserted save for a few outdoor servants, anybody, any neighboring baron, could step in and clear out the contents. Their manors and lordships, their churches, villages, tolls and rights were given away by King Edward with a lavish hand. No king, as yet, since William the Conqueror, had had so much to give as Edward, nor would any king again have so much till the dissolution of the houses. The Pope expostulated, but it was difficult to make the new owners give up their holdings. An Act of Parliament was passed. It proved futile. Later on, in the reign of Edward III, another act was passed, and some of the property was given to the Hospitallers. In France, Philip handed over the whole, but so charged and laden by his own demands that the Hospitallers found themselves none the richer. The evidence and the confessions suggest certain observations. For instance, the knights wore a magical cord. That there was a cord is clear, and they all wore it, but they were mostly in ignorance of its meaning. It was intended to remind them of their vows of chastity. It was supposed to have been passed round the waist of the Virgin. The cord remained, but its symbolical meaning was lost. Then as to the denial of their religion, the kiss of brotherhood, and so forth. There have been, and are still, many societies of men in which there is a secret form of initiation, with ceremonies which are symbolical. I see no reason at all to doubt that at the initiation of a Templar he was led into the hall naked, or in a shirt only. He was to be penniless, naked, without arms, helpless. All temporal gifts he was to receive from his brethren. Is it too much to suppose that he went through the form of worshipping an idol, indicated by a statue or picture, while in this naked, prehistoric condition, in order that he might receive his religion also from the knights, and so owe everything in this world and the next to the brotherhood? Considering other initiations of which one has learned something, I am quite prepared to admit the probability of such a ceremony. As to the origin of the reports and rumors, it is quite enough to live in an ignorant age, to be raised above the common herd by wealth, to be 283 separated from the rest of the world, and to observe secrecy as regards certain forms and ceremonies. Against such men, reports and rumors will speedily arise and spread abroad and fill the whole land. And these, it is very certain, will not be reports of virtue or rumors of sanctity. The transference of the property of the Templars to their rivals makes one doubt that the object of the Pope was plunder. Since we cannot believe that he had destroyed one order on account of its wealth and power, only to make another order richer and more powerful still, it seems certain that the jealousy of the Templars' wealth was not the cause of the pontiff's action. Was it then really a belief in the charges brought against them? We have seen that there was no evidence, so far as has been recorded, to support these charges, that in Spain, Portugal, and Germany the order was found not guilty, that a verdict practically amounting to not guilty was found in London, and that in Paris only were the knights sentenced to be punished as heretics and relapsed heretics. If Clement V actually believed in the hearsay evidence of improbabilities amounting to impossibilities, he must have possessed far less of the judicial faculty than belongs even to the ecclesiastical mind. Had such a man been a layman, he would be set down as the most mischievous fool that ever sat upon a bench of justice. We will suppose that Clement was not a fool. What then? Why did he write those bulls? Was it in accordance with the sixth condition agreed upon with Philip? Is Philip, and Philip alone, responsible for this terrible crime, the greatest of all the medieval crimes? Did he destroy the order simply and solely for the sake of its wealth? And did he, in order to get a handle, make use of the ignorant and idle gossip which was current as to the morals and customs of the secret house? And to all these questions it is useless even to suggest an answer. Chapter 10. The Clerkenwell Nunnery. It has been generally believed that the founder of the convent, dedicated to the honor of God and the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, was one Jordan Brisset about the year 1100. Stowe speaks as if there was no doubt of the matter at all. Beyond this house of St. John's was the priory of Clerkenwell, so called of Clarkswell adjoining, which priory was also founded about the year 1100 by Jordan Brisset, Baron, the son of Ralph, the son of Brian Brisset, who gave to Robert, a priest, 14 acres of land, lying in the field next adjoining the said Clarkswell, thereupon to build an house for religious persons, which he built to the honor of God and the Assumption of Our Lady, and placed therein black nuns. This Jordan Brisset gave also to that house one piece of ground, thereby to build a windmill upon, etc. Upon the dissolution of this priory, it became a parish church, called St. James, Clerkenwell. Mr. J. H. Round, however, has discovered that the date of the foundation has been placed too early, and that the founder was not Jordan Brisset at all, but a certain person identified as the younger son of a Doomsday under-tenant, who had himself founded the priories of Bryset for Austin friars and of Staingate for Cluniac monks. Both this house and the priory of St. John adjacent were founded, in Mr. Round's view, about the year 1145. The value of the house at the surrender was, according to Dugdale, £262, 19, according to Speed, £282, 16, In the calendar of wills there is not a single bequest to the nuns of this house. Isabella, the last prioress, was a daughter of Sir Richard Sackville. She furnishes another instance tending to prove that the monasteries and nunneries had fallen into the hands of the noble and gentle families. She received a pension of £50 a year on the dissolution. She died in 1569 and was buried in her own church. Sight of the house was given to the Duke of Norfolk, who exchanged it with the king for another place. Then Walter Henley and John Williams, knights, got a grant of it. It passed through many hands during the next 100 years. Among others, it was possessed by Sir Thomas Challoner, tutor to Prince Henry, son of James I. He built a spacious house within the close of the Priory 285, on the front of which he engraved the following lines, a rare tribute to the memory of the departed sisters. Casta fides superest, veler tecta sorors. Ista relagat, deseror illicit. Nam venerandus hymen, his vota jugalia servit. Vestelm focum, ment fover studit. Thus Englished by Fuller. Chaste faith still stays behind though hence be flown those veiled nuns who here before did rest. For reverend marriage, wedlock vows doth own, and sacred flames keep here in loyal breast. Ancient cloisters in Clerkenwell, Some remains of the cloisters were standing in 1785. They were figured in the Gentleman's Magazine for that year. The Church of St. James was originally the choir of the nunnery and was made a parish church on the dissolution. Strype, in his additions to Stowe's account of the church, says, "About the year 1623, the steeple fell down, having stood time out of mind without any reparation, nor among the records of that church could any mention be found of any such thing. This steeple in the rebuilding thereof, and being near finishing, fell again, upon the undertaker's neglect in not looking into the strength of that upon which he was to rear such a burthen. With the steeple fell the bells, their carriages and frames, beating a great part of the roof down before them, the weight of all these together bearing to the ground 2 large pillars of the south aisle, a fair gallery over against the pulpit, all the pews, and whatsoever was under or near it. The church, however, was thoroughly repaired, and the steeple renewed by 1627 at the expense of £1,400. On August 25, 1788, the ground was first prepared for the reception of a new church, which was consecrated on July 10, 1792, by Bailby Porteous, Bishop of London. London and Middlesex Notes, pp. 80-81. Chapter 11. St. John the Baptist, or Holywell Nunnery. The nunnery of Halliwell, or Holywell, was named after a holy spring or well on the eastern extremity of Finsbury Fields, in the parish of St. Leonard, Shoreditch. There were many other holy wells around London, especially that in the Strand, west of St. Clement Danes. How one spring came to be accounted holy above other springs, one knows not. However, there can be no doubt that this spring in Shoreditch was a place of considerable resort and great sanctity, which was reason enough why its owner, Robert Fitzgerald, canon of St. Paul's, should enclose it with a wall, and to erect a nunnery over it. The house was built to the honor of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and St. John Baptist for Benedictine nuns. This was done about the year 1127. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, Richard I, Henry de Hallingbury, Simon, Bishop of Ely, John de Gatesby, Richard de Bohmes, Bishop of London, Stephen Gravesend, Bishop of London, Sir Thomas Lovell, were the chief benefactors of this house. Richard I gave the nuns a part of the moor on which their house was built. He also gave them the church at Dunton, with land in Bedfordshire, at Camberwell, in Surrey, and in the city of London. It is unnecessary to enumerate all the gifts. Very shortly before the dissolution, the house was rebuilt by Sir Thomas Lovell. He endowed it with more land, and was buried in a chapel built by himself for his sepulchre, little dreaming that in less than a generation the house and the chapel and all the rest would be destroyed. On the painted windows and on the walls were inscribed the verses, "All ye nuns of Halliwell, pray ye both day and night for the soul of Sir Thomas Lovell, whom Harry VII made knight." Holywell Nunnery, on surrender, had a yearly revenue of £293 according to Stowe, of £347, 1/3 according to Speed. In 1553 the following sisters were still living, and in the receipt of pensions: Sibylla Newdigate per annum L. Lee, Alina Claver per annum Liege S. EHD, Alicia Martin per annum EHD, Alicia Goldwell per annum EHD, VJS VHD, 287 Beatrica Fitzlewis per annum LX VJS VHD, Agnes Balney per annum Liege S. EHD. In 1544, Queen Catherine Parr asked for the site for Henry Webb. His daughter brought the place to her husband, Sir George Peckham. The church and house being pulled down, houses were built on the site for the lodgings of noblemen, of strangers born and other. In 1785, the last fragment of importance, a stone gateway, was pulled down. There still continued to be shown some walls, a small arch, and part of a doorway in a cellar of a tavern called the Old King John. On the site of the ground belonging to the house were built 2 of the early theatres, the Curtain, and 288 the Theatre. Chapter 12. Bermondsey Abbey. The absolute oblivion into which this once noble house has fallen, so that there is no longer, among the people living on its very site, any memory or tradition of its existence, is not without a parallel in the case of other London houses. Yet it is remarkable for the reason that its site and its gardens remained open and unbuilt over until 100 years ago. While almost within the memory of man, many ruins and portions of the former buildings still remained. The internal history of the abbey is naturally without interest. The list of priors and abbots has been preserved. There were 69 from the foundation of the house in 1082 until the dissolution in 1538. The duration of each prior's rule was therefore an average of 6 years and a half, but many of them died very shortly after their election, a proof that the election went, as a rule, by seniority, or at least that the brethren chose for their chief one who was well stricken in years and of long experience. The house was at first, and for 300 years, an alien priory dependent on that of Cluny. It was founded by a citizen of London named Aylwin, or the Wine Child, in the year 1082. The Cluniacs were brought into this country by William, Earl of Warren, who, with Gunhilda his wife, stayed at Cluny and was greatly impressed with the sanctity and the devotion of the brethren. He persuaded the abbot to allow some of the monks to come to England, and in 1077 established a Cluniac house at Lewes. Another followed at Wenlock, and in 1082 this house of Bermondsey. Among the benefactors of the house were William Rufus, Mary, sister to the Queen of Henry I, that king himself, King Stephen, the Earls of Gloucester and Stafford, and many others. In 1390, under Richard II, Bermondsey ceased to be an alien priory and was made denizen. This was not without a remonstrance from Cluny. 50 years later, 3 Cluniac monks were sent over to set forth the claims of the mother house. The brethren stated their case, but could not get any attention paid to their arguments. One of them died in this country, the other 2 went home having accomplished nothing. A piteous letter to the abbot of St. Albans explains their position. The rest, be it known to you, my lord, that after having spent 4 months and a half on our journey, and following our right with the most serene lord the king and his privy council, we have obtained nothing. Nay, we are sent back very disconsolate, deprived of our manors, our pensions alienated, and what is still worse, we are denied the obedience of all our monasteries, which are 38 in number. Nor did our legal deeds, nor the testimonies of your chronicles avail us anything. And at length, after all our pleading and expenses, we return home moneyless, for in truth, after paying for what we have eaten and drunk, we have but 5 crowns left, to go back about 260 leagues. But what then? We will sell what we have, we will go on, and God will provide. Nothing else occurs to write to your paternity, but that as we entered England with joy, so we depart thence with sorrow, having buried one of our companions, viz., the Archdeacon, the youngest of our company, may he rest in peace. Amen. The arms and seals of the prior and convent of St. Saviour at Bermondsey. W.B. Grove. Meetings of the council were held at Bermondsey from time to time. In the reign of Henry III, many of the nobility who had taken the cross met here in deliberation. In 1213, the then prior, Richard, founded the almonry in Southwark, which afterwards developed into St. Thomas's Hospital. In 1276, there was a dispute between the Bishop of Winchester, who claimed an annual procuration, an entertainment of 1 day during his visitation, and the house. In 1309, by a breach in the river wall, the lands of the house were so much damaged that the brethren were exempted from the purveyance of hay and corn. In 1324, Edward II issued letters patent for the arrest of the prior, John de Cosentia, and certain monks for harboring rebels. These were probably the adherents of Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, who after his defeat at Boroughbridge took sanctuary in the abbey. In 1337, the Bishop of Ely excommunicated certain persons for stealing a hawk belonging to him from the cloisters of the abbey. Many other associations gather round this house. Marmion, Lord of Fontenay, was a benefactor to Bermondsey. The monks sold their lands in Southwark in the reign of Richard II to Robert of Paris, from whom the place was called Paris Gardens. Cardinal Beaufort visited the abbey and was received in procession by the monks. The prior Henry, afterwards abbot of Glastonbury, took an active part in the release of King Richard. In 1323, the Greater Church of St. Saviour of Bermondsey and the Great Altar were dedicated in honor of St. Saviour and the Blessed Virgin and all saints. On the same day were dedicated 3 other altars in the church, one of the Cross, one in honor of the Virgin and St. Thomas the Martyr, and one in honor of St. Andrew and St. James and all the apostles. Among those buried here were Leofston, Portreeve of London in 1115, William of Mortain or Mortaigne, Earl of Cornwall, Mary, daughter of Malcolm III of Scotland, and sister to Queen Maud, who died April 18, 1115. The following is the inscription on her tomb. Nobilis hic tumulata jacet comatissa Maria. Actebus HC nituit, larga benigna fuit. Regum sanguis irat, morum probitate vigebet. Compatiens in opi, vivit in ars poli. Also Matilda, daughter of Guy, Earl of Warwick, who died in 1368, Margaret de la Pole, Anne, widow of Lord Audley, and the murdered Duke of Gloucester before the removal of his body to Westminster. But the most illustrious residents of the house were the two queens who died within its walls. The first of them was Catherine of Valois, widow of Henry V, who married secretly Owen Tudor and was the grandmother of Henry VII. The marriage was not found out for some years. The queen must have been most faithfully and loyally served, because children cannot be born without observation. Owen Tudor must have conducted matters with a discretion beyond all praise. No doubt the ordinary members of the household knew nothing and suspected nothing, because several years passed before any suspicion was awakened. 3 sons and 1 daughter in all were born. The eldest, Edmund of Haddam, was so called because he was born there. The second, Jasper, was of Hatfield. The third, Owen of Westminster. The youngest, Margaret, died in infancy. Suspicions were aroused about the time of the birth of Owen, which took place apparently before it was expected, and without all the precautions necessary, in the king's house at Westminster. The infant was taken as soon as born to the monastery of St. Peter's secretly. It is not likely that the abbot received the child without full knowledge of his parents. He did take the child, however, and here little Owen remained, growing up in a monastery and taking vows in due time. Here he lived and here he died, a Benedictine of Westminster. It would seem as if Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, heard some whisper or rumor concerning this birth, or was told something about the true nature of the Queen's illness, for he issued a very singular proclamation, warning the world, generally, against marrying queen dowagers, as if these ladies grew on every hedge. When, however, a year or so afterwards, the 4th child, Margaret, was born, Humphrey learned the whole truth. The degradation, as he thought it, of the Queen, who had stooped to such an alliance with a man of humble rank, and the audacity of the Welshman. He took steps promptly. He sent Catherine with some of her ladies to Bermondsey Abbey, there to remain in honorable confinement. He arrested Owen Tudor, also a priest, probably the priest who had performed the marriage, and his servant, and sent all 3 to Newgate. All 3 succeeded in breaking prison and escaping. At this point the story gets mixed. The king himself, we are told, then a lad of 15, sent to Owen commanding his attendance before the council. Why did they not arrest him again? Owen, however, refused to trust himself to the council. Was not Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, one of them? He asked for a safe conduct. They promised him one by a verbal message. Where was he then that all these messages should be sent backwards and forwards? I think he must have been in sanctuary. He refused a verbal message and demanded a written safe conduct. This was granted him, and he returned to London. But he mistrusted even the written promise. He would not face the council. He took refuge in the sanctuary of Westminster, where they were afraid to seize him, and here for a while he remained. It is said that they tried to draw him out by sending old friends who invited him to the taverns outside the Abbey precinct. But Owen would not be so drawn. He knew that Duke Humphrey would make an end of him if he could. He therefore remained where he was. I think that he must have had some secret understanding with the king, for one day, learning that Henry himself was with the council, he suddenly presented himself and pleaded his own cause. The mild young king, tender on account of his mother, would not allow the case to be pursued, but bade him go free. He departed and made all haste to get out of such unwholesome air. He made for Wales. Here the hostility of Duke Humphrey pursued him still. He was once more arrested, taken to Wallingford, and placed in the castle, there a prisoner. From Wallingford he was transferred again to Newgate, he and his priest and his servant. Once more they all 3 broke prison, foully, wounding a warder in the achievement of liberty, and got back to Wales, choosing for their residence the mountainous parts, into which the English garrisons never penetrated. When the king came of age, Owen Tudor was allowed to return and was presented with a pension of £40 a year. It is remarkable, however, that he received no promotion or rank, that he was never knighted, and that the title of Esquire was the only one by which he was known. It certainly seems as if the claim of Owen Tudor to be called a gentleman was not recognized by the king or the heralds. Perhaps Welsh gentility was as little understood by these Normans as Irish royalty. Yet, so far as length of pedigree goes, both Welsh and Irish were very superior to Normans. The two sons, Edmund and Jasper, were placed under the charge of Catherine de la Pole, Abbess of Barking and sister of the Earl of Suffolk. When the king came of age, he remembered his half-brothers. Edmund was made Earl of Richmond, Jasper Earl of Pembroke, both ranked before all other English earls. Edmund was afterwards married to Margaret Beaufort, who, as Countess of Richmond, was the foundress of Christ's and St. John's Colleges, Cambridge. Her son, as everybody knows, was Henry VII. As for Owen Tudor, that gallant adventurer, who began so well on the field of battle, ended as well fighting as he should for his stepson and king under the badge of the Red Rose. When the civil wars began, he joined the king's forces, though he was then nearer 70 than 60. He fought at Wakefield. He pursued the Yorkists to Mortimer's Cross, where another fight took place. The Lancastrians were defeated. Owen was taken prisoner and was cruelly beheaded on the field. It was right and just that he should so fight and should so die. He survived his queen 24 years. Catherine lived no more than a year after her imprisonment. She made a will shortly before her death, in which there is not one word about her second husband or her children by Owen Tudor. She says in the preamble, "I trustfully, addressing her son the king 293, and am quite sure that among all creatures earthly ye best may and will best tender and favor my will, in ordering for my soul and body, in seeing that my debts be paid and my servants guerdoned, and in tender and favorable fulfillment of mine intent." The second queen, who died at Bermondsey Abbey, was Elizabeth Woodville. Her imprisonment in the abbey was regarded with great surprise. It was in the year 1486, when the insurrection broke out in Ireland in favor of the pretended Earl of Warwick, son of the Duke of Clarence. A council was held, after which, without any cause assigned or the bringing of any charge, the widowed queen was carried to Bermondsey, where she remained for the rest of her life. The reason commonly accepted was that she knew Edward Plantagenet, and so could prompt and instruct the pretender in his personation of the prince. Bacon says that which is most probable out of the precedent and subsequent acts is that it was the Queen Dowager from whom this action had had the principal source and motive. Certain it is she was a busy, negotiating woman, and in her withdrawing chamber had the fortunate conspiracy of the king against Richard III been hatched, which the king knew and remembered but too well, and she was at the time extremely discontent with the king, thinking her daughter, as the king handled the matter, not advanced but depressed. Bermondsey Abbey. It is not easy to find much sympathy with this unfortunate woman, yet there 294 are few scenes in history more full of pathos and mournfulness than that in which her boy Richard was torn from her arms. And she knew, all knew, even the archbishops, when they gave their consent, knew that the boy was to be done to death. When one talks of queens and their misfortunes, it may be remembered that few queens have suffered more than Elizabeth Woodville. In misfortune, she sits apart from other queens, her only companions being Mary Queen of Scots and Marie Antoinette. Her record is full of woe, but in that long war it seems impossible to find one single character, man or woman, unless it is King Henry, who is true and loyal. All are perjured, treacherous, cruel, self-seeking. All are as proud as Lucifer. Murder is the friend and companion of the noblest lord. Perjury walks on the other side of him. Treachery stalks behind him. All are his henchmen. Elizabeth met perjury and treachery with intrigue and plot and counterplot. She was the daughter of her time. She was accused of being privy to the plots of Lambert Simnel and Perkin Warbeck. She was more Yorkist than her husband. She hated the Red Rose long after the Red and the White were united in her daughter and Henry VII. That she was suspected of these intrigues shows the character she bore. We must make allowance. She was always in a false position. Edward ought not to have married her. She was hated by her own party. She was compelled, in the interests of her children, to be always on the defensive, and in her conduct of defense, she was the daughter of her age. These things, however, deprive her somewhat of the pity which we ought to feel for so many misfortunes. She too had to retire to the seclusion of Bermondsey, where she could sit and watch the ships go up and down, and so feel that the world, with which she had no more concern, still continued. It has been suggested that she retired voluntarily to the Abbey. Such a retreat was not in the character of Elizabeth Woodville, so long as there was a daughter or a kinsman left to fight for. Like Catherine of Valois, she made an end not without dignity. Witness the following clauses in her will. Item, I bequeath my body to be buried with the body of my lord at Windsor, according to the will of my said lord and mine, without pomps entering or costly expenses done thereabout. Item, whereas I have no worldly goods to do the Queen's grace, my dearest daughter a pleasure with, neither to reward any of my children, according to my heart and mind, I beseech Almighty God to bless her grace, with all her noble issue, and with as good a heart and mind as is to me possible, I give her grace my blessing. And all aforesaid, my children. Item, I will that such small stuff and goods that I have be disposed truly in the contentation of my debts, and for the health of my soul as far as they will extend. Item, if any of my blood will any of the said stuff or goods to me pertaining, I will that they have the preferment before any other. Drawn by C.J. M. Wichello, engraved by B. Howlett. A general view of the remains of Bermondsey Abbey, Surrey, as it appeared in the year 1805, with the adjacent country, taken from the steeple of the church of St. Mary Magdalene. The position of Bermondsey Abbey would at first appear to have been exactly similar to that of Westminster. Both abbeys stood upon islets slightly raised above high water mark. All round the islet of each stretched marshes, with other tiny islets 295 here and there as at Chelsea and Battersea. But there was this difference. In front of Thorney was a ford, at the back of Thorney was a ford, beyond the ford on the south was the high road to Dover, beyond the ford on the north was the high road to the heart of the country. Bermondsey was near the river, but the river here was broad and deep even at low tide. Bermondsey was not situated on the high road of commerce. The high road to Dover was near the Abbey, certainly, but not running right through it, so to speak, as the road ran at Westminster. The Abbey lay quiet and remote, even from Southwark, and after the building of the river wall on the south, whenever that was done, the marshes became low-lying meadows, dotted with ponds and with trees, where cows lay asleep in the sun. The Abbey stood alone, removed from houses, among gardens and orchards. It might almost have been in the country, so quiet and peaceful were the surroundings. But from the river there was heard the yo-heave-ho of the sailors. The masts and sails could be seen above the river wall. There was heard every day the hymn of praise with which the sailors celebrated their safe arrival in port, and the sound of the multitudinous bells of London was wafted across the river to this peaceful spot. The Abbey possessed a miraculous rood, to which people paid pilgrimage. It was one of the many shrines round London which were convenient for a day's pleasant journey into the country. In the Paston Letters, John Paston writes, I pray you visit the rood of Saint Saviour in Bermondsey while ye abide in London, and let my sister Marjorie go with you to pray to them that she shall have a good husband, or she come home again. This holy rood was found in the Thames in 1117, and began almost immediately to work miracles. In 1118, William, Earl of Morton, was miraculously liberated from the Tower of London through the power of this holy cross. 22 years later, the same William, Earl of Morton, entered the Abbey and took the vows. The rood was taken down on the same day that the rood of Grace of Kent was destroyed by the Bishop of Rochester at Paul's Cross. One of the last acts of Henry VII was to found an anniversary in this house to pray for the good and prosperous estate of the king during his life, for the prosperity of the realm, for the soul of his late Queen Elizabeth, not Elizabeth Woodville, of whom no mention is made, for the soul of Edmund, Earl of Richmond, the king's father, and of Margaret, Countess of Richmond, his mother, and for the souls of his children. At the dissolution, the revenues of the house were valued at 548, 512. The abbot, who was made Bishop of St. Asaph, received a pension of 500 marks, or £333, 6/8 a year. 15 years later, in 1553, there were still 7 or 8 annuitants surviving, viz., 1 at 15 marks a year, 3 at 9, 2 at 8, and smaller annuities amounting to 11 marks a year. The house and manor were granted to Sir Robert Southwell, Master of the Rolls. He sold it to Sir Thomas Pope, founder of Trinity College, Oxford. Sir Thomas pulled down many of the monastic buildings and erected a stately house with the materials. The house with the gardens he sold to Sir Robert Southwell, from whom he had bought it. The manor he sold to Robert Trapps, citizen and goldsmith. In 1583, the Earl of Sussex, Lord Chamberlain to Queen Elizabeth, died in the house. The parish church of St. Mary Magdalene was built by the monks for their tenants. The Earl of Sussex had to rebuild it when it was reported to be falling into a ruinous condition. Among the various benefits conferred upon the country by the monastic houses, that of hospitality was by no means the least. But it is evident that hospitality could only be practiced when the house stood near to a highway. As Bermondsey Abbey was removed from any roads or highways, the monks could only carry out their duties towards the poor by placing their almonry on the high street of Southwark. But the abbey possessed a school of great repute. Leland, in his Cantus Signi, written a few years before the dissolution, says, "And hail thou too, O house of charity, the nurse of many students, helped by Gifford's purse. Thou happy, snowy swan, hast thy serene abode, where Bermondsey of her well-known isles is proud. Well known, indeed, for there is seen the shrine, where her priests labor in the work divine." Chapter 13. St. Mary over Wise. The Priory of St. Mary over Wise, or over Wye, was one of the most ancient houses in London. It stood beside the ferry, the south end of which was the long and narrow dock still to be seen, close to the present church. The other end of the ferry may be also still existing in what is now called Dowgate Dock. It is true that this is not opposite, but it may be surmised that Allhallows Lane led to the north end of the ferry. This ferry existed long before London Bridge was built, and continued long after. Indeed, if we consider the narrowness of the old bridge, the tolls, crowded vehicles blocking the way, and the long delays that must have occurred in getting across the bridge, we may very well understand that it might be more expeditious and cheaper to cross by the ferry than the bridge. Here, at all events, was the ferry, and at the south end was a small convent of nuns engaged in praying for the safety of the travelers. At every starting point or returning point for the medieval traveler, there was some religious foundation to pray for his safety or to offer praises for his return. At 4 of the London gates, there were churches dedicated to St. Botolph, the chosen saint of travelers. Outside Cripplegate was the church of St. Giles. Outside Newgate was the church of St. Sepulchre. Within Ludgate was the church of St. Martin. Over Fleet Bridge was the church of St. Bride. When the first stone bridge was erected over the Thames, a double chapel was built in the midst of it. While it was only a wooden bridge, there was a chapel at either end, the South Chapel, singularly dedicated to a Danish saint, so that I am inclined to believe that the small nunnery on the south of the ferry may possibly have had its sister nunnery or church on the north. If a nunnery, its existence has been clean forgotten. If a church, then Allhallows the Great may have been that church. 2 effigies. This figure of a Knight Templar, carved in wood and painted, was taken up to make room for Lochgar's monument, and was afterwards placed upright against the north wall near the vestry door. This monument is placed on the ground under the north window in the spiritual court, and is traditionally said to be in memory of old Over-Rye, father of Mary Over-Rye, foundress of the priory. From the Grangerized edition of London and Middlesex in Guildhall Library. The story of the first foundation is entirely legendary. One Mary, daughter of Audrey Ferryman, is said to have founded on the site a small house for nuns before the Conquest. It was converted, according to tradition, by one Swithinna into a college of priests. It was, however, refounded in 1106 by 2 Norman knights, William Pont de Elarch, who had a mansion in Dowgate, and William Dauncey, as a house for canons regular. William Gifford, Bishop of Winchester, joined in the 298 foundation and built the nave of the church. Henry I, another benefactor, gave to the house the church of St. Margaret in Southwark. King Stephen gave the canons the house of their founder, Pont de Elarch. In 1212, the priory was destroyed by fire. Then Peter de Rupibus took the foundation, still very poor in hand, and rebuilt the church. He also founded the chapel of St. Mary Magdalene, afterwards made into a parish church. 100 years later, the unhappy monks sent a petition to Edward I, stating that the house had fallen into the deepest poverty, that they had not enough to provide the barest necessaries, but were dependent on charity, that their church was ruinous, but that they could not rebuild it, and that they had even suffered the embankment to be carried away, and were in daily terror of an inundation. They managed, however, to get along 299 somehow during the 14th century. Early in the 15th, the house found two more benefactors, Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, and Gower the poet. The latter was buried in the church after residing for some years in the house. His monument may still be seen. A list of the priors from 1130 to 1540 has been preserved. The house, on the dissolution, was valued at £624, 6/8. The prior received, on the surrender, a pension of £100 a year. Gower's monument, St. Mary over Wise. The position of the priory, close to the palace of the Bishop of Winchester, made it convenient for many functions. In this church were married, in 1406, Edward Holland, Earl of Kent, and Lucia, daughter of the Lord of Milan. Here also in 1424 was married James I, King of Scotland, a poet and scholar, of whom 300 Drummond of Hawthornden wrote that of former kings it might be said that the nation made the kings, but of this king that he made the people a nation. His bride was Joan, daughter of the Earl of Somerset, and niece to Cardinal Beaufort. The fairest and the freshest yonge flower, that ere I saw, methought, before that hour. In 1539, the house was suppressed and given to Sir Anthony Browne, whose son became Lord Montague, giving his name to the ancient cloister of the monastery. In the following year, the church was made parochial, including the church of St. Mary Magdalene, which stood beside it, as St. Gregory stood beside St. Paul's, or St. Margaret by Westminster Abbey, or St. Peter le Poor beside the church of the Austin Friars. A great many monuments are in the church. The chancel, transepts, and tower, with the Lady Chapel, still remain, forming the finest of the old churches in the whole of London. Here lie buried, according to tradition, Mary, the foundress, the two benefactors, Pont de l'Arche and Dauncey. A wooden figure may represent one of them, John Gower, on whose monument may still be read the words which he wrote for it. En toi qui es fils de Dieu le Père, sauve soit qui gist sous cest Père. Lancelot Andrews, Bishop of Winchester, is buried in the Lady Chapel. Dyer the poet, who died 1607, Edmund Shakespeare, brother of the poet, somewhere in the church. Lawrence Fletcher, one of the shareholders in the Globe, who died 1608. Philip Henslow, who died 1616. John Fletcher, who died 1625. Philip Massinger, who died 1639. On the tomb of Richard Humble, who lies with his two wives and his children, are the lines, like to the damask rose you see, or like the blossom on the tree, or like the dainty flower of May, or like the morning of the day, or like the sun, or like the shade, or like the gourd which Jonas had. Even so is man, man's thread is spun, drawn out and cut, and so is done. The rose withers, the blossom blasteth, the flower fades, the morning hasteth, the sun sets, the shadow flies, the gourd consumes, and man he dies. In the Lady Chapel of this church were held many of the trials of the martyrs under the Marian persecution, those, for instance, of Bishop Hooper, John Rogers, Bradford, Crome, Saunders, Farrar, and Taylor. The death of Gardiner, the persecutor, seemed to the common people, by the hand of God, in punishment of 301 his cruelties. He was given, however, a magnificent funeral beginning at this church. Mackin describes it. The exeage day of February was the obsequies of the most reverent Father in God, Estevin Gardiner, Doctor and Bishop of Winchester, Prelate of the Garter, and Late Chancellor of England, and on of the Preve Council, unto King Henry the Vige, and unto Quen Mare till he dead. And so the afternoon began the nil at St. Mare Overs with ringing, and after began the dirge, with a pall of cloth of gold, and with ij wit branches, and ij dozen of staffe torches borning, and ij gret tapers. And my Lord Montague the chief mourner, and my Lord Bishop of Lincoln and Sir Robert Rochester, comptroller, and with divers odur in Blake, and money blake gowns and coats. And the morrow mass of requiem and offering done, began the sermon, and so. Mass done, and so to dinner to my Lord Montagu. And at Wisegat, the course was put into a wagon with eage wells all covered with blake. And o'er the course wise picture mad, with wise mitre on wise head, with wise arms, and ve gentlemen bearing wise ve banners, in gowns and hards, then ige heralds in their coat armour, master garter and rouge cross, then cam the men riding, carrying of torches a LX borning, at boat the course all the way, and then sam the mourners in gowns and coats, to the number unto ige sea. Afore and behind, and so at St. George's cam prests and clerks with cross and censing, and though they had a gret torch jiffant them, and so to ever parish till they cam to Winchester, and had money as many as cam to met them, and dirge and mass at ever lodging. Wilkinson, who gives several views of the church and the buildings around it, has preserved one taken from the northeast, which shows the whole north side of the church, with the little chapel, the Lady Chapel, and the church itself, in the year 1813, CP 307. Montague Close, where the view was taken, was very shortly after covered with buildings, which prevented a repetition of a drawing from this point. But in 1825, he procured a sketch of the little chapel and part of the Lady Chapel. Bishop Andrew's tomb, St. Mary over Wise. The existence of the little chapel is nearly forgotten, yet it will be seen, in considering the church as a whole, that it forms a natural part. In the year 1626, this chapel was selected as a fitting place for the tomb and monument of Lancelot Andrews, now in the Lady Chapel. From this monument, the place was generally called the Bishop's Chapel. It is by the greatest good fortune this beautiful church has been preserved. It would most certainly have been taken down, like the exquisite church of the Holy Trinity Priory, like those of Eastminster, Whitefriars, and Blackfriars, but for the interference of Stephen Gardiner, who supported, and doubtless instigated, the parishioners of St. Margaret's and St. Mary Magdalene in a petition to the king praying for the church of the Priory as their parish church. The petition was granted, and the church was saved. Not certainly in the life of Stephen Gardiner, but after his death, in the time of Queen Elizabeth, though the church was safe, the Lady Chapel, and of course, the little chapel with it, was desecrated. In Anthony Munday's edition of Stowe, 1633, he tells us to what base uses this noble chapel was put. It is now called the New Chapel, and indeed, though very old, it now may be called a new one, because newly redeemed from such use and employment, as in respect of that it was built to divine and religious duties, may very well be branded with the style of wretched, base, and unworthy, for that before this abuse was and is now a fair and beautiful chapel by those that were then the corporation, which is a body consisting of 30 vestrymen, 6 of those 30 churchwardens, was leased and let out, and this house of God made a bake house. 2 very fair doors, that from the 2 side aisles of the chancel of this church, and 2 that throw the head of the chancel, as at this day they do again, went into it, were lathed, daubed, and dammed up. The fair pillars were ordinary posts, against which they piled billets and bavins. In this place had their ovens, in that a bolting place, in that their kneading trough, in another, I have heard, a hog's trough. For the words that were given me were these: this place have I known a hogsty, in another a storehouse, to store up their hoarded meal, and in all of it something of this sordid kind and condition. It was first let by the corporation aforenamed, to one Wyatt, after him to one Peacock, after him to one Claybrook, and last to one Wilson, all bakers, and this chapel still employed in the way of their trade, a bake house, though some part of this bake house was sometime turned into a starch house. The time of the continuance of it in this kind, from the first letting of it to Wyatt, to the restoring of it again to the church, was 60 and some odd years, in the year of our Lord God 1624, for in this year the ruins and blasted estate that the old corporation sold it to, were by the corporation of this time repaired, renewed, well, and very worthily beautified, the charge of it for that year, with many things done to it since, arising to £200. This, as all the former repairs, being the sole cost and charge of the parishioners. One aisle in this chapel was paved at the only cost of one Master John Hayman, tailor and merchant tailor, in the year 1625. Gateway of St. Mary's Priory, Southwark. Londoner Illustrata, Vol. I. It was, therefore, immediately after this restoration that the remains of Bishop Andrews were deposited in the little chapel. May there not have been some thought of preventing further desecration by the monument of this learned divine? The chapel was taken down in 1830. The monument of the bishop took up nearly the whole of the east end. A marble canopy originally stood over it, but this was broken in 1676 when the roof of the chapel fell in. There was no 3 or 4 altar, and there were no services held in the chapel. There was one other monument of a citizen named Haman, buried here in the same year as the bishop. Another monument, erected in 1807, was that of Abraham Newland, chief cashier of the Bank of England. 2 stone coffins were preserved in this chapel, and here were stone steps leading down into the vaults. The chapel is said to have been quite plain, with a groined roof, strong ribs, and a stone seat on both sides and at the east end. The removal of the chapel formed part of the restoration work of 1830. At this time, the church was in a most dangerous condition, the roof of the nave being so dilapidated that it was impossible to hold service there. Consequently, the pews, organ, and monuments were removed to the chancel and transepts. The roof was taken down and the materials sold, and the walls and aisles were simply left exposed to the weather. Wilkinson thus describes what followed. The roof thus destroyed was a fine specimen of the architecture of the 13th century, and possessed the striking peculiarity of having the corbels, whence the ribs of the arches sprang, placed perpendicularly over the columns. Those columns had been already banded with iron, and the walls were green and dark with apparent decay, though it is said that some of the ancient timbers were still in a fine state of preservation. But in pursuance of the above order, the organ was removed to form a temporary termination to the choir, and the nave was uncovered and exposed, in which lamentable state it still continues, August 1834, not unlike the half-ruined edifice of the Cathedral of Llandaff. Ancient crypt, Southwark. The very laudable, zealous, and preserving efforts made for the preservation of the Lady Chapel at the eastern end of the church were, however, completely successful, though it was for some time earnestly debated whether it should be destroyed or restored. But even in the vestry, the design of demolition was opposed, and on January 28, 1832, a numerous general meeting for the preservation of the structure took place at the Freemasons' Tavern, at which a series of resolutions was passed to that effect. The principal of them were that the few remaining relics of Gothic or early English pointed style of architecture in this kingdom are replete with interest, that the chapel of Our Lady in St. Saviour's Church is a splendid specimen of that style of architecture, that as the parish of St. Saviour has expended £30,000 in the repair of this church, of which a debt of £8,000 is unpaid, it is expedient that a public subscription be commenced to enable the parish to restore the Lady Chapel, and that a committee be appointed to promote the restoration by soliciting public subscriptions, notwithstanding the very great expense which the rebuilding of St. Saviour's Church had already proved to the parish. It was evident, by some of the speeches at this meeting, that the design of demolishing the Lady Chapel was not by any means even partially sanctioned in Southwark, but only that the assistance of the public was required for so costly an undertaking. But it was perhaps almost entirely owing to the unwearied and meritorious exertions of Mr. Thomas Saunders that so general and lively an interest was excited on the subject. The estimated amount of the restoration was £2,500, and by February nearly £1,400 had been raised. But the sentiments of the parishioners were most equivocally displayed at the general poll, which had been demanded by Mr. Saunders of all the parochial ratepayers, and which took place on February 9th and 10th, the conclusion being a majority of 240 for the restoration of the building. The subscriptions were subsequently continued with great zeal, and were also extended to the restoration of the ancient altar screen in the choir, for the effecting of all which they were aided by a performance of sacred music in the church on Thursday, June 21st, 1832, and the delivery of some scientific lectures. The superintendence of the restoration was gratuitously undertaken by Mr. Gwilt. Mr. Hartley was the contractor for the building, and the first stone of the new works was laid July 28, 1832. The two annexed modern exterior views of this church will convey an accurate notion of the appearance of the outside of the Lady Chapel before this restoration, excepting that it then showed 4 dilapidated and tiled gables, and that the part from which the bishop's chapel had been removed was white, whilst the remainder was defaced and discolored stone, coarsely repaired with brick. In taking down the arch which led into the bishop's chapel was discovered part of the fabric of the lancet window originally in that place, which became a most valuable model for the restoration of the others. In the present perfected state of this edifice, the eastern end of it exhibits the 4 original gables, each surmounted by a rich cross, and containing in the point a small triple lancet window, with carved corbel heads and columnated mullions, 306, with a large window of the same description below. The form of the glazing in the latter consists of large intersected circles and lozenges, with some armorial ensigns, etc., in stained glass. The roofs of the chapel are covered with lead, and the walls are of flints like those of the other restored parts of the church, with stone mouldings and quoins. The 4 buttresses and the northeast turret containing the staircase are also restored in a similar manner, the latter having loopholes and a low cap of stone. On each side of the building, also the peculiar windows have been likewise carefully copied. Within, the Lady Chapel is 42 feet in length, and has the roof divided into 9 groined arches, supported by 6 octangular columns, with circular shafts at their angles. When this place was formerly used for the consistorial court of the Bishop of Winchester and the visitations of the deanery of Southwark, the northeast corner was parted off in the manner of a pew and contained a desk, table, and elevated seat, but the remainder of the space was abandoned to the reception of lumber. Whilst the restoration of the chapel was in agitation, a further difficulty appeared in the very narrow frontage to be allowed for it on the south approach forming to the New London Bridge. So early as November 1830, the wardens of St. Saviour's addressed a memorial to the Bridge Committee, soliciting a sufficient space for the exhibition of the structure and suggesting an opening of 130 feet. On April 19, 1831, it was resolved by the vestry that the width of 60 feet offered by the committee was altogether inadequate, added to which it was made a condition of that grant that the Lady Chapel should be taken down. And therefore, in the following October, the wardens memorialized the Lords of the Treasury. In an interview between them, the latter appeared to be in favor of a greater opening. But on January 24, 1832, the wardens were informed that not more than 70 feet would be allowed, and that space only on condition of removing the chapel, if the consent of the Bishop of Winchester could be procured. In a letter on the subject, however, the bishop declined giving his consent to the London Bridge Company, stating that it could not be alleged that the removal of the consistorial court was required for public accommodation, which he viewed as the only justifiable reason for the demolition of a church, or any part of one. It was then resolved to petition the Committee of the House of Commons appointed on the bill for improving the approaches to the New London Bridge, by which it was decided on February 29, 1832, after 4 days' deliberation, and by a majority of 17 to 3, that the opening to St. Saviour's Church should be 130 feet instead of 70, as proposed by the original framers of the bill. The houses on the west side of Wellington Street, opposite the Lady Chapel, are therefore terminated so as to form the sides of a handsome approach to it. From hence, at a future time, a flight of steps may be formed to the building beneath, and an appropriate rail also erected round the church 307, but at present the structure is defended on the east only by a high circular enclosure of boards. Northeast view of St. Saviour's Church Consistory Court and Chapel of St. John. Taken from Montague Close, Southwark. Londoner Illustrata, published 1813 by Robert Wilkinson, No. 58 Cornhill. The last meritorious work of restoration in St. Saviour's Church was that of the ancient altar screen given in the commencement of the 16th century by Richard Fox, Bishop of Winchester, a subscription for which was ultimately united with that commenced for the Lady Chapel. To the latter of these funds, the present Bishop of Winchester gave £300 and £100 to the screen, and other large sums were speedily and liberally contributed. Previously to Mr. Gwilt's restoration of the choir, the eastern wall of the church was covered with a composition of wood and plaster, ascribed by tradition to Sir Christopher Wren, though apparently without any authority. Above this screen appeared the mutilated and inelegant broad window of the 16th century, the arch of which was sculptured in relievo in panels, that in the center having an angel holding a shield, and those at the side, a pelican feeding her young, the emblem of Christ, and the device of Bishop Fox. There was also a carved fascia, on which the pelican was repeated, with the Holy Lamb and oak leaves, the style of all which entirely disagreed with that of the altar-piece below. On the removal of the modern 308 screen, a series of small tabernacle niches was discovered on the partition behind, the canopies of which had been cut down to almost a level surface, though they still possessed so much beauty as to cause the restoration of the whole to become a circumstance of the greatest interest. This was completed in the commencement of 1834 by Mr. Robert Wallace, the architect of the church, Mr. Firth, the contractor, and Mr. Purdy, the principal carver, the contract amounting to only the sum of £700. The ancient material of this screen was firestone and the stone of Caen, and the restoration has been executed in stone from Painswick in Gloucestershire, which agrees well with the former. Wherever it was practicable, the original work has been retained, but nearly the whole of the ornamental carvings have been wrought from molds and replaced in the precise situations of the ancient sculpture whence they were taken. The whole screen is lofty, and the general composition of it is divided into 3 stories in height and as many partitions in breadth. In the center of the lowest story is a space for the altar, with 3 tall tablets and canopies above, and on each side is a door with a depressed pointed arch. On each side of the doorways is a niche rising from the ground, flanked by slender buttresses, and covered with a triangular tabernacle of 2 canopied arches, with the angular point in front. In each niche is a tall pedestal with a richly carved head, and above the doors are short double canopies of a similar style, though rising above those on the sides and breaking the line of a broad frieze of demi-angels, above which is a narrow line of carved pelicans, holy lambs, and scrolls. These terminate the first story, and the above second and third are composed of a large niche in the center, with a semi-hexagonal canopy placed between 5 niches on each side, with pedestals and canopies like those below, whilst a second frieze of angels, etc. Parts the 2 stories. As the story finished the remains of the ancient screen, Mr. Wallace has designed a termination of an entablature of angels supporting shields, with a crown-like cornice above, something similar to which most probably surmounted the original design. Londoner Illustrata, Vol. I. Chapter 14. St. Thomas's Hospital. The commonly received opinion as to the foundation of this hospital is that it sprang out of an almonry belonging to Bermondsey Abbey, founded in 1213 by Richard, prior of that house. This statement was made by Stowe and has been followed by Strype, Maitland, and others. Wilkinson, however, does not agree with it. According to Tanner and Dugdale, the almonry of the abbey, consisting of an almshouse for converts and a school for poor boys, was attached to the walls of the house, was dedicated to St. Thomas of Canterbury, and was under the government of the monastery almoner. This almonry perished with the abbey in the dissolution, and had nothing to do with the hospital of St. Thomas. It is stated by Tanner that after the fire of 1212, which destroyed the church of St. Mary Overwise together with their hospital or almonry, the prior and brethren erected a hospital near their ruins, in which they established their church for a time. When their own house was rebuilt, Peter de Rupibus, Bishop of Winchester, transferred the hospital to the other side of the causeway for some supposed advantages of air. It was built on ground belonging to Amicius, Archdeacon of Surrey, and dedicated to St. Thomas the Martyr. It was always in the patronage of the Bishop of Winchester. A list of the masters is preserved. Stowe, however, says that the hospital was held of the Abbey of Bermondsey, and that in the year 1428 Thetford, then the abbot, sold to the master of the hospital the right to keep all the lands belonging to the abbey, and then held by the hospital at a small rent. It is impossible to reconcile these statements unless we suppose that the hospital itself, always separate from, and independent of, the abbey, was occupying lands of the abbey of which it desired to keep the control. On the dissolution, the house was valued at a yearly income of £309, 1.11 clear. It had a master, brethren, 3 lay sisters, and made up 40 aids for the sick with food and firing. In 1552, the city bought the house of Edward VI and opened it again as a hospital. The place has little history. The brethren had at their gates the right of market for corn and other commodities. The Archdeacon of Surrey, in 1238, had a hall, a chapel, a stable, and a residence in the hospital. The bishops of Winchester claimed the right of visitation, which was exercised on more than one occasion. The old buildings continued until the close of the 17th century, when they were taken down and the hospital was erected in their place. This house remained until it became necessary to destroy it in order to make way for the railway station and extension on its site. The demolition of Old St. Thomas's is one of the few acts of destruction which one can regard with satisfaction. For the removal of the hospital to the crowded streets of Lambeth, leaving Guy's for the eastern part of South London, was unquestionably a great gain to the former, and no loss to the latter, which is fully served by Guy's. Chapter 15. St. Giles in the Fields. The hospital known as St. Giles in the Fields was founded by Maud, Queen of Henry I, about the year 1117. It was a large foundation designed for 40 lepers, the master, chaplains, matrons, and servants. The original endowment was only £3 a year, which, even in the 12th century, would not go far towards the support of 40 lepers. It appears, however, as if the custom of lepers going about begging with a bowl and a clapper was considered the right thing, because it is said that the proctor of the house went begging for the lepers. Probably, those who could crawl were allowed at the outset to beg for themselves. But other benefactions fell in. The lepers obtained rents and lands at Isleworth, St. Clement Danes, and round their own house. They also obtained the manor of Feltham in Middlesex. Henry II gave them lands at Heston. People left them houses in London. The house became wealthy. There were many dissensions and disputes as to the rule and management of this house. They were finally terminated by Edward III, who placed it under the authority of the House of Burton Lazars, the Central Leper Hospital of England. The area covered by the ground of the hospital consisted of 8 acres, which was afterwards largely increased. The hospital buildings were situated near to the present church on the west of it. They were surrounded by a triangular wall running along Crown Street, formerly Hog Lane, High Street, and Monmouth Street. At the lower end of what is now the Tottenham Court Road on the west side of it was the Pound. When the gallows was removed from the elms at Smithfield, it was set up at the north end of the hospital enclosure opposite to the Pound. On the same spot, Sir John Oldcastle had been slowly roasted to death some years earlier. Criminals in later times, on their way to Tyburn, stopped at St. Giles, there to take their last draught of ale at a tavern named the Bowl. The Lazar houses were probably all governed by similar laws and regulations. Those of Sherburn near Durham will stand, therefore, for many others. The house was dedicated to Christ, the Blessed Virgin, Lazarus, and his sisters Martha and 312 Mary. The lepers were under the rule of a steward. There were 3 priests and 4 clerks, of whom one was a deacon. During Lent and Advent, all the brethren had to receive corporal discipline 3 times a week in the chapel, and the sisters in like manner in presence of their prioress. Why lepers should be flogged more than ordinary people is not apparent. Perhaps there was some feeling that a loathsome and incurable disease argued the wrath of the Almighty on account of some great crime. The daily allowance of food to the lepers was as follows: a loaf and a gallon of ale to each, 1 mess of flesh between 2 for 3 days in the week, or of fish, cheese, or butter on the remaining 4. On high festivals, a double mess. On St. Cuthbert's Day, fresh salmon. On Michaelmas Day, 4 messed on 1 goose. The dress of lepers generally consisted of a grey gown with a hood, and each one carried a basin and a wooden clapper. Chapter 16. St. Helens. The foundation of this house of Benedictine nuns was in or about the year 1212, when Alardus de Burnham, who died in 1216, was Dean of St. Paul's. The right or permission to found the house is contained in a deed still preserved. The seal of the convent represents the finding of the cross by St. Helen. She stands beside the cross, holding in her hand the 3 nails, while a crowd of nuns are on their knees with uplifted hands. In 1439, the then Dean, Reynold Kentwode, drew up a new set of rules for the use of the sisters. The following are the principal clauses. Reynold Kentwode, Dean and Chapter of the Church of Pools, to the religious women, prioress and convent of the Priory of St. Helens, of Ower patronage and jurisdiction immediate, and every nun of the said priory, gretting in God, with desire of religious observances and devotion. For as much as in Ower visitation ordinary in jure priori booth in the head, and in the members late actually exerced, we have founded many defaults and excesses, the which netith notary corrician and reformation, we willing virtue to be cherished, and holy religion for to be kept, as in the rules in jure ordiera, we ordin and make certain ordinons and injunctions, which we send you reet and sealed undire Ower common seal, for to be kept in form as they ben articled and written unto you. First, we ordin and enjoin yow, that Devon service be done by yow duly night and day, and silence duly kept in the time and place, after the observance of yower religiony. Also we ordin and enjoin you prioress and convent, and each of you singularly, that ye make due and whole confession to the confessor assigned be us. Also we enjoin yow prioress and convent, that ye ordin convenient place of firmary, in the which jure seek susters may be honestly kept and releved with the costs and expenses of yower house, accustomed in the religion during the time of here sickness. Also we enjoin you prioress, that ye keep jure daughter and lie therein by night, after observance of yower religion, without that the case be such 315, that the law and the observance of jure religioni suffereth yow to do the contrary. Also we ordin and enjoin yow prioress and convent, that new secular be locked within the bounds of the cloister, ne no secular persons come within after the bell of compline, except women servants and maid childerine learners, also admit noon, sojournants women without license of us. So those, Gresham, Sir W.M. Pickering, Sir John and Lady Crosby. Southwest view of the interior of the Church of St. Helen, Bishopsgate Street. Taken during the repair in 1808, exhibiting also some of the principal monuments. Londoner Illustrata, published 1817 by Robert Wilkinson. Also we ordin and enjoin yow prioress and convent, that ye, ne no one of yower susters use nor haunt any place within the priory, thorug the which evil suspecion or sklondir myth arise, which places, for certain causes that move us, we write not herein ne in our present injunction, but wole not a fee to yow prioress, nor have no locking nor spectacles out ward, thought the which ye might fall in worldly delectation. Also we enjoin yow, that a lead dancing and revelling be utterly forborne among yow, except Christmas and other honest times of recreation, among jure self-ussid, in absence of seculars in all wise. Southeast view of the nunnery of St. Helen, Bishopsgate Street. Londoner Illustrata, published 1819 by Robert Wilkinson, 125 Fenchurch Street. Also we ordin and enjoin yow prioress, that there be made a hake of cenabal reasonable, hath, crested with pikeys of hern, to for the entray of yower ketchain, that new strange pepple may entray with certain cleckets, avised be yow, and be yower esteward to such personies as yow and hem think wonst and canable. Also we enjoin yow prioress, that nonnes have new keys of the postern door that goth out of the cloister in the churchyard, but the prioress, for there is mochi coming in and out unfull times. Londoner Illustrata, Vol. I. At the dissolution, the revenues of this house were valued, according to Dugdale, at £314, 12, 5, and according to Speed at £376, 6s. The site and the church were given to Cromwell. Edward VI gave the advowson to the Bishop of London, but it has since returned to the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul, S. The buildings were purchased by the Leather Sellers Company, who converted the nuns' hall into their common hall, and so it continued until the demolition of all the ancient buildings in 1799. It appears from Malcolm that he believed the nuns' hall to have been demolished and a new hall built in 1567. These are his words. "We will suppose the monastery of St. Helen demolished, the materials disposed of, and the purchase of the site completed by the company. The architect finds a foundation far superior to any their funds would supply, and therefore cases the basement walls with brick, and makes the pavement, ready for his purpose, serve as the floor for the new hall. And thus far he acted wisely, for his work of 1567 became too ruinous and expensive for repair in 1797, was taken down, and will be forgotten. What remains to be said of the antient crypt? That it would not have required repair for 500 years to come. Had the enormous masses of fungus webs, which depended from the arches of this beautiful work, been carefully swept away, and the walls rubbed with a dry broom, the antient windows reopened, the earth that clogged the pavement removed, and its other defilements cleared off, these crypts, now scattered in piles of rubbish, would have formed a church how infinitely superior to 40 I could name. The regret with which I saw those slender pillars torn from their bases, and the strong though delicate arches sundered in masses, is still warm to my remembrance. The angles were filled with white sand, a layer of earth, another of sand, a layer of oak chips. One now lays before me. 600 years have passed since this wood was cut, and the mark of the axe is fresh upon it, and so on till the spaces were filled. Vol. Roman 3, pp. 562-563. The representation of the hall given by Wilkinson, and that given by Malcolm, do not seem to agree in all particulars. Malcolm adds a view not presented by Wilkinson, showing the ruins of the cloisters. I have elsewhere called attention to the remarkable fact that London possessed, down to the end of the 18th century, a greater collection of medieval ruins than any city of Europe, and that no one poet, historian, antiquary, essayist took the least notice of them. Wilkinson, however, does remark that the group of ruins reminds us rather of some romantic fragment of antiquity to be found in distant countries than of one situated in the very center of populous London. And were it not for the modern buildings made out in the background, a spectator might be led to imagine the scene many miles distant from the metropolis of England. This house of Benedictine nuns pursued its uneventful course for more than 300 years. Now and then the nuns stopped a lane across their property, or they let their land at long leases, or they inherited new lands, or they mismanaged and wasted their property, or they buried a prioress and had to elect another. Very little else can be recorded of them. It was on this land that Crosby House was 317 built on a 99 years lease. Meantime, the Church of St. Helens did duty both for the nuns and for the parish. In the year 1534, the value of the house was estimated at £376, 6s, a year. The property of the nuns shows that this house was always exclusively a London foundation. They had houses in the city, in Middlesex, Kent, Essex, Hertford, and Buckingham, but these were all home counties. In the country they held little, if any, property. W. K. Pondell, Wise Sculp. The crypt of the nunnery of St. Helen in Bishopsgate Street. From the north, showing the situation of the two chapels at the south end. The upper part of the plate exhibits the ceiling, etc., of a fine apartment over the crypt, which was used as the dining hall of the Leather Sellers Company, by whom the nunnery had been purchased after the Reformation, and which was pulled down by their order in 1799. The site is occupied by the buildings now forming St. Helen's Place. Londoner Illustrata, Vol. I. The collection of facts concerning the last years of the nunnery, made by the late Rev. Thomas Hugo, throws considerable light on the position of the house. In the first place, the names of the successive prioresses and those of the sisters seem to be chiefly of London origin. Secondly, the bequests recorded in the calendar of wills, 27 in number, are all made by London citizens. They are, moreover, situated in various wards, showing that the house was regarded as belonging to the whole of the city and not to any part of it. Some of the bequests are made without any specified purpose. Some have conditions and duties attached. Thus, one is for providing communion wine, while others are to be accompanied by permission of burial in the church. In reading the disposition and management of their property by the nuns, one cannot avoid the suspicion that they were sometimes under the influence of certain persons not wholly disinterested. Thus, there was one Richard Bird, citizen and girdler. He first takes over a tenement in the parish of St. Ethelburga belonging to the house for a term of 40 years at the rent of 20s. He then takes another tenement in the same parish for 60 years at 45s a year. Then he becomes tenant to the sisters for the Great Message, or inn called the Black Bull, with cellars, etc., and 2 adjoining tenements for 21 years at a rent of £9, 14 pounds a year, so that he became the holder on long leases of 1 great house and 4 tenements. It is perfectly certain, of course, that he intended to sublet them all at a profit to himself, and that the sisters in this transaction got the worst of it. But Richard Bird got more than this out of the nuns. They made him their seneschal, receiver, and collector, with a salary of £12, the annual sum of 20s. For his livery, board, and lodging, with allowances of beer and wine, an allowance of fuel, and the free use of a chamber and a parlour. The dissolution must have been a heavy blow to good Richard Bird. He lost his salary and his allowances. One supposes that he was still allowed to retain his tenancy of the houses. He received a pension of 40s. But what was that compared with the extremely comfortable little job that was taken away? The name of the last prioress was Mary Rowleslie. What relative was this lady to John Rowleslie, gentleman? One asks, because John Rowleslie seems to have done pretty well with the sisters, too. He got the manor of Burston from them on a lease for 80 years at a rent of £9. In the year after 319 this concession, he obtained a messuage in the close of St. Helens, which must have been a great house, because it had been occupied by the Bishop of Llandaff on a lease of 80 years at a rent of 46s. 8d. More than that, he obtained the lease, for the same time, of 10 tenements, also in St. Helens Close, at a yearly rent of £15. And on the same day, he got 2 more tenements outside the close and a marsh at Stebenhythe, Stepney, for a term of 60 years at a rent of 8.15. 4. 2 years later, the grateful nuns gave John Rowleslie a small pension of 4 marks a year for good counsel, and Edward Rowleslie, gentleman, clearly one of the same family, received an annuity of 40s, also for good counsel. One of the last acts of the last prioress was to leave to John Rowleslie the manor of Mark, in the parish of Leighton and Walthamstow, for 80 years at a rent of £8. Probably all the estates of the house were let in this way to men who farmed them, making their profit by subletting them. These facts show how lucky it might be, in the blessed and religious days before the Reformation, for a family to have a prioress among them. Seals of St. Helens Nunnery. Londoner Illustrata, Vol. I. We note further that the nuns paid a chief steward, a receiver, and an auditor, that they paid pension to 3 chantry chaplains, and yearly payments to the 320 church wardens of St. Mary Bothwell, to the wardens of a fraternity in Bow Church, to the Bishop of Lincoln for procurations, etc., to the Abbess of Barking, and annual doles to the poor on certain days. All these facts, taken together, seem to throw unexpected light upon the ramifications and divisions of ecclesiastical property. The nuns were dispersed in 1538. 18 years later, in 1556, a list of the survivors shows that the last prioress, Mary Rowleslie, and 6 sisters still survived. Of these 6 sisters, 5 received a pension of 2, 13, 4, and 1, who had probably held some conventual post, received a pension of 3, 6, 8. At the dissolution, there were 2 chantry priests who had stipends of £8 and £7 respectively. A considerable part of the ruins of this house was standing until the end of the 18th century. Wilkinson has figured some of the details. The following description is from the survey of the King's offices, taken when the nuns left it, Archaeologia, Vol. Roman 16, 1806. The late Priory of St. Helens, within the City of London. The view and survey, the taken the Xth day of June, in the Xth year of the reigny of our sovereigny Lord King Henry the Fifth, by Thomas Mildmay, one of the King's auditors thereunto assigned. That is to say, the chief entry or coming into the same late priory wise in and by the street gate lying in the Peace of St. Helens in Bishopsgate Street, which leadeth to a little cowet next adjoining to the same gate, having chambers, houses, and baldinges, environage the same. Out of WCH Cowet, there is an entreleading to an inner Cowet WCH on the north side, is also likewise environed with edificians and buildings, called the steward's lodging, with a countinge house appurtenange to the same. Item next to the same Cowet the wise a fair ketchinge, with a pastory house, larder houses, and other houses of office, appurtenange to the same, and at the est end of the same ketchin and entreleading to the same hall, with a little plure adioining, having under the same hall and plure sundry bouses of office, next adioining to the cloister the, and one house called the convent plure. Item, age. Fair chambers adioining to the hall, whereof the one over the entree leading to the cloister, th'other over the buttery, and the third over the larder. Item from the said entre by the hall to the cloister, which cloister yet remaineth wholly leaded, and at the north side of the same cloister a fair long house called the fratry. Item at this end of the same cloister a lodginge called the superior's lodging, with a little garden leading to the same, and by the same lodginge a pair of stairs leading to the daughter, at the south end whereof there is a little house, wherein the evidence of the said house no do remain, with all houses and lodgings under the same daughter. Item at the west end of the same cloister a door leading in to the nuns' late choir, extending from the door out of the churchyard unto the lamp or tician, dividing the priory from the pish, which is wholly leaded. Item at this end of the said cloister an entree leading to a little garden, and out of the same little garden to a fair garden called the convent garden contenin, by estimacken half an acre. And at the north end of the said garden a door leading to another garden called the Ketchin garden, and at the west end of the same there is a dove-house, and in the same garden a door to a fair woodyard, with houses, tickens, and gardens, within the same woodyard a tenement with a garden, a stable, and other thaptances to the same belonginge, called Elizabeth Hott's lodginge. Ogilby's map, see End of London in the time of the Stuarts, shows the site as it was 100 years later. There is part of the cloister left, part of the nuns' garden. As for limits in 1542, the southern boundary of the nunnery was the partition wall dividing the church of St. Helen, S. The eastern boundary was St. Mary Axe, or perhaps a row of houses on the west side. The western boundary was Bishopsgate Street within, and the northern was Camomile Street, or London Wall, unless there was a row of houses on its south side. I have before me a voluminous mass of Ms. notes referring to this important London house. Most of the notes are of small importance. It must, however, be acknowledged that the chronicles of the house show, perhaps, more quarrels than we find in the monasteries of men. In 1432, the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's issue ordinances for the reformation of the convent. A little earlier, the same body excommunicate a certain Jouser or Joycer, who, after taking the veil as a professed nun of St. Helen, S., left the house and contracted marriage. About the same time, there was a scandal concerning the treatment of Joan Hayron, one of the nuns, by the prioress. Joan had gout in her hands and feet so badly that she could not perform her canonical duties. The prioress, probably thinking that Joan was shamming, had therefore put her in prison, from which the Dean of St. Paul's ordered her release, and the Pope, no less an authority, gave instructions for her maintenance. This little anecdote opens the door for speculation of a very interesting kind as to the row royal which should demand the intervention of the Dean first and an appeal to the Pope afterwards. One understands, for instance, that Joan Hayron was a Londoner by birth, that she had relations of influence, and that they were not going to stand it. We find the admission of chantry priests by bequest, petitions to elect a prioress in the room of the late sister deceased, grants of tenements, petitions for a market, and so on. Chapter 17. St. Mary's Spital. Outside Bishopsgate, on the site now occupied by Spital Square, stood that most venerable and most beneficent house called Domus Dei, or Domus Beat Mari. It was founded by Walter Brune and Rosia his wife, for canons regular, in the year 1197. Walter, Archdeacon of London, laid the foundation stone, and William, Bishop of London, dedicated it to Jesus Christ and his mother, by the name of Domus Dei et Beat Mari extra Bishopsgate. The place carried on a blameless and most useful existence for 350 years. When it was dissolved, it was found to contain no fewer than 180 beds for the sick poor. Now beds were not considered as intended for one person only, but for as many as, in case of need, could be crammed in, so we may reckon that at least 360 poor persons were always received and treated in this house. The boundaries of the house are laid down by Stowe, the bounds whereof, as appeareth by composition betwixt the parson and prior of the said hospital, concerning tithes, begin at Burward's Lane, toward the south, and extend in breadth to the parish of St. Leonard Sorsditch towards the north, and in length from the King's Street on the west to the Bishop of London's Field, called Lollisworth, on the east. The prior of this St. Mary Spittal, for the immortizing and appropriation of the priory of Bykennacar in Essex to his said house of St. Mary Spittal, gave to Henry VII £400 in the 22nd year of his reign. This hospital, surrendered to Henry VIII, was valued to expend £478, wherein, besides ornaments of the church and other goods pertaining to the hospital, there were found standing 180 beds well furnished, for receipt of the poor of charity, for it was an hospital of great relief. A part of the large churchyard pertaining to this hospital, and severed from the rest with a brick wall, yet remaineth as of old time, with a pulpit cross therein, somewhat like to that in Paul's churchyard. And against the said pulpit on the south side, before the charnel and chapel of St. Edmund the Bishop and Mary Magdalene, which chapel was founded about the year 1391 by W. Evesham, citizen and pepper of London, who was there buried, remaineth also one fair builded house of 2 stories in height for the mayor, and other honourable persons, with the aldermen and sheriffs to sit in, there to hear the sermons preached upon Easter holidays. In the loft over them stood the Bishop of London, and other prelates. Now the ladies and aldermen's wives do there stand at a fair window, or sit at their pleasure. And here it is to be noted, that time out of mind it hath been a laudable custom, that on Good Friday in the afternoon, some especial learned man, by appointment of the prelates, doth preach a sermon at Paul's Cross, treating of Christ's Passion. And upon the 3 next Easter holidays, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the like learned men, by the like appointment, do use to preach on the forenoon at the said Spittal, to persuade the articles of Christ's resurrection. And then on Low Sunday, before noon, one other learned man at Paul's Cross is to make rehearsal of those 4 former sermons, either commending or reproving them, as to him, by judgment of the learned divines, is thought convenient. And that done, he is to make a sermon of himself, which in all were 5 sermons in one. At these sermons so severally preached, the mayor with his brethren and aldermen are accustomed to be present in their violets at Paul's on Good Friday, and in their scarlets, both they and their wives, at the Spittal in the holidays, except Wednesday, in violet, and the mayor with his brethren on Low Sunday in scarlet at Paul's Cross, continued until this day. Touching the antiquity of this custom, I find none other than that, in the year 1398, King Richard having procured from Rome confirmation of such statutes and ordinances as were made in the Parliament begun at Westminster and ended at Shrewsbury, he caused the same confirmation to be read and pronounced at Paul's Cross and at St. Mary Spittal in the sermons before all the people. Philip Malpass, one of the sheriffs in the year 1439, the 18th of Henry Roman 7, gave 20s by the year to the 3 preachers at the Spittal. Stephen Forster, mayor in the year 1454, gave 40l to the preachers of Paul's Cross and Spittal. I find also that the aforesaid house, wherein the mayor and aldermen do sit at the Spittal, was builded for that purpose of the goods, and by the executors of Rich Rawson, alderman, and Isabel his wife, in the year 1488. In the year 1594, this pulpit being old, was taken down, and a new one set up, the preacher's face turned towards the south, which was before toward the west. Also a large house, on the east side of the said pulpit, was then builded, for the governors and children of Christ's Hospital to sit in, and this was done of the goods of William Elkins, alderman late deceased. But within the first year, the same house decaying, and like to have fallen, was again, with great cost, repaired at the city's charge. Survey Vol. I. In Spittal Square, Bishopsgate Street, without, we have the site of the cloisters, or perhaps the outer court of the house of St. Mary Spittal. At the suppression its income was £478, and it contained 100 and 80 hospital beds. This means that the hospital contained accommodation, according to the meaning of the word at the time, for 400 or 500 patients. On an estimate of maintenance at £5 a head, one asks with wonder how all these beds were kept up, and whether the hospital depended partly on voluntary donations. The Hospital of St. Bartholomew, we know, sent its people to beg meat in the shambles. Did St. Mary's also send men on the same quest? One custom survived the house, that of the Easter sermons. It was the rule that on Good Friday in the afternoon, some learned man, by appointment of the bishop, should preach a sermon at Paul's Cross on the Passion. That on the 3 Easter holidays, on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, other learned men should preach in the forenoon at the Spittal Cross on the subject, resurrection, and that on Low Sunday another learned man should make rehearsal at Paul's Cross of these 4 sermons, either commending or reproving them. This was surely the one single function in the whole of Christendom in which one preacher was ever invited to criticize publicly the sermons of 4 other preachers. These sermons were of great antiquity. In the year 1398, Richard II made use of them for the publication or the confirming of certain statutes by the Pope. In 1439, Philip Malpass, sheriff, gave 20 shillings annually. In 1454, Stephen Forster gave £324.40 for the preachers. The house, in which the mayor and aldermen, with their wives, sat to hear the sermon at St. Mary's Spittal, was a kind of double gallery open in front. If the mayor and aldermen wore their violet cloaks on Good Friday, their scarlet on Monday and Tuesday at the Spittal, their violet on Wednesday, and their scarlet on Low Sunday, as Stowe says, the sermons of St. Mary's Spittal must have been very gorgeous and ceremonial functions. Chapter 18. St. Mary of Bethlehem. St. Mary of Bethlehem, from which we get the word Bedlam, was founded by Simon Fitzmary, sheriff, in 1247. The deed of gift is preserved among the archives of the Bethlehem Hospital. I'm indebted for the following copy to the Rev. E.G. O'Donoghue, chaplain to the hospital. The name of the principal witness, Peter Fitzalwyn, is probably a misreading of Peter Fitzallen. The preamble is omitted. The deed by which Simon Fitzmary conveyed his land in Bishopsgate to the Bishop of Bethlehem. By reason of my reverence for my Lord himself, and for the same his most tender mother, to the honour and glory also of my Lord Henry, the illustrious King of England, may the aforesaid Mother of God and her only begotten Son take his wife and children under their care and protection, to the benefit in manifold ways of the city of London, in which I was born, as well as for the salvation of my own soul, and of the souls of my ancestors and descendants, for the salvation of the souls of my parents and of my friends, and specially for the souls of Guy of Marlow, John Durant, Ralph Aswai, of Matilda, Marjorie, and Dionysia, their wives. I have given and granted, and by this present deed of charter have confirmed the gift to God and the Church of St. Mary of Bethlehem, all that land of mine which I had in the parish of St. Botolph without Bishopsgate, London, to wit, all that I had or might have there, in houses, gardens, orchards, fish ponds, ditches, marshes, and all other things appurtening thereto, as defined by their boundaries. These extend in length from the King's Highway in the east to that ditch on the west, which is called Depeditch, and in breadth to the land which belonged to Ralph Dunning on the north, and to the land of St. Botolph's Church on the south. To be held and retained as alms bestowed upon the aforesaid Church of 326 Bethlehem, free from all secular control, tax, or service for ever, and especially for the foundation of a priory there, and for the institution there of a prior, canons, and brothers, and of sisters as well, so soon as ever Jesus Christ shall have bestowed his grace upon it. These shall solemnly profess in the said place the rule and order of the said Church of Bethlehem, and shall in the same wear publicly upon their copes and mantles the badge of a star. And there shall be celebrated their divine services for the souls aforesaid, and for the souls of all the faithful dead. But in particular, this priory shall be founded to receive there the Bishop of Bethlehem, the canons, brothers, and legates for all time, so often as they shall come thither. Furthermore, to the intent that a church or oratory may be erected there, so soon as ever the Lord shall have poured out his grace upon it, under such conditions that the ordination, the institution, and the dismissal of the prior, canons, brothers, and sisters of the said place, together with the rights of visitation, correction, and reformation, shall forever belong to the Bishop of Bethlehem and his successors, and to the chapter of his church and of his legates, so often as they shall come thither, and shall be willing, and shall see that it is expedient to do so, without the contradiction and hindrance of anyone, save where there are appertaining to the said land the services due by the Lord Superior. And for the greater security of this gift, I have placed myself and mine outside the said property, and I have solemnly put in actual possession of it, and have handed over the possession of all things aforesaid to the Lord Godfrey, one of the prefects of the city of Rome, at this time Bishop-elect of Bethlehem, as by our Lord the Pope confirmed, and at this time actually in England, in his own name, and in that of his successors, and in the name of the chapter of the Church of Bethlehem. And he has received possession of the said property, and has entered upon it in the form prescribed. Now in token of subjection and reverence, the said place in Bishopsgate without in London shall pay annually in the said city 1 mark sterling on Easter day to the Bishop of Bethlehem, or his representative, on account of its property. And according as the property of the said place shall by the gift of God and more increase, in like manner the said place shall pay more in proportion to its income on the aforesaid date to its mother church of Bethlehem. This deed of gift, and the confirmation of the present charter of my foundation, I have on behalf of myself and of my heirs made secure and binding. In the year of our Lord, 1247, on the Wednesday after the feast of S. Luke the Evangelist. These being witnesses: Peter Fitzalwyn, then Mayor of London, and C. This is what the London Citizen, see Collections of a London Citizen, says of the house. A church of our Lady that wise namide Bedlam, and in that place ben found many men that ben fallen out of her wit, and full honestly they ben kept in that place, and some ben restored unto her wit and held again, and some ben abiding therein forever, for they ben full so moche out of himself, that hit ye uncurable unto man, and unto that place wise granted moche pardon, more than they of the place know. This priory continued for nearly 300 years, during which period it never obtained any popularity or any substantial increase to its revenues. On searching the calendar of wills, we find a few bequests left to the house until 1411. After this date, there is no more mention of the house. Then poverty fell upon it. It received permission to beg for alms, and the brethren, were there ever any sisters, as they died were not replaced, between the years 1411 and 1538, that is, for 127 years, there is a dead silence in the wills. We know that there was a chantry here for Lord Besant, who was a benefactor, and we know that Henry IV appointed in 1423 one Robert Dale, and in 1471 one Richard Sneath as prior or warden. The house was probably the most conspicuous case in London of a foundation of which only the shell was left. Its endowments gone, the special devotion of the founder to the Church of Bethlehem no longer understood, the respect for the sacred site of Bethlehem a thing decaying, and at last, the very brethren gone. At the dissolution 1 man was found in the house, the master, and he had left off wearing the habit of the order. Was he quite poor? Did he live alone in the place, wandering about the ghostly cloister, singing matins at midnight alone in the mouldering chapel, the roof of which was falling off, or cultivating the little garden beside the city ditch for vegetables and roots which formed most of his food? Strange life! Or were the revenues large enough to keep him in comfort with servants to attend upon him, so that he lived in semi-ecclesiastic guise? There is some obscurity about the conversion of the house into an asylum for persons of unsound mind. Stowe says that it became an asylum, but does not give the date. Newcourt says that sometime a king of England, which is vague, disliking the presence near the court of the lunatic asylum which stood at Charing Cross, ordered the removal of the inmates to Bethlehem, which would show that the place had fallen into decay some time before the dissolution. In the year 1523, one Stephen Jennings gave £40 towards the purchase of the patronage of the house, and the mayor took steps toward carrying out this object 328 when the dissolution happened, and the place, whose surrender value is not stated, went to the king, The mad people were turned adrift. One knows not where they went or how they fared. In 1546, however, the king gave the house to the city, and the mayor bought the patronage and houses and tenements belonging to it and replaced the lunatics. The church was taken down in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. It does not appear that the house had any property, because the patients were maintained by their friends, or if these were too poor, by a charge upon the parish. There was accommodation for 60 patients. 5 years after the king's gift, license was granted to John Whitehead, proctor of the house, to ask for alms in the dioceses of London, Ely, and Lincoln. Chapter 19. The Clares. The Abbey of St. Clare, which stood on the site of the church called Holy Trinity, Minories, was founded by Blanche d'Artois in 1293. The following genealogy sufficiently explains the connection of Blanche with this country and with London. Genealogical tree. A tabular version is available here. The house was founded in 1293 for the reception of certain nuns devoted to the service of God, St. Mary and St. Francis, expected shortly to arrive and to settle in this realm. The first nuns were Frenchwomen brought over by Blanche. They belonged to the order called Clares, their name being that of St. Clare, the foundress of the Franciscan nuns, who was canonized in 1253, 2 years after her death. They called themselves sorors minors, as their Franciscan friars were fratres minors. They were also called rich Clares, because they were allowed to possess endowments and lands, others of the same order being poor Clares, who subsisted entirely on the charity of the people. They were also called urbanists, because their rule had been revised by Pope Urban, and they were inclus, that is to say, forbidden, except by reason of pestilence, war, or fire, to go outside the convent walls. The endowments began with 3 tenements and 4 parcels of ground near, or upon, the site of the house, together with some houses in West Cheap, yielding £30 a year. Subsequent endowments included a large number of messuages, tenements, wharves, and shops in London and Whitechapel. It would be interesting to ascertain how much of London actually belonged to the religious houses. The infant convent received 3 bulls from Pope Boniface Roman VIII. In the first, he received the house, with all its buildings and property, under his own peculiar jurisdiction. In the second, he declared the house free from the jurisdiction of the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury. In the third, he pronounced the house inviolable, and ordered the Bishop of London to consecrate for the nuns all the church plate and sacred vessels. In the reign of Edward II, the king exempted the sisters, on account of their poverty, from all tallage payable to the crown for their lands and houses in London. In the reign of Edward III, they obtained a grant of 30 marks a year and another of 20 marks from private persons. They also obtained from Isabella, mother of Edward III, the advowsons of 3 churches on the condition of praying for the soul of the late king. Edward III also endowed them with lands and houses. The writer of a paper in Archaeology enumerates many gifts of messuages, etc., made to the sisters during the 250 years of their existence. In the calendar of wills between 1341 and 1519, I find 25 bequests to this house, of which all but 7 belong to the 14th century. A considerable mass of ruins of the convent house remained standing down to the end of the 18th century, when most of them were destroyed. In 1706, it was found that the north wall of the present Church of the Holy Trinity was part of the wall of the Sisters' Chapel. In 1793, in digging the foundations of a house in Haydon Square, a massive stone wall was discovered, certainly part of the house, as it formed the boundary of the parish. On the west side of the square, the houses in 1803 were part of the original building, the walls being of stone, even the partitions between the rooms. In 1797, a fire, which consumed many of the houses south of the church, from the Minories to Haydon Square, eastward, laid open the remains of a hall which seemed to be the refectory. Stowe has the following particulars concerning this house. The license for founding it bore date 21 EI to the Abbess of St. Clare without Aldgate. There was a charter granted 9 E Roman II, that the sisters minoresses without Aldgate should be quit of tallage on account of their lands and tenements in the city of London. In another charter 14 E Roman II, It is called the Abbey of the Minoresses of St. Mary of the Order of St. Clare without the walls of the city, in which charter are confirmed certain messes of theirs in the Vintry, in Wood Street, Lad Lane, Old Fish Street, and one mess and two shops in Lombard Street, Christ's Church Lane, and Cherbourg Lane, gotten of divers well-affected persons. What the charters and liberties of these minoresses were may be seen by the confirmation thereof in 1 HV and Anno 16 and 25 and 2 H4, which remain in the Tower records. The manor of Apeldercombe was granted to the prioress of the minoresses without Aldgate, 1 H Roman 4 and 22 H Roman 6. A mess called the Hertishorn in the parish of St. Mary Matfelon was granted to them by Nicholas Walsh, 7 E Roman 4. To all the rest let this be added, that this house was first erected to receive nuns that were to be brought over by Blanche, Queen of Navarre, wife to the above said Earl Edmund, and they were professed to serve God, the Blessed Virgin, and St. Francis, as appears by this charter of license, which the said Edmund obtained of the king his brother, the 21st of his reign. The house attracted and maintained the greatest respect of the citizens. This is shown by the bequests which were showered upon the sisterhood. These were continued far into the 15th century, long after the stream of benefactions had ceased for the other religious houses of London. It is also shown by the request of many ladies that they should be buried in the chapel of the nuns. Among them was Elizabeth, Duchess of Norfolk, who died in 1506, only 30 years before the dissolution. It has already been noticed in another place that there is nowhere to be found any scandal or suggestion of scandal concerning the religious women of the London houses. The house has no history. For 250 years the sisters carried on their quiet lives. They produced no saint. They enjoyed no ecstatic visions. They obeyed the rule with such modifications as were introduced from time to time. Their lives were monotonous, but they had their little distractions. One event alone is recorded of them, the plague of 1515, when within these walls alone 27 of the sisters were carried off, besides the lay sisters and the servants. At their dissolution, their income amounted to £318, 16.5. If we consider that the stipend of a chantry priest was no more than £6 or £7 a year, on which he could live, we may multiply this income by 10 at least, and we may conclude that the number of sisters, making allowance for the maintenance of the house, was not more than 30, and perhaps less, the tendency in the latter days, when there were few bequests, being to keep down the number of the sisterhood. Therefore they were well off. The Clares were not included in Cardinal Wolsey's first suppression of the smaller houses of 1528, nor in that of 1536. The abbess, however, Lady Elizabeth Savage, resigned her charge in 1538, the year before the final act was passed. For 2 years the place remained empty and deserted. In 1540, however, the king granted the house to the See of Bath and Wells for a London residence. The bishop at that time was John Clarke, a man whose share in the momentous events of the day has somehow been passed over by historians. He was born about the year 1480. He took the degrees of B.A. and M.A. at Cambridge. He studied law at Bologna. He took holy orders and received many benefices, including the mastership of the Maison Dieu at Dover. Since these preferments were scattered about in many counties, it is evident that he performed none of the duties. He was otherwise occupied. In 1519, he was sent by the king with a message to Louise of Savoy. He was made Archdeacon of Colchester, Dean of Windsor, Judge of the Court of the Star Chamber, and he was charged in 1521 with the presentation of King Henry's work against Luther. He remained 332 at Rome as the king's ambassador and the servant of Wolsey for 4 years. He was employed in an embassy to the court of France and was sent a second time to Rome. He returned with Cardinal Campeggio. By this time, he had been promoted to the bishopric of Bath and Wells. He did not long enjoy his London residence. In the same year in which he received the gift, he was sent on an embassy to the Duke of Cleves, and with his servants was poisoned. He came back to die in January 1541 and was buried in the chapel of the Clares. The house was once more taken over by the Crown, being exchanged by Bishop Barber for other property in 1548. Edward granted it to the Duke of Suffolk in 1552. It does not appear, however, that Lady Jane Grey, his daughter, was ever resident at the house of the Clares. The Duke was executed on the 23rd of February, 1554. We may believe that some of the old sanctity was still lingering about the chapel of the vanished nuns. There is some reason to believe that the head of the Duke was brought to the chapel and buried before the altar. In 1852, the then Earl of Dartmouth was inspecting the vaults under the modern church, where some of his ancestors are buried. He came upon something that might have been a basket full of sawdust. On examination, there was found to be a head well preserved, with the marks of decapitation on the neck. The features resembled those of the beheaded Duke, and it seems probable that either by his own request or by the pious care of a servant, the head was brought here to be laid in the Duke's own chapel, the former chapel of the Sorrows Minors in Cluse. After the accession of Queen Elizabeth, the precincts of the abbey remained, like many other precincts, a quiet place in whose close houses were built. The church was granted to the people of the place on the condition of their maintaining a minister for the parish, which occupied exactly the same site as the former abbey. It was a small parish, no more than 255 feet in length, facing the city wall. The old buildings were gradually pulled down, and the materials used for the new houses, but enough remained, even as late as the end of the 18th century, to form a picturesque collection of ruins. A fire in 1767 destroyed most of the buildings. As to the church, it became that of the Holy Trinity. It was repaired in 1618, in 1624, in 1636. It escaped the fire of London. But most unfortunately, it was taken down in 1740, with the exception of the north wall, and rebuilt a mean and poor little church, which will remain standing as a church house, while the parish, consisting of Haydon Green and little else, has been absorbed in that of St. Botolph Aldgate. The new church contains something of the old chapel, the font, the reredos, the pavement before the altar, the monuments which were put up on the north wall. The church plate is also rich and curious. The charities are very small, amounting to no more than £13 a year in all. The church was at one time, about the close of the 17th century 333, a favorite place for weddings. In 1697, there were 956. Sometimes there were 6, 8, or 10 weddings in one day. The reason seems to have been that the church claimed to be a peculiar and exempt from the visitation of the ordinary, therefore licenses were not required for this church any more than for St. James's, Duke Place, or the Fleet, or Mayfair. A Roman sarcophagus, discovered within this parish, is now preserved in the British Museum. The church is much richer in associations than would be expected from its outward appearance. There is a brass to Constance Lucy, one of the well-known Lucy family. There is the tomb of Sir John Pelham and his son. There are buried here the first Lord Dartmouth, son of Colonel William Legge, and 32 of his descendants. There is a portrait of Sir Isaac Newton, with the tradition that he once lived in Haydon Square and worshipped in this church. Miles Coverdale preached here as the historian of the church, Dr. Kins found, on 11 occasions. The tomb of Colonel William Legge, who lived in the abbey, bears his shield, on which are impaled the arms of the Washington family, with the stars and stripes which are the origin of the American flag. The connection of the Washingtons and the Legges is given by Dr. Kins in the following pedigree. Genealogical tree. A tabular version is available here. Chapter 20. St. Catherine's by the Tower. On the 30th day of October, in the year of grace 1825, there was gathered together a congregation to assist at the mournfulest service ever heard in any church. The place was the precinct of St. Catherine. The church was that known as St. Catherine's by the Tower, the most ancient and venerable church in the whole of East London, a city which now has but two ancient churches left, those of Bow and of Stepney, without counting the old Tower of Hackney. Suppose it was advertised that the last and the farewell service before the demolition of the abbey would be held at Westminster on a certain day, that after the service the old church would be pulled down, that some of the monuments 335 would be removed, the rest destroyed, that the bones of the illustrious dead would be carted away and scattered, and that the site would be occupied by warehouses used for commercial purposes. One can picture the frantic rage and despair with which the news would everywhere be received. One can imagine the stirring of the hearts of all those who in every part of the world inherit the Anglo-Saxon speech. One can hear the sobbing and the wailing which accompany the last anthem, the last sermon, the last prayer. B.T. Pouncey, De Lin et Sculp. The Gothic altarpiece in the Collegiate Church of St. Catherine, with the monuments of the Duke of Exeter and of the Hun. G. Montague. St. Catherine's by the Tower was the Abbey of East London, poor and small, certainly, compared with the Cathedral Church of the City and the Abbey of the West, but stately and ancient, endowed by half a dozen sovereigns, consecrated by the memory of 700 years, filled with the monuments of great men and small men buried within her walls, standing in her own precinct, with her own courts, spiritual and temporal, with her own judges and officers, surrounded by the claustral buildings belonging to master, brethren, sisters, and bardesswomen. The church and the hospital had long survived the intentions of the founders, yet as they stood, so situated, so ancient, so venerable, amid a dense population of rough sailors and sailor folk, with such enormous possibilities for good and useful work, sacred and secular, one is lost in wonder that the consent of Parliament, even for purposes of gain, could be obtained for their destruction. Yet St. Catherine's was destroyed. When the voice of the preacher died away, the destroyers began their work. They pulled down the church, they hacked up the monuments and dug up the bones. They destroyed the master's house and cut down the trees in his quiet orchard. They pulled down the brothers' houses round the little ancient square. They pulled down the row of sisters and the bardesswomen's houses. They swept the people out of the precinct and destroyed the streets. They pulled down the courts, spiritual and temporal, and opened the doors of the prison. They grubbed up the burying ground. With the bones and the dust of the dead and the rubbish of the foundations, they filled up the old reservoir of the Chelsea waterworks and enabled Mr. Cubitt to build Eccleston Square. When all was gone, they let the water into the big hole they had made and called it St. Catherine's Dock. All this done, they became aware of certain prickings of conscience. They had utterly demolished and swept away and destroyed a thing which could never be replaced. They were fain to do something to appease those prickings. They therefore stuck up a new chapel, which the architect called Gothic, with 6 neat houses in 2 rows, and a large house with a garden in Regent's Park, and this they called St. Catherine's. Sirs, they said 336, it is not true that we have destroyed that ancient foundation at all. We have only removed it to another place. Behold your St. Catherine S. Of course it is nothing of the kind. It is not St. Catherine S. It is a sham, a house of shams and shadows. The beginning of the hospital dates 740 years back, when Matilda, Stephen's queen, founded it for the purpose of having masses said for the repose of her 2 children, Baldwin and Matilda. She ordered that the hospital should consist of a master, brothers, sisters, and certain poor persons, probably the same as in the later foundation. She appointed the prior and canons of Holy Trinity to have perpetual custody of the hospital, and she reserved to herself and all succeeding queens of England the nomination of the master. Her grant was approved by the king, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the Pope. Shortly afterwards, William of Ypres bestowed the land of Edredeshed, afterwards called Queenhithe, on the Priory of Holy Trinity, subject to an annual payment of £20 to the Hospital of Catherine's by the Tower. This was the original foundation. It was not a charity, it was a religious house with a definite duty to pray for the souls of 2 children. It had no other charitable objects than belong to any religious foundation, viz. the giving of alms to the poor, nor was it intended as a church for the people. In those days there were no people outside the tower, save the inhabitants of a few scattered cottages along the river wall and the farmhouses of Stebenhuth, Stepney. It was simply founded for the benefit of 2 little princes' souls. The prior and canons of Holy Trinity without Aldgate continued to exercise some authority over the hospital, but apparently against the protests and grumblings of the St. Catherine's Society. It was, however, formally handed over to them 140 years later by Henry III. After his death, Queen Elena, for some reason now dimly intelligible, wanted to get the hospital into her own hands. The Bishop of London took it away from the priory and transferred it to her. Then, perhaps with the view of preventing any subsequent claim of the priory, she declared the hospital dissolved. Here ends the first chapter in the history of the hospital. The foundation for the souls of the two princes existed no longer, the children, no doubt, having been long since sung out of purgatory. Queen Elena, however, immediately refounded it. The hospital was, as before, to consist of a master, 3 brothers, 3 sisters, and bedeswomen. It was also provided that 6 poor scholars were to be fed and clothed, not educated. The Queen further provided that on November the 16th of every year, 12 pence each should be given to the poor scholars, and the same amount to 24 poor persons, and that on November the 20th, the anniversary of the King's death, 1,000 poor men should receive 1 halfpenny each. Here is the first introduction of a charity. The hospital is no longer an ecclesiastical foundation only, it maintains scholars and gives substantial alms. Who received these alms? Of course the people in the 337 neighborhood, if there were no inhabitants in the precinct, the poor of Portsoken ward. In either case, the charity would be local, a point of the greatest importance. Queen Elena also continued her predecessor's rule that the patronage of the hospital should remain in the hands of the queens of England forever. When there was no queen, then in the hands of the Queen Dowager, failing her, in those of the king. This rule still obtains. The Queen appoints the master, brothers, and sisters of the House of Shams in Regent's Park, just as her predecessors appointed those of St. Catherine's by the Tower. Queen Elena was followed by other royal benefactors. Edward II, for example, gave the rectory of St. Peter's in Northampton. Queen Philippa, who, like Elena, regarded the place with a special affection, endowed it with the manor of Upchurch in Kent and that of Queenberry in Hertfordshire. She also founded a chantry with £10 a year for a chaplain. Edward III founded another chantry in honour of Philippa, with a charge of £10 a year upon the Hanaper office. He also conferred upon it the right of cutting wood for fuel in the forest of Essex. Richard II gave it the manor of Rishindine in Sheppey and 120 acres of land in Minster. Henry VI gave it the manors of Chessingbury in Wiltshire and Quasley in Hants. He also granted a charter with the privilege of holding a fair. Lastly, Henry VIII founded, in connection with St. Catherine's by the Tower, the Guild of St. Barbara, consisting of a master, 3 wardens, and a great number of members, among whom were Cardinal Wolsey, the Duke and Duchess of Norfolk, the Duke and Duchess of Buckingham, the Earl and Countess of Shrewsbury, and the Earl and Countess of Northumberland, with other great and illustrious persons. This is a goodly list of benefactors. It is evident that St. Catherine's was a foundation regarded by the kings and queens of England with great favour. Other benefactors it had, notably John Holland, Duke of Exeter, Lord High Admiral and Constable of the Tower, himself of royal descent. He was buried in the church with his 2 wives and bequeathed to the hospital the manor of Much Gaddesden. He also gave it a cup of beryl, garnished with gold, pearls, and precious stones, and a chalice of gold for the celebration of the Holy Sacrament. In the year 1546, all the lands belonging to the hospital were transferred to the Crown. At this time, the whole revenue of the hospital was £364, 12.6, and the expenditure was £210, 6.5, the difference being the value of the mastership. The master at the dissolution was Gilbert Latham, a priest, and the brothers were 5 in number, namely, the original 3 and the 2 priests for the chantries. 4 of the 5 had for his stipend meat and drink by year the sum of £8, which is 5 farthing a day. The other had £9, which is 6 a day. It would be interesting, by comparison of prices, to ascertain how much could be 338 purchased with 6 a day. The 3 sisters had also £8 a year, and the bedeswomen had each £2 5 shillings and 6 a year. There were 6 scholars at £4 a year each for their meat, drink, clothes, and other necessaries, and there were 4 servants, a steward, a butler, a cook, and an undercook, who cost £5 a year each. There were 2 gardens and a yard or court, namely, the square, bounded by the houses of the brothers and the church. This marks the closing of the 2nd chapter in the history of the hospital. With the cessation of saying masses for the dead, its religious character expired. There remained only the services in the church for the inhabitants of the precinct in the time of Henry VIII. The only use of the hospital was now as a charity. Fortunately, the place was not, like the Priory of the Holy Trinity, granted to courtier, otherwise it would have been swept away just as that priory or that of Elsing Spittal was swept away. It continued after a while to carry on its existence, but with changes. It was secularized. The masters for 150 years, not counting the interval of Queen Mary's reign, were laymen. The brothers were generally laymen. The first master of the third period was Sir Thomas Seymour. He was succeeded by Sir Francis Fleming, Lieutenant General of the King's Ordnance. Fleming was deprived by Queen Mary, who appointed one Francis Mallet, a priest, in his place. Queen Elizabeth dispossessed Mallet and appointed Thomas Wilson, a layman and a doctor at laws. During his mastership, there were no brothers and only a few sisters or bedeswomen. The hospital then became a rich sinecure. Among the masters were Sir Julius Caesar, Master of the Rolls, Sir Robert Acton, Doctor Cox, 3 Montague brothers, Walter, Henry, and George, Lord Brouncker, the Earl of Feversham, Sir Henry Newton, Judge of the High Court of Admiralty, the Hun, George Berkeley, and Sir James Butler. The brothers had been re-established. Their names are enumerated by Duquesne. 1 or 2 of them were clerks in orders, but all the rest were laymen. They still received the old stipend of £8 a year, with a small house. As for the rest of the greatly increased income, it went to the master after the manner common to all the old charities. During the latter half of the 16th and the whole of the 17th century, St. Catherine's by the Tower consisted of a beautiful old church, standing with its buildings clustered round it. A master's house rich in carved and ancient woodwork, with its gardens and orchards, its houses for the brothers, sisters, and bedeswomen, each of whom continued to receive the same salary as that ordained by Queen Elena. Service was held in the church for the inhabitants of the precinct, but the hospital was wholly secular. The master devoured by far the greater part of the revenue, and the almspeople, brothers, sisters, and bedeswomen, had no duties to perform of any kind. In the year 1698 the 3rd chapter in the life of the hospital, was closed. The Lord Chancellor, Lord Somers, held in that year a visitation of the hospital, the result of which is interesting because it shows, first, a lingering of the old ecclesiastical traditions, and next, the sense that something useful ought to be done with the income of the hospital. It was therefore ordered in the new regulations provided by the Chancellor that the brothers should be in holy orders, and that a school of 35 boys and 15 girls should be maintained by the hospital. It does not appear that any duties were expected of the brothers. Like the fellows of colleges at Oxford and Cambridge, they were all to be in priests' orders, and for exactly the same reason, because at the original foundation of the colleges, as well as of the hospital, the fellows were all priests. As for the master, he remained a layman. This new order of things, therefore, raised the position of the brothers and gave a new dignity to the hospital. Further, the school, as well as the bedeswomen, defined its position as a charity. It still fell far, very far short of what it might have been, but it was not, between the years 1698 and 1825, quite so useless as before. A plan of the precinct, with drawings of the church, within and without, and of the monuments in the church, may be found in license. The obscurity of the hospital and the neglect into which it fell during the 18th century are shown by the small attention paid to it in the books on London of the 18th century and the early years of the last century. The hospital buildings consisted of a square, of which the north side was occupied by the master's house, with a large garden behind, and the master's orchard between his garden and the river. On the east and west sides were the brothers' houses, and on the south side of the square was the church and the chapter house. On the east of the church was the burying ground. South of the church was the sisters' close, with the houses occupied by the sisters and the bedeswomen. The old brothers' houses were taken down and rebuilt about the year 1755, and the master's house, an ancient building full of carved timber work, had also been taken down, so that in the year 1825, when the hospital was finally destroyed, the only venerable building standing in the precinct was the church itself. To look at the drawings of this old church, and to think of the loving care with which it would have been treated had it been allowed to stand till this day, and then to consider the Gothic edifice in Regent's Park, is indeed saddening. The church consisted of the nave and chancel, with 2 aisles built by Bishop Beckington, formerly the master. The east window, 30 feet high and 25 wide, had once been most beautiful when its windows were stained. The tracery was still fine. A St. Catherine's wheel occupied the highest part, and beneath it was a rose. But none of the windows had preserved their painted glass, so that the general effect of the interior must have been cold. The carved wood of the stalls and the great pulpit presented by Sir Julius Caesar may still be seen in the Regent's Park Chapel, where are also some of the monuments. Of these, the church was full. The finest, now in Regent's Park, was that of John Holland, Duke of Exeter, and his 2 wives. There was one of the Hun. George Montague, master of the hospital, who died in the year 1681. And there was the monument with kneeling figures of one Cutting and his wife, with his coat of arms. The seats of the stalls are curiously carved, as is often found, with grotesque figures: human birds, monkeys, lions, boys riding hogs, angels playing bagpipes, beasts with human heads, pelicans feeding their young, and the devil with hoof and horns carrying off a brace of souls. There was more than the customary wealth of epitaphs. Thus, on the tablet to the memory of the daughter of one of the brothers was written, "Thus we by want, more than by having, learn the worth of things in which we claim concern." On that of William Cutting, a benefactor to Gonville and Caius, Cambridge, is written, "Not dead, if good deeds could keep men alive, nor all dead, since good deeds do men revive. Gonville and Caius his good deeds may a record, and will, no doubt, him praise therefore afford." On the tablet of Charles Stamford, clergyman, "Mil modis morimer mortals, nascimer uno. Sunt hominum morbi mil sed unisalis." And to the memory of Robert Beadles, Freemason, one of His Majesty's gunners of the Tower, who died in the year 1683. He now rests quiet in his grave secure, where still the noise of guns he can endure. His martial soul is doubtless now at rest, who in his lifetime was so oft oppressed with care and fears and strange cross acts of late, but now is happy and in glorious state. The blustering storm of life with him is o'er, and he is landed on that happy shore, where 'tis that he can hope and fear no more. There they lay buried, the good people of St. Catherine's precinct. They belong to all trades, but chiefly to those which necessitate going down to the sea in ships. On the list of names are those of half a dozen captains, one of them captain of HMS Monmouth, who died in the year 1706, aged 31 years. There are the names of lieutenants. There are those of sailmakers and gunners. There is a sergeant of admiralty, a moneyer of the Tower, a weaver, a citizen and stationer, a Dutchman who fell overboard and was drowned, a surveyor and collector. All the trades and callings that would gather together in this little riverside district, separated and cut off from the rest of London. Among the people who lived here were the descendants of them who came away with the English on the taking of Calais, Guisnes, and Hames. They settled in a street called Hames and Guisnes, 341 Lane, corrupted into hangman's gains. A census taken in the reign of Queen Elizabeth showed that of those resident in the precinct 328 were Dutch, 8 were Danes, 5 were Pollanders, 69 were French, all hatmakers, 2 Spanish, 1 Italian, and 12 Scotch. Verstegen, the antiquary, was born here, and here lived Raymond Lully. During the last century, the precinct came to be inhabited almost entirely by sailors, belonging to every nation and every religion under the sun. This was the place which it was permitted to certain promoters of a dark company to destroy utterly. A place with a history of 700 years, which might, had its ecclesiastical character been preserved and developed, have been converted into a cathedral for East London, or, if its secular character had been maintained, might have become a noble centre of all kinds of useful work for the great chaotic city of East London. They suffered it to be destroyed. It has been destroyed for 60 years. As for calling the place in Regent's Park St. Catherine's Hospital, that, I repeat, is absurd. There is no longer a St. Catherine's Hospital. Chapter 21. Crutched Friars. The order of crutched, or crossed, friars, Brethren Crucifer, was instituted in the 12th century. Some came over to England towards the end of the 13th century. 2 London citizens, Ralph Hoster and William Sabins, being greatly attracted by the sanctity of the friars, took for them 3 tenements at an annual rent of 13s, 4d, of the Holy Trinity Priory, and for themselves either entered the order or took up the fraternity of the order. 20 years later, the community had obtained enough money to enable them to buy other houses of the same priory and to build a convent for themselves. The site was a piece of ground lying east of Seething Lane. The friars carried in their hands a cross and were also distinguished by wearing a cross of red cloth on their backs. The house, unlike other friaries, seems to have held certain lands in Suffolk and certain houses in the city. Perhaps lands and houses were only endowments of an obit or an annual remembrance for the donor and his family. Like all the friaries, this house was always poor. At the surrender it was valued at no more than £52, 13. 4 Stowe cannot enumerate more than 20 worthies of London who were buried here. Of these the most important was Sir John Milbourne, who founded almshouses in the year 1521 for 13 bedesmen, who were bound every day to attend the 8 o'clock Mass at Our Lady's altar, founded by Sir John Milbourne, there to pray for their benefactor's soul. The will of the founder illustrates the change which had fallen upon men's minds. Milbourne had not got beyond the belief in masses and prayers for the dead, but he had got beyond the belief in the perfunctory service of a chantry priest. He would keep poor men past work from want. This would be a more meritorious work than the endowment of a priest who should have nothing in the world to do except to say a daily mass. The prayers of a bedesman ought to be at least as efficacious as those of a paid chantry priest. The crutched friars surrendered in 1539. Their house and estates were valued at £52, 13, 4, as stated above. The church and buildings were pulled down, a carpenter's shop with a tennis court and other places were built upon its site. The hall was turned into a glass house, and 35 years after the dissolution 343 was burned down. There were thus no remains or ruins of the house left at all, unless it were vaults or crypts. On its site were erected later on the Navy House, Pepys's Navy House, and at the present day an open court, once probably the site of the cloister of the Brethren Crucifer, may still be seen. It now belongs to some railway company. First, a cloister of friars, then a glass house and tennis court, next a navy office, and lastly, receiving house for a railway. Here is a sequence of uses which Sir John Milbourne would hardly be able to foresee. After the dissolution, the place appears to have attracted many persons as a residence, presumably from the quiet that still lingered about the precinct. Here Dr. Turner had his botanical garden, one cannot doubt, on the site of the monastic garden. He dedicated his book, The New Herbal, 1568, to Queen Elizabeth, From My House at London in the Crossed Friars. Dr. White Kennet, minister of St. Botolph, Aldgate, 1699–1728, lived in Crutchet Friars, and Pepys's diary is, of course, filled with references to the Navy Office, Crutched Friars. Chapter 22. Austin Friars. The House of Austin Friars, i.e. of Friars Eremites of the Order of St. Augustine, was founded in the year 1253 by Humphrey Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Essex, to the honor of God and the Blessed Mother, the Virgin, and for the health of the souls of himself, his ancestors, and his descendants. The house was enriched in 1344 by the munificence of Reginald Cobham, and in the year 1354 the great-grandson of the founder built the church, of which a portion of the nave still remains. This church, one of the noblest in London, possessed a spire or flèche, which, like that of the Sainte-Chapelle of Paris, was the pride and admiration of the whole city. Like all the churches of the friaries, it was for many years esteemed a specially holy place for burial. Among those whose dust lies in this spot are Edmund, first son of Joan the Fair, mother of Richard II, Humphrey Bohun, the founder, Richard, Earl of Arundel, Surrey and Warren, Sir Francis Courtenay, the Earl of Pembroke, John de Vere, Earl of Oxford, beheaded 1463, Edward, Duke of Buckingham, beheaded 1521, many of the barons slain at Barnet Field, and a long list of noble knights and dames besides. The Austin Friars came over here in the year 1251. They found a welcome not only in London, but elsewhere. They had, for instance, houses at Oxford and many other places. The Augustines turned out many scholars, among them the principal opponent of Wycliffe. The order, in fact, unlike that of St. Francis, was one which professed to cultivate learning. The monastic dress of an Austin friar was a long black gown with broad sleeves and a fine cloth hood, a white habit and scapulary, with a black leathern belt buckled with ivory. This was never a rich house, but it always retained a certain steady reputation, not only as a center of learning and letters, but also for a more scrupulous enforcement of discipline than was found among several other branches. Austin Friars was essentially a London house, yet it was never so popular as many other houses. It appears by an examination of the London wills that the Austin Friars were not so much regarded by the citizens as, for instance, the Grey Friars, or even as some of the smaller houses such as Elsing Spittal. It was customary with wealthy and pious persons to leave money to all the orders 345 of friars in the city, and even to every friar individually. The Augustine Brotherhood are not, it is true, omitted in these pious gifts, but there are few bequests of any value. A tenement is named, here and there, certain houses to be sold and divided between the Augustine friars and others. There is occasionally a gift of wax or some such small matter. One will in connection with this house is noticeable. It is that of William Calley, draper, dated 1515. He leaves to the Honourable Company of Drapers and to their successors certain tenements in the parish of St. Margaret Lothbury, so that the said company shall keep an obit within the Freer Augustines of London for the benefit of his soul, for the soul of Maud his wife, and others named, the bequest being also charged with certain charitable gifts. The company and wardens of the craft are to attend the said obit, and afterwards to take such refection and repast as the said Freers ordain and prepare. And, by a codicil, William Calley wishes to be buried in the Church of the Augustines, a privilege for which substantial fees were exacted by the brethren. The Church of Austin Friars. Drawn and engraved by John Coney. The references to this house are not voluminous, nor are they of very great importance. A paper on the church by Mr. G. H. Birch has been published in the St. Paul's Eccles. Soch, Vol. I. Its piers, he points out, are perpendicular, its windows late decorated, the arcades built probably in the latter part of the 15th–346 century, and the nave wider than that of any English cathedral except, perhaps, Chichester. The roof, before the fire of 1862, was a wagon roof with the beams belonging to the same date as the arcades. It may be noted that in the construction of their own church, the friars had to destroy the ancient parish church of St. Olave, Broad Street, but they built on a site adjoining the church of St. Peter le Poor, a parish church in its place. The house had 4 seals, one of the 13th century, 2 of the 14th, and 1 of the 15th. The seal of the Prior General of the Order contains a figure of St. Catherine, crowned and holding a wheel. In the year 1895, the demolition of certain houses on the north of the church brought to light what appeared to be the remains of the cloister, together with bosses, on one of which was represented, apparently, a female figure carrying a wheel. A paper on this discovery was communicated by Mr. Alan Walker to the builder Feb. 29 App. 4 1896. See also Mid and Hertz. N and Q Roman 2, pp. 86–136. A good many references to this house belong to the period immediately following the dissolution. There is the petition of St. Peter le Poor against the destruction of the Fletch. L and Mid. I Roman 2, 17. On the surrender of Austin Friars, its revenues were valued at £57.0. For the brethren, of whom there were no more than 13, subscribed to the acknowledgement of the royal supremacy in 1534. They were finally dispersed on the 12th of November 1549. Although the revenues of the house were then esteemed at so small a sum, we must remember that the friars did not profess to hold property. They were supposed to live on the alms of the people. George Brown, one of those who signed the acknowledgement, was made Archbishop of Dublin. The rest received small pensions. The site was granted in portions to Sir Thomas Wriothesley, to Sir W. Paulet, afterwards Marquis of Winchester, and to Sir Richard Rich. On the site of the house and the cloister, Winchester House was built. The splendid monuments of the church were broken up, and the materials sold and carried away in cartloads for the sum of £100 in all. A lovely spire was taken down in spite of the vehement protests of the mayor. The chancel and the transepts were destroyed, and only the nave was left, and in part stands to this day. Some 30 years ago this fragment was greatly injured by fire, but was restored after a fashion, and at the present day, with its scanty congregation of Dutch, by which congregation it has been used ever since the suppression, it allows the visitor to understand of how large and spacious a church it formed a portion. In Wingard's map and in Augus's map, see End of London in the time of the Tudors, there is a rude sketch of this house as it stood before the suppression or immediately afterwards. In both, there is a manifest indication for the position of the cloisters. They stood on the north of the church, the transept and the north 347 wall of the nave serving for two sides. The transept has long since gone, and on the site stand modern houses. In the wall of one of these was found some years ago a stone arch. This was noted by some antiquary, but nothing more was done. In February 1896, however, during the demolition of this house, the arch was found again, and before it was taken down, its place was marked, and it was photographed, together with certain carved stones lying in the ground. There is very little doubt from its position that this arch was an entrance, perhaps from the prior's house, to the eastern cloister. Chapter 23. Grey Friars. Arms of Sir R. Whittington, Grey Friars, now Christ's Hospital. In the year 1224, being the 8th year of King Henry III, there arrived at Dover a small company of 9 religious, being brethren of the Fratres Minors, the Franciscan order, not yet known in this country. 5 of these were priests, the remaining 4 were laymen. They pushed on without delay as far as Canterbury, where they halted and begged permission to begin their missionary work in that city. They were allotted a room in which they slept at night, and in the daytime they used it as a school. After a little, it was resolved to attempt the foundation of a branch in London. Therefore, while the priests remained at Canterbury, the laymen were sent to London to look about them. They first lodged for a fortnight with the preaching friars in Holborn. They then hired a house in Cornhill of John Travers, one of the sheriffs, where they built, presumably in the garden, rude cells of wattle and clay, and began their preaching and ministration among the poor of the city. Very quickly it became noised abroad that a new and saintly order of religion had arrived in the country, that its followers were absolutely unlike all other religious, that their austerity, the strictness of their rule, their earnestness, their eloquence, their poverty, for they owned nothing, absolutely nothing, not even church furniture, and lived on alms, simply on whatever was bestowed upon them by the charitable, were things never before known among men, and that their lives were spent not in prayers and litanies, but in work among the dregs of the people, that none were too base, too low, too degraded, too loathsome by disease for the offices of these good friars. The impression produced by this phenomenon was only strengthened when John 349 Ewan Mercer bought a piece of ground in the parish of St. Nicholas Shambles and gave it to the brethren for their use, on which they might build a house and church. Then all the citizens began to vie with each other in making splendid gifts to the church of these Franciscans. For themselves they took nothing, save, as before, the broken victuals and crusts given them by the charitable. William Joyner, Mayor, built the choir. Henry Whaley's Mayor built the nave. Walter Potter, Alderman, built the chapter house. Thomas Filcham built the vestry house. Gregory Rokesley, Mayor, built the dormitories and furnished them. Bartholomew of the Castle built the refectory. Peter de Hayland built the study. Richard Whittington, Mayor, founded the library. Nor was the support of the Franciscans limited to the citizens. Queens, princesses, and great lords helped to endow the house and to make these poor mendicants rich. Queen Margaret, Queen Isabel, Queen Philippa, the Earls of Gloucester, Richmond, and Pembroke, the Countesses of Pembroke and Norfolk, all gave money, plate, lands, or buildings to the friars. One queen thought the choir ought to be more splendid, and rebuilt it. Another thought the nave ought to be more splendid, and rebuilt it. No gift could be too lavish, no buildings too costly for religious men so truly and unfeignedly 350 religious. In our eyes, it is pathetic to observe the hope and confidence always ready to be renewed, always doomed to disappointment, with which the people turned from one professedly ascetic order, which, alas, had fallen from its first profession and had now become rich, fat, and lazy, to another beginning with the best intentions, itself destined before long to fall off from the early zeal and the first austerities. Who could retain the pristine austerity when all these gifts came pouring in, when the broken victuals became a steady shower of all the good things that the earth had to give, and the despised and poverty-stricken brothers, lean, hungry, hollow-eyed, filled with the fever of faith and zeal, had become transformed into the sleek and comfortable friars of whom all men spoke well. Christ's Hospital from the cloisters. Their church was 300 feet long, 89 feet wide, and 64 feet 2 inches high. It contained an immense number of monuments, because the ground was supposed to be the holiest in all London. Here were buried Margaret, daughter of Philip, King of France, and second wife of Edward I, Isabel, daughter of Philip le Bel of France, and wife of Edward II, with her, the heart of the husband whom she had betrayed, Joan of the Tower, daughter of Edward II, and wife of Edward Bruce, King of Scotland. Lady Isabel Fitzwarren, Isabel, Countess of Bedford, daughter of Edward III, Eleanor, Duchess of Brittany, Beatrice, Duchess of Brittany, Eleanor, Duchess of Buckingham, Lady de Lisle, the Countess of Devon, Margaret, Duchess of Norfolk, Eleanor, Duchess of Northumberland, and an immense number of great and noble persons. Had the church with all its monuments survived, there would have been no church in the country, or, perhaps, in any other country, more crowded with names of personal and historical interest. Of London worthies, we find the gallant John Philpot, once mayor, Nicholas Brember, also mayor, who finished his career with a traitor's death, John Geyser's sometime mayor, many of the Blunts, Lords Mountjay, who married into London families. The wife of Edward Blunt, Lord Mountjay, was the widow of one mayor and the daughter of another. William Blunt, Lord Mountjay, married the daughter of Henry Keble, Mercer. There were a vast number besides, some of whom are enumerated by Stowe, who tells us that the church had 10 great tombs of alabaster and marble. He means tombs with chapels and carved work. Of less costly tombs there were some score. In the dissolution, all the glorious marble and alabaster work was sold for £50 or thereabouts by Sir Martin Bower, goldsmith. The revenue of the house was no more than £32, tens. Ye Plat of ye Grey Friars, A.D. 1617. From an unpublished drawing preserved at St. Bartholomew's Hospital. A larger image is available here. An examination of those London wills, Sharp's Calendar of Wills, which contain any mention of the Grey Friars, shows that out of 53 nearly all are bequests of money for a trental of masses, for a dierige and a placebo in the church, for masses, for prayers. In some cases a charity is founded. In many the testator wishes to be buried. In the church, in a great many cases money is 352 left to all the orders of friars in the city, which are sometimes named, but generally not. I have elsewhere called attention to the remarkable fact that the stream of bequests and legacies to the religious houses becomes narrowed early in the 15th century and dries up altogether before the end. The extent of the Grey Friars monastery can be traced by considering the present site of Christ's Hospital. The school, unable to extend itself on the east, west, or north, spread out beyond the wall, which was at this point taken down soon after the foundation of the school. The monastery, therefore, was bounded on the north side by the wall, on the east by King Edward Street, formerly Butcher's Hall Lane, and by Old Stinking Lane, on the west by the Wall and Newgate, and on the south by Newgate Street. It occupied, that is to say, a corner of the city of irregular shape, being 600 feet from east to west, 300 feet at its greatest breadth from north to south, and 80 feet, or perhaps 100, at its least breadth, an area, that is, of about 45,000 square feet. The cloisters, in which lie buried a considerable multitude of London citizens, were asphalted and used for the boys' playing field. Some fragments of the old building still remain. As for the old monastery, it has entirely perished, church, cloisters, everything in the fire of 1666. The monuments, we know, had gone long before. While I write, the place itself is doomed. The spirit of barbarous vandalism has seized upon the school. Before long, the school which, for 300 years, has been the object of so much pride and affection among the citizens, will exist no longer. Another school, a new school not the same, will be called by the name, and will be found somewhere in the country, and the Bluecoat School, with all its memories of Grecians, and of the young King Edward, and of the Grey Friars, will be swept away and blotted out. It is pitiful, it is wonderful that such things should be possible. A plan of Grey Friars in the year 1617, when the old buildings were not yet all destroyed, and the plan of the house could still be made out, is preserved in Bartholomew's Hospital, and has been reproduced by the London and Mid. Archaeological Society, Vol. VP 420. It shows that the north side of Newgate Street consisted of a row of tenements belonging to the Goldsmiths' Company, the Bridge House and St. Bartholomew S. Behind the tenements and south of the wall lay the precinct of Grey Friars. The church, with its middle and two side aisles, its great west window, its high roof and its clerestory, might be redrawn from the sketch in the plan. The great and little cloisters are still standing with the old courts and gardens, the brewhouse and the bakehouse, the mill and the great and small gates. The wall running along the north side is pierced by a gate connecting the precinct with Smithfield, and the wall of the precinct running along the east side is Stinking Lane. There is not much that is important in the Ms. notes referring to this house. In 1340, a great storm battered to the ground part of the church, especially the west end. In 1360, we find certain persons, after murdering the porter of Newgate Prison, taking sanctuary in the Grey Friars Church. This points to flight and pursuit, since the sanctuary of St. Martin's-le-Grand, a much safer place, was only a few minutes' run down the street. At the time of the dissolution, as has already been stated, the condition and reputation of the friars were as bad as they could be. Their buildings were falling into ruin. They were selling their gold and silver vessels and the lead off their roofs. The Franciscans of London had dwindled down to 15 only when the house surrendered. The head of the house alone of his order received a pension. For a time, the place served as a storehouse for all kinds of things, especially merchandise taken from the French. In the first year of Edward VI, all the tombs, altars, stalls, walks of the choir, and altars in the church were pulled up and sold, of course, as so much marble and stone in the rough. When the house was given to the city, there are enumerated the fratry, the library, the daughter, the chapter house, the great cloister, the little cloister, and the chambers and buildings which had been in the recent occupancy of certain persons named. Some of the buildings which escaped the Great Fire were still standing at the end of the 18th century. The south side of the cloisters was not yet swept away. On the north side, some of the walls and windows of Whittington's library were standing. The western walk of the cloister was under the Great Hall, which, with Whittington's buildings, were pulled down in 1827. Chapter 24. The Dominicans. The Dominicans, or Black Friars, came over to England with their prior, Gilbert de Fraccinto, in the year 1221. There were 13 of them in company. They were at first received by Stephen Langton, Archbishop of Canterbury, who invited the prior to preach, and being greatly pleased with his discourse, became the patron of the order in England. Their first quarters were in Holborn on the south side, part of the site of Lincoln's Inn. Here they built a house and church, and their gates opened upon Holborn on the west side of Chancery Lane. They remained here for more than 50 years, when in 1276, Gregory de Rokesley, the mayor, granted the Archbishop of Canterbury permission to stop up certain lanes adjoining Castle Baynard and Montfichet. This was for the purpose of enabling the Dominicans to build a new house on the foreshore or banks of the River Fleet without the wall of the city. The friars, however, were permitted to take down the wall between Ludgate Hill and the river, and to use the stones of Montfichet Castle for their new buildings. The king ordered the city at the same time to build a new wall along the side of Ludgate Hill, and so south along the bank of the Fleet to the Thames. Of their first house little is known. There was once a convocation of their order held there, attended by 400 friars to confer on their own affairs. It is reported that the assemblage was entertained on one day by the king, on the next by the queen, and on other days by the Bishop of London and the abbots of St. Albans, Waltham, and Westminster. If we consider the buildings of the second house, we shall find ourselves assisted to a certain extent by the disposition of the courts and lanes at the present moment. Thus, the boundaries of the precinct are those of the present parish of St. Anne. It is therefore proved that the friars began by taking down the old wall of the city between Ludgate Hill and the river, in order to build over that part of their precinct which came to them on the other side of the wall. Again, since the site of a burial ground within a city is almost always ancient, we may conclude that any burial ground now within the parish was formerly within the precinct. And if we have the measurements of the church, we may 355 lay it down accurately, provided we have a single angle or corner with which to start. Now the burial ground of St. Anne's still remains untouched. Its length from east to west is about 60 feet. The Church of the Friars was 220 feet long and 66 feet broad. It probably consisted of chancel and nave or antechapel without transepts. The cloister was a square of 110 feet. The chapter house on the west was 44 feet by 22 feet. If the chancel was 60 feet long, which is a very fair proportion, it just fits in south of the present burial ground, while the block of buildings looking upon Church Court corresponds with the breadth of the church. Laying down the church, therefore, with these data, we find the cloister also fits in with its square of 110 feet, now partly occupied by the court of the Apothecaries' Hall. Blackfriars Priory. From an old painting in the Guildhall Museum. The rest of the buildings, the dormitories, the chapter house, the refectory, the great hall, the misericordia, were all contained in the square of the northwest angle. To place them lower down below the church and cloisters would be to ruin the effect of the group of buildings from the river, a thing abhorrent to the medieval mind. The lower space, representing an area of more than 3 acres, was doubtless filled up with gardens, orchards, and offices. In appearance, the house was said to resemble a fortress, because it had the battlements and towers of the city wall on 2 sides. See Appendix Roman 9. If for many generations the Franciscans were of all the religious the most 356 loved, their rivals, the Black Friars, who were considered the most stalwart defenders of the faith, were the most respected for their learning. Even when the people threatened to destroy their house, in consequence of their arrogance, they still retained the general respect for learning. Their precinct was a sanctuary, so also was that of the Grey Friars. Their strong rooms and treasure houses were used for the storing of the national records, acts, and charters. They numbered among their body the greatest scholars, theologians, and jurists. Their hall was used for the meeting of Parliament, and their church for the hearing of great cases. In the year 1382, for instance, Archbishop Courtenay held in the Blackfriars Church his court for the condemnation of Wycliffe's opinions, and here was held from day to day, and from week to week, the great trial before Cardinals Campeggio and Wolsey concerning the divorce of Queen Catherine. In the hall of the Dominicans was assembled one of the parliaments of Henry VI. Here was commenced the so-called Black Parliament of Henry VIII. There are many other historical notes connected with this order in London. Here are 1 or 2 of the more important. In 1258, the king gave orders that the Dominicans were to have at their desire freestone for making carved statues in stone and a pedestal for the statue of the Virgin, laid for their aqueduct and other materials for the forwarding of their work. Obviously, therefore, they were engaged in building at their old house. In 1326, when the Queen and her son issued letters to the citizens of London exhorting them to aid in destroying the enemies of the country, and Hugh le Despencer in especial, it was at the house of the friars preachers that the mayor and aldermen received the commonalty in conference. A little later occurs the very curious story, Cron of mayors and sheriffs, 267, of the removal of Edward II to Berkeley Castle for fear that he might be carried off by the abetting and procurement of a brother Thomas Dunheved, a Dominican, who, with many others of that order, conspired with him. This brother Thomas had been sent to the Pope from Edward to pray for a divorce from Isabel. He now raised a body of men in the king's service, was unsuccessful, was taken prisoner, confined in Pontefract Castle, and was killed while endeavoring to escape. There were evidently 2 parties among the preaching friars. Later on we hear of a quarrel between the Duke of York and the Duke of Somerset, and of the spoiling of the goods of the latter by the people of the former at the friars' preachers. A column of the whole of Blackfriars Priory, discovered in course of excavations, now at St. Dominic's Priory, Hampstead. The place was also one at which royal and distinguished persons were entertained. The Dominicans, for instance, received Charles V of Spain on his visit to Henry VIII. It was in the hall, called the Parliament Chamber, that Wolsey was found guilty on a PR immunere. The brethren, of course, took no part in these functions, but the fact that they were held in their house proves the 357 position which they occupied. They did not, being mendicants and without property entertain royal persons at their own charges. The sentence on Walsey was the last event of importance connected with the Black Friars. Within a very few years after the holding of that court, the proud Dominicans were turned into the street. Their whole property consisted of a few houses within the precinct, which were valued at an annual rental of £104, 15/4, so that, like the Franciscans, they remained actually mendicant to the very end. The respect in which these friars were held, especially by the better sort, is shown by the list of great people buried in their church. Among the names we find those of Margaret, Queen of Scots, Hubert de Burgh, Earl of Kent, the children of the Earl of Arundel, Queen Elena, wife of Edward I, whose heart lay here, the Earls of March and Hereford, 358 the Duchess of Exeter, and many more. The house was surrendered in 1539. It does not appear that anything was done with it in the lifetime of Henry VIII. Very possibly he kept the place as convenient for holding parliaments on occasion. It was also, and had been, at least since the time of Edward II, a house where records and charters were kept. Edward VI granted the hall and the site of the prior's house to Sir Francis Bryan. 3 years afterwards, he gave the whole precinct to Sir Thomas Cowardine. We have seen that the liberties of sanctuary, especially that of St. Martin's-le-Grand, were always a great trouble and annoyance to the city. Now the precincts both of the Grey Friars and the Black Friars were claimed, though there were no more friars, by those who had succeeded in the ownership of the precincts as being without the jurisdiction of the city, and privileged, whether for those who took sanctuary in the precinct or for those who carried on trade to be free of the city. This claim was stoutly resisted by the city authorities, and in 1586 the case was heard in court before the Chief Justices. There was a small church called the Church of St. Anne, which appears to have stood beside the great church, just as St. Margaret's stands beside the Abbey, St. Gregory beside St. Paul's, St. Peter's beside the Austin Friars. The precinct became the parish of St. Anne. The old Church of St. Anne seems to have perished with the Friars' Church. Perhaps it was an aisle. Then they built another church, which was nothing more than an upper chamber. As for the liberties and privileges of the precinct, these were gradually forgotten and lost, like those of the Grey Friars. The church was unroofed for the sake of the laid. It was then divided into two parts, part becoming a carpenter's yard and part converted into stables. The church, according to Wingard, had no transepts, so that it would be easy to divide it. The hall remained standing for some time longer and was used for a theatre, Burbage Theatre, and some of the Shakespearean plays were acted there. In the reign of Queen Elizabeth, the precinct was much inhabited by noblemen and gentlemen. Afterwards, the place became the residence of feather dressers and glassblowers, because it was still outside the city, and later still of artists. Thence into Blackfriars, visit the painters where you may see pictures. Ben Jonson, The Devil is an Ass. Van Dyck died here in 1641. Cornelius Jansen lived here. Isaac Oliver died here. There is one spot in modern Blackfriars which may still be recognized as part of the ancient house of the Dominicans. Passing through Playhouse Yard at the back of the Times office and turning into a narrow lane called Church Entry, there is the small disused burial ground of which I have already spoken. An open yard on the other side of the court apparently formed part of the Friars' Cemetery, just as at Westminster, where, the cloisters being reserved for the brethren, there might be a burial ground outside the church. On 359, the east of this yard is a fragment of ancient wall, and in a carpenter's shop, number 7 Ireland Yard, there is still, April 1900, remaining a single arch which once formed part of the house. I know not to what building this arch belonged. The site was afterwards a mortuary and a watch house, but I know not which of these uses was the earlier. Chapter 25. Whitefriars. On the north bank of the river, between Bridewell and the Temple, stood the house of the White Friars, Fratres Beat Mari de Monte Carmeli, first founded by Sir Richard Grey in the year 1241. King Edward I gave them ground in Fleet Street. Their house was enlarged and beautified in 1350 by Hugh Courtenay, Earl of Devon. John Lovekin, Mayor of London, gave them a lane running from Fleet Street to the river in order to extend the west end of their church. Sir Robert Knowles, in the reign of Henry IV, rebuilt the church. The London house of White Friars was always a house of humble pretensions and small consideration, although from time to time it received the patronage of wealthy benefactors. The buildings of the house were apparently of no great account. After the dissolution, they became ruinous and were pulled down. A small part of the crypt, apparently, of the church was discovered a few years ago to be still in existence. It is beside the cellar of a house in a small court. I find in an old and very scandalous story that one John Le Moygne, together with William Porteus, of the Carmelite friars, London, and others, were accused of slaying by night a certain friar Gilbert de Stretton of the order, and afterwards breaking open the treasury and stealing £300 belonging to Sir Eustace de la Hatche. John Le Moygne was found not guilty. There appear to have been two other trials in the same case. In the first of these two, one William Crepin took the place of John Le Moygne, the other prisoners being the same. In the second case, Bartholomew Porteus, one supposes a brother of the friar, stood his trial with the same set of prisoners and was acquitted. Nothing is said of Friar William and the others. We may hope that their innocence was also fully proven. Trials were occasionally heard at this house. In 1313, John de Ely, for taking gifts from men of London and hindering the king's right, was tried before the king's council at the Carmelite friars, convicted, and sent to Newgate. The rolls of chancery were for some time kept in this house. In the Paston letters, two of the family desire to be buried in the church of the 361 friars preachers. Sir John Paston, however, in his will, desired to be buried in the church of the White Friars. The White Friars surrendered their house in 1538. It was valued with their property at £62, 7.3. There seems to have been no delay in pulling down the church and buildings of this house, and very shortly after the suppression, according to Stowe, noblemen and others built upon the site. Sir John Cheek, tutor to Edward VI, lived in one of the new houses. Unfortunately, the right of sanctuary, which belonged to the precinct while it was a monastic establishment, continued to be claimed after it became secularized. In the year 1609, the right was formally granted by a charter of James I, not only to this precinct, but to that of Blackfriars. This privilege, which transformed Whitefriars into the notorious Alsatia, continued till the year 1697, when it was finally abolished. Part of the house was allowed to remain and become the residence of some of the Greys. John Selden, jurist and author, lived in it 1651 to 1654, when he died. Crypt of Old Whitefriars Priory. At a modern building, intrudes which is not shown in the drawing. The buildings were so entirely destroyed that all trace of them above ground had vanished apparently in Stowe's time. Nor was it, until the other day, known where the church of the friars actually stood. In the autumn of 1895, however, a discovery was made which seems to throw light on the matter. On the west side of Whitefriars Street, low down, is a small court called Britain's Court, containing half a dozen houses, apparently about 200 years old. One of these, number 4, was placed in the hands of Messrs. Lumley, land agents and auctioneers, 22 St. James's Street, for sale. On examining the house, Mr. Lumley found that it contained a small cellar under the court itself. This cellar, nearly 362 filled up with rubbish, had been used as a storehouse for wood and coal. On examination, it turned out to be a crypt, in dimensions a square of 12 feet 3, with a height of 8 feet above the present level of the excavation, and a height from the crown of the vault to the pavement of the court of about 2 feet 6 inches. The crypt belongs to late 14th century work. 8 ribs meet in a rose in the center. The roof is of church stone, such as was used in the construction of Westminster Abbey. In the northwest corner is an old doorway. Chapter 26. St. Mary of Graces. This house was called that of St. Mary of Graces, or Eastminster, or New Abbey. It was situated without the walls by East Smithfield. Newcourt gives the following account of it. In the year 1348, 23 Edwa, Roman 3. The first great pestilence in his time began and increased so sore, that for want of room in churchyards to bury the dead of the city, and of the suburbs, one John Corey, clerk, procured of Nicholas, prior of the Holy Trinity within Ealdgate, 1 toft of ground near East Smithfield for the burial of them that died, with condition that it might be called the churchyard of the Holy Trinity, which ground he caused by the aid of divers devout citizens to be enclosed with a wall of stone, and the same was dedicated by Ralph Stratford, Bishop of London, where innumerable bodies of the dead were afterwards buried, and a chapel built in the same place to the honour of God, to which King Edward, setting his regard, having been in a tempest on the sea, and in peril of drowning, made a vow to build a monastery to the honour of God, and the Lady of Grace, if God would grant him grace to come safe to land, builded a monastery, causing it to be called Eastminster, placing an abbot and monks of the Cistercian or White order there. In order whereunto the said King Edward, by his letters patents bearing date at Westminster, March 29, in the 24th of his reign, 1349, for the first founding and endowment of this abbey, gave to the abbot and monks thereof all those messuages with the appurtenances at Tower Hill, which he had of Joe, Cory aforesaid, in pure and perpetual alms, ordering this house to be called Liberum Capellum Regium Beat Mari de Gratiis, and afterwards by other letters patents, dated Octob. 5 in the 50th of his reign, he gave and granted to John, Duke of Lancaster, Simon, Archbishop of Canterbury, John, Bishop of Lincoln, and others, certain manors and lands, which he purchased in Kent and elsewhere, for the farther endowment of this abbey, which they after his death granted and confirmed to the said abbot and monks for a certain term of years. But these lands being for certain causes seized into the hands of King Richard Roman II, as forfeited, he, by his letters patents, dated Aug. 3 in the 12th of his 364 reign by advice of his council, gave and granted the rents, issues and profits of those manors and lands, which were the manors of Leybourne, Gravesend, Leach, Wattingbury, Gore, Parrick, and Bikenor, with their appurtenances, together with the advowsons of the church of Bikenor, and of the churches of the other places above named, with all other their appurtenances in the county of Kent, as also the reversion of the manor of Gomshaf, with its appurtenances in the county of Surrey, after the death of Thomas de Stands, to pray for the good estate of the said king whilst alive, and for his soul when dead, and for the soul of his grandfather King Edward, Roman 3, and for the souls of all his progenitors, his heirs and successors, and all the faithful deceased, according to the intention and will of his said grandfather. And farther, gave license to the said John, Duke of Lancaster, and John, Bishop of London, the surviving feoffees of Edward, Roman 3, to release and quitclaim the said manors and lands to the said abbot and monks, and their successors, as appears by his letters patents, dated at Nottingham, July 3. William de S. Cruse, late abbot of Gerandon of the Cistercian order, was at the king's instance made the first abbot of this house, to whom the king gave £20 per ann, for the maintenance of himself and his monks, March 24, 1349. Will de Warden was made abbot of this house, Aug. 27, 1360. This abbey was surrendered anno 1539-30 Hen Roman 8, and was valued at £546, 10 per ann, Dugdale, £602, 11, speed. Since which time the said monastery being by King Hen Roman 8, in the 34 of his reign granted to Sir Arthur Darcy, Knight, was clean pulled down. And of late time in place thereof is built a large storehouse for victual, and convenient ovens are built there for baking of biscuits to serve Her Majesty's ships, and it is the victualling office for the Royal Navy to this day. The grounds adjoining and belonging formerly to the said abbey are occupied by small tenements built thereon. Newcourt, IPP, 465-466. To this account it may be added that the house does not seem to have attracted many other benefactors, while in the calendar of wills there are only 6 bequests to the abbey. 1 testator devises money for the buildings, 1 gives a small sum of money, 3 leave houses, 1 founds a chantry. It may be presumed that the proportion of bequests to this house compared with those made to others was the same with the wills not presented in these 2 volumes, yet its surrender value, as we have seen, was considerable. In the first volume of the Transactions of the Land and Mid Archaeological Association is published an early representation of the abbey, taken probably just before the dissolution. Chapter 27. The smaller foundations. Among the houses mentioned by Arnold Fitzthedmer are 2 or 3 not considered in the above enumeration. There are the houses of St. Anne by the Tower Hill, St. James in the Temple, St. James in the Wall, St. Stephen's at Westminster, St. Thomas, Chapel of the Bridge, St. James in the Field, St. Mary Magdalene Guildhall, St. Mary Roncesvalles, and St. Ursula in the Poultry. There are one or two others which shall here be briefly mentioned. Concerning many of these houses, so little is known that the list becomes merely a catalogue. The position of these smaller houses in the city, in some respects, corresponded to that of the humbler dissenting chapels of the present day. That is to say, although at the time there could be no thought of separation or of schism, the poor folk found themselves more at home in the smaller houses. With them, they had their craft fraternities. Their priests were not the great ecclesiastical lords of the stately abbeys and priories, but of humbler guise, men accessible to themselves. The Order of Penitents, or Fratres de Sacco. The Order of Penitents grew out of the teaching of Francis of Assisi very early in his career. It was brought under rule by the bull Significatum Est, dated December 16, 1221, but it is said to have existed before this date. Among other things, the order actually forbade the carrying of arms. They anticipated the Quakers, they anticipated the Peace Society, they were many centuries in advance of mankind. Like the Quakers, they did not understand that the very existence of a people under the conditions of the time, and of our time as well, rests upon force and strength of arms. The great innovation designed by the Third Order was conquered. This fraternity was a union of peace, and it attempted to bring before astonished Europe a new truce of God. The second essential obligation of the Brothers of Penitence appears to have been that of reducing their wants as far as possible, and while preserving their 366 fortunes, to distribute to the poor, at proper intervals, such portions of the revenue as remained after contenting themselves with the strict necessaries of life. To carry on with contentment and uprightness the duties of their calling, to seek a holy inspiration for the slightest actions of life, to find in the infinitely little and ephemeral events of existence the things apparently the most commonplace, the handiwork of the Almighty, to keep pure from debasing deeds, words, thoughts, ambitions, and interests, to use things as, if not possessing them, like the servants in the parable who knew that they would have to give an account of the talents confided to them, to close their hearts to hatred, to open them wide to pity, to give their aid to the old, the poor, the infirm, the diseased, the outcast, and the abandoned. Such were the other essential duties of this most excellent order of penitence. The letter to all Christians in which these thoughts break forth is a living souvenir of St. Francis's teachings to the tertiaries. To represent these latter to ourselves in a perfectly concrete form, we may resort to the legend of St. Lucizio, whom tradition makes the first brother of penitence. And the history of the first brother of penitence may be thus condensed into a short narrative. A native of a little city of Tuscany, he quitted it to avoid its political enmities and established himself at Poggibonsi, not far from Siena, where he continued to trade in grain. Already rich, it was not difficult for him to buy up all the wheat, and selling it in a time of scarcity, realize enormous profits. But he was disturbed in conscience. He was convinced. It is exactly like the report of a Salvation Army meeting by the preaching of Francis of Assisi. He was enabled to see himself from the outside, which is indeed the beginning of all repentance and conviction. He resolved to bestow the whole of his superfluous wealth upon the poor, and to keep nothing at all but his house with a small garden and one ass. From that time he was to be seen devoting himself to the cultivation of his ground and the conversion of his house into a sort of free hostelry, which was filled with the poor and the sick. He not only welcomed them, but he sought them out, even to the malaria-infested Maremma, often returning with a sick man astride on his back and preceded by his ass bearing a similar burden. The resources of the garden were necessarily limited. When there was no other way, Lucizio took a wallet and went from door to door asking alms, but most of the time this was needless, for his poor guests, seeing him so diligent and so good, were better satisfied with a few poor vegetables from the garden, shared with him, than with the most copious repast. In the presence of their benefactor, so joyful in his destitution, they forgot, it is said, their own poverty. One reads with doubt this statement. and the habitual murmurs of the poor, half-starved and diseased creatures were transformed into outbursts of admiration and gratitude. Conversion had not killed in him all family ties. Donna 367 Bona, his wife, became his fellow laborer, and when in 1260 he saw her gradually fading away, his grief was too deep to be endured. "You know, dear companion," he said to her when she had received the last sacraments, "how much we have loved one another while we could serve God together. Why should we not remain united until we depart to the ineffable joy? Wait for me. I also will receive the sacraments and go to heaven with you." Flagellants. Facsimile of a miniature in the Cite de Dieu Mise of 15th century in St. Genevieve Library, Paris. So he spoke and called back the priest to administer them to him. Then, after holding the hands of his dying consort, comforting her with gentle words, when he saw that her soul was gone, he made over her the sign of the cross, stretched himself beside her, and calling with love upon Jesus, Mary, and St. Francis, he fell asleep for eternity. The order, therefore, known as penitentiarii or fratres de sacra order, consisted of both men and women. The latter were sorors de penitentia. They might be married, in which case conjugal abstinence was enjoined on certain days, 368, but they could not marry after admission. They might individually or collectively hold property. They came over in the year 1257, and they remained until 1307, when their order was dissolved. They had for their house the old Jewish synagogue of Old Jewry, and apparently were always quite a small fraternity. Beside their London house, there were 7 houses of the order in England, viz. At Lynn, whose prior was the head of the order, at Canterbury, Cambridge, Norwich, Worcester, Lincoln, and Leicester. Their house, on the suppression in 1307, was handed over to Robert Fitzwalter. It was the same house which afterward belonged to Robert Large, to whom Caxton was apprenticed. It stood at the northeast corner of the Old Jewry. St. James on the Wall. If one stands in the southwest part of St. Giles Churchyard, Cripplegate, one can observe the bastion of the old stone wall, which still exists there. Within this bastion, in the corner of the wall at the end of Monkwell Street, was formerly a small religious house, a cell of Garendon Abbey called St. James's in the Wall. It was originally a hermitage, and it was placed in the corner, no doubt for the same reason that the Greyfriars was placed in the next corner, going westward, as in a place unoccupied and out of the way of business. The founder of the hermitage is said to have been Henry III. Wilkinson, Londoner Illustrata, thinks that it was founded as a chantry chapel endowed for a single priest, but the hermit appears at a very early period. There is a deed quoted by Wilkinson, dated 1253, which mentions the chapel. In 1275, it is found that the guardian of the place was the mayor of London. He was appointed by the king for a curious reason, viz. to prevent the spoliation of the place and the robbery of the chalices, vestments, etc. on the decease of the hermit. The custody of the hermitage, a few years later, was transferred to the Constable of the Tower, Anthony Beck, afterwards Bishop of Durham. In 1299, the care of the cell was given to the Abbey of Garendon in Leicestershire. I know not why. Newcourt relates an anecdote of the hermit of 1311, which illustrates the jealousy always felt by parish priests of hermits and others who intruded into their office. I find that in the year 1311, Ralph de Baldock, being then BP of London, and Thomas de Wireford, an hermit of this cell, a presumptuous, troublesome man, it seems, took upon him to hear confessions of people of the neighboring parishes, to enjoin penances, to grant indulgences for 500 days to such as frequented his hermitage, and the like, having no lawful authority so to do. For which offences he was judicially proceeded against by the bishop, and pronounced guilty, and to be a transgressor of the canons. Whereupon he was admonished to make satisfaction for the same within 15 days, and inhibited to do the like, as also were the people warned not to follow or to be seduced by him, under pain of excommunication. Newcourt, Vol. I. In 1315, the custody of the place was committed to one Walter Kemessy. In 1343, William de Leon was the hermit. In 1347, the Abbey of Garendon sent 2 chaplains here to pray for the soul of the Earl of Pembroke, who was killed in a tournament on the day of his 3rd marriage, and of his widow, who retired from the world and devoted herself to acts of piety and charity. Interior of Old Lamb's Chapel, Monkwell Street. Looking towards the Founder's Monument and the Master's Seat at the East End. Londoner Illustrator, Vol. I. In 1543, the site of the hermitage was granted by Henry VIII to William Lamb, citizen and clothworker, one of the gentlemen of the King's house here. The fire seems to have damaged, but not destroyed, this chapel. It was rebuilt with considerable alterations and continued to be used as a church until its demolition in 1825, when a crypt of great interest was found below. It is described in the Gentleman's Magazine of May 1825 by Mr. A.J. Kemp. He there states that the recent demolition of the upper part of Lamb's Chapel for the purpose of rebuilding it gave access to the curious vault occupying the space beneath. After descending 10 or 12 narrow steps, a low vaulted chamber was entered, 26 feet long from east to west and 20 feet broad, having in it originally 9 short round columns, 6 of which were remaining, supporting the groined roof of the apartment. The capitals of these columns were Saxon, ornamented with leaves and volutes at the angles, and the capitals of the 4 corner pillars were placed diagonally to the square of the building. Some of the intersecting stone ribs springing from the columns were plain, and others were adorned with zigzag, twisted, and other ancient moldings, specimens of which, with one of the pillars and a plan of the directions of the arches, are given on the right hand of the lower part of the present engraving of Old Lamb's Chapel. On the other side of the corresponding part of the same plate is a section of the ornamented moldings from one of the arches, and leaning against the wall, in the interior view at the top of the plate, is represented a ground plan of the crypt, with the outside of the chapel. The material of which this crypt was constructed was freestone, of a reddish color, the surface being very considerably decomposed, and several modern brick walls intersected the building. Londoner Illustrator, Vol. I. The Rolls House. The very curious and interesting history of the Rolls House was told for the first time, as regards its original objects, by Mr. W. P. W. Phillimore, editor of the London and Middlesex Notebook, 1896. I refer the reader to that paper for fuller details. In this place, the leading facts only are taken. Newcourt, after relating the origin of the house, says that the number of converts decayed when the Jews were banished in 1290. Therefore the house in 1377 was given to William Burstall, keeper of the rolls. That nevertheless, such of the Jews as have in this realm been converted to Christianity have been relieved there. It will be seen that this bald statement conveys a very erroneous idea of the place and its history. In 1232 Henry III made an annual grant of 700 marks for the maintenance of those Jews who had been converted to Christianity, for finding them a home, and for building them a church. This sum was to be paid out of the exchequer until the house should possess property of its own equivalent. At the same time, the king founded a similar house at Oxford. The number of converts became comparatively large. In 1256, the king's almoner provided cloth for 150 robes for the converts. In 1257, 171 tunics for Easter and 164 for Pentecost. In 1265, the house was enlarged. In 1267, a third chaplain was added. In 1275, the chapel was enlarged. In 1280, King Edward sanctioned certain rules for the government of the house, especially ordering that the inmates should work at their own handicraft, and if they were able to earn their own living, they should not be 371 allowed to draw the allowance made to all. He also granted to the converts half the value of all their possessions, the whole of which belonged by right to himself, with the shevage or head tax of all the Jews in England. This shevage for 1281 amounted to £14, 14.9, which, at 3d a head, means only 1179 Jews in all England, a figure which by no means agrees with the number of those who were banished in 1290. The revenues of the house for this year were a little over £50, in addition to which they had the annual grant from the exchequer of 53,6.8. Exterior of the south side of Old Lamb's Chapel. Drawn from the court of the alms houses, this building was taken down in 1825. Londoner Illustrator, Vol. I. In 1290, the number of converts had gone down to 80. The original occupants of the house must by this time have died, and their children have become merged in the general population. The absence of any traditional caste or class, such as that of the Cagots in the south of France, is a proof that this absorption into the general population was complete. In that year, the converts petitioned the king for a keeper who would look after their interests. It is noted that during the next 100 years, many of the keepers of the Domus Conversorum were also keepers of the rolls. However, the king answered the petition by fixing the allowance for the house at £202.04, out of which the fabric was to be kept up, the master, chaplains, and clerk were to be paid, and the converts were to receive weekly allowances. On the death of a convert, the amount of the grant was to be decreased. It was evidently supposed that the converts would die off. This, however, did not take place. On the other hand, though the numbers rapidly decreased, the house was never without new converts. Mr. Phillimore does not say where these converts came from. If there were no Jews left in England, there could be no converts made in this country. In 1308, the converts complained that their allowances were not paid. The king ordered an inquiry. It was found that out of all the inmates in 1290, 34 were dead, 12 had left the house, and 56 were still living there. The king thereupon granted a reduced payment of £123, 10/6. In 1331, there were 8 men and 13 women converts. In 1334, there were 7 men and 13 women. In 1337-8, there were 13 men and as many women. In 1350, there were 2 men and 2 women. In 1351, Henry de Ingleby had only 1 convert under his care. In 1371, William de Burstall, who was keeper of the rolls, was made keeper of the Domus Conversorum. There were then 2 converts. In 1377, on learning that William de Burstall had repaired the dilapidated buildings, Edward III provided that the 2 offices should be held together. In 1386, payments were asked for the keeper, 1 chaplain, 1 clerk, and 3 converts. It is very curious to find that the supply of converts continued. Only once did they wholly cease. There was sometimes only 1, then 3, 4, 8, 5, 2, and so on. Where, I repeat, did they come from? One woman was named Elizabeth Portugal, evidently a Portuguese Jewess. Another was called Elizabeth Baptista. Another was Catherine Wetterly, sometime called Isa Rudiwa. Another Mary Coke, alias Omel Fail Isia. Thomas Cromwell was made keeper in 1534. In his term of office, he held a court of law at the house, yet it was not without converts. In 1550, when John Beaumont became keeper, he had but 1 convert, the above-named Mary Coke. When Mary Coke died in 1551, there followed a period of 26 years when there were no converts at all. In 1578, Yehoud Mendy appears, followed by Fortuna Massa, Philip Ferdinando, and Elizabeth Ferdinando. In 1606-7, there were 4 converts, and then the allowances cease. 1 Paul Jacob petitioned King James to grant him assistance, but he was not received into the Domus. That part of its history was closed. In 1708, we hear that the buildings were much dilapidated. In 1717, the Rolls House was built upon the site of the Domus, and the chapel was used as a muniment room for depositing the rolls of chancery until their removal to the Public Record Office. Chapel of St. Mary Magdalene and All Saints Guildhall. The foundation of a college dedicated to St. Mary Magdalene is said by Stowe to have taken place in 1299. It appears to have been so much enriched 70 years later by Adam Francis and Henry de Frouwick as to have become a new foundation. A third benefactor, Peter Fanta, died before his intentions were carried out. It was endowed for 5 chaplains who were to pray for the souls of the founders, their wives, and their children, King Edward III, and all departed kings, mayors, wardens, sheriffs, and chamberlains of the city. In the year 1430, the buildings, having become ruinous, were pulled down and others erected on the south side of them. In 1450, the parish clerks obtained leave to have a guild dedicated to St. Nicholas in the chapel, with 2 chaplains and 7 almspeople. At the dissolution, the college had a warden, 7 chaplains, 3 clerks, and 4 choristers. The chapel was given to the mayor and aldermen, for whom services were held in it on certain occasions. In the year 1785, the chapel was made into a court of requests, and so remained until the year 1820, when it was taken down. The chapel and college of Leadenhall. This very ancient market was the property of the city as early as the first quarter of the 14th century. The college was founded by Simon Eyre, draper and mayor, in 1445, when he also built a granary. It was to consist of a warden, 5 secular priests, 6 clerks, and 2 choristers to sing mass daily. There were also to be 3 schoolmasters with an usher, 1 master to wit, with an usher for grammar, 1 for writing, and 1 for singing. The masters were to have a yearly stipend of £10, every other priest £8, every clerk £5, 6, 8, and every chorister 3, 6, 8. Stowe says that the conditions of the will were not carried out as regards the services in the chapel and the free school. But in 1466, a fraternity of the Holy Trinity was founded in connection with the chapel by 3 priests. It consisted of 60 priests with other brothers and sisters. They performed divine service every market day in the afternoon, and once a year they had a solemn service with a procession of all the fraternity. The property of this fraternity amounted to £7, 10s, yearly. The chapel escaped the Great Fire. It was pulled down in 1812. Wilkinson thus describes it. This chapel projected eastward from the exterior of the eastern cloisters of Leadenhall, from which it was entered by a large arched doorway, having the arms of the founder over the center, and on each side of the interior arch was a perforated Gothic screen of exquisite workmanship. The building was oblong, and was divided on the exterior sides into 4 parts, by buttresses reaching nearly to the roof, and separating as many large windows of the depressed pointed arch form, each parted into 3 lights, by stone mullions with cinquefoil arches, the window at the eastern end being considerably larger than the other, and containing 5 lights. On the outside, the chapel was almost completely enclosed by a case of wooden sheds, which reached nearly to the bases of the windows. It was covered with rafters and tiling of the coarsest modern workmanship, instead of the ancient roof, which had been pointed, and was supported within by carved brackets of chestnut wood, resting on corbels let into the walls against the buttresses. But of those brackets, only the scrolls and 1 fragment remained when the building was destroyed. Within the chapel, at the southwest corner, was a small oaken door curiously studded and panelled, opening into a square apartment, which had probably been the sacristy, against the walls of which Mr. John Thomas Smith discovered some slight remains of painted figures. One of these exhibited the cheek, ear, and side of a head, with long yellow hair, flowing over blue and red drapery, the whole very much resembling the paintings discovered in St. Stephen's Chapel, Westminster, executed in the reign of Edward Roman III. Those at Leadenhall, however, were neither embossed nor gilded, but were outlined and shaded with red ochre. Wilkinson, Vol. Roman II. The Nunnery of Kilburns. This small house, a cell to the Abbey of Westminster, is, in history, chiefly an account of the jealousies of the Bishop of London and the Abbot of Westminster as to the episcopal jurisdiction. Its history is curious. One Godwin, a recluse, built a hermitage at Kilburn on some land belonging to himself. He conveyed the land to the Abbey of Westminster, by whom a small convent was built on the spot for 3 ladies, maids of honor to Matilda, Queen of Henry I. Godwin became warden for life, and the abbey made provision for the maintenance of the nuns. On the foundation of the nunnery, Gilbert, the Bishop of London, exempted it from his own jurisdiction. This exemption was questioned by Roger Lenoir, bishop, in 1229. In 1231, a composition was entered into between the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's on the one side and the Abbot of Westminster on the other. Northeast View. Londoner Illustrata, published 1825 by R. Wilkinson, No. 125 Fenchurch Street. By virtue of this agreement, the bishop for the time being was to have access to the cell of Kilburn, to be received with procession, to preach, hear confessions, and enjoin penances, but without being entitled to any claim for procurations. It was also conceded that the secular priest or warden, who is set over the house by the abbot, should upon his appointment be presented to the bishop and pay canonical obedience to him, but to be removable by the abbot alone. That the prioress of the house, though appointed by the abbot and his successors, should be under obedience to the bishop, saving in all things the canonical reverence and subjection which she owed of old to the abbot. That, however, the entire ordering or regulation of the house, concerning matters and persons within its precinct, with the correction of excesses and reformation of its abuses, and the institution or destitution of the prioress and nuns, should belong to the abbot and his successors forever, provided that in case any matters requiring persons abiding there should be neglected by him for the space of a month, after warning having been given to him, or in his absence to the prior, by the bishop, then, upon clear evidence of such neglect of reformation, it should be lawful for the bishop himself to proceed 376 toward correcting and reforming them in such manner as prout secundum diem vidrit expedire. It was further ordained that no monk but the abbot, or in vacancy, absence, or illness, the prior should go near the nuns to hear their confessions and enjoin penance. That the bishop should, when requested by the abbot, perform the office of blessing or consecrating the nuns, but that no other bishop should be in future introduced or admitted at Kilburn to perform any episcopal ceremony. Finally, that neither the bishop nor his chapter should, by reason of this composition, challenge any jurisdiction or subjection over the abbot and monks of Westminster, nor in anything derogate from the rights of the aforesaid nuns or their cell. London and Middlesex Notes, pp. 422–423. The house received a good many benefactions, but always remained a small foundation. The revenues, when it was dissolved, amounted to sums variously stated between £74, 7, 11, and £121, 14 pounds. The inventory of all the goods belonging to the nunnery of Kilburn, the 11th day of May, 28th of Henry VIII, seems to show that the house was well and completely furnished. It contained a hall, 5 chambers for the ladies of the house, kitchen, buttery, pantry, larder, brewhouse, bakehouse, cellar, 3 chambers for the chaplain and the husbandmen, the confession chamber, and the church. No remains are now to be seen of this house. The last prioress was Anne Brown. The nunnery of Stratford-le-Bow. This priory was in the parish of Bromley, but so near to the hamlet of Stratford-le-Bow that it was commonly called after it. The house has been sometimes confused with a convent of white monks in the parish of West Ham, called the Abbey of Stratford-Langthorne. The nunnery, dedicated to St. Leonard, is said to have been founded by William, Bishop of London, in the reign of William the Conqueror. It was always a small house. We read of certain donations and benefactions, lands at Hasteling Field, the church of Northam, afterwards called Norton Manville, gifts by Henry II, the manor of Bromley, lands held by Idonia Cricket in the reign of Edward I, by the service of holding the king's napkin at the coronation. Here was buried Elizabeth, sister of Queen Philippa and daughter of William, Earl of Hainault. At the dissolution there were a prioress and 9 nuns. The revenues of the house were estimated, according to Dugdale, at £108, 1, 11, 12, and according to Speed at £121, 16 pounds. At this time, the maintenance of a chantry priest being £5 or £6 a year, the 10 nuns would require about £50 for their maintenance, leaving £70 for the house and the service. Sibylla Kirk, the last prioress, received a pension of £15 a year. She was still living in 1553. The site of the priory, the advowson of the church, and the manor of Bromley were given to Sir Ralph Sadler. The chapel is now the parish church of Bow. St. Augustine's Papy. The history of this interesting house, previously almost unknown, was rescued by the late Rev. Thomas Hugo, who read a paper on the subject before the London and Middlesex Archaeological Society, Vol. V. It was founded in 1442 by 4 priests of London, viz., Thomas Simeson, rector of All Hallows in the Wall, William Cleave, priest of the Charity of St. John the Baptist in the Church of St. Mary Aldermary, William Barnaby, a chantry priest in St. Paul's Cathedral, and John Stafford, priest in London. The foundation was a hospital or college for aged and impotent priests. The churches of the time were filled with chantry priests, each of whom had to live upon the very small endowment of a chantry, generally £6 or £7 a year, sometimes less, in return for a mass said every day for the soul of the founder. When age fell upon these men, and they could no longer perform the one simple duty of their life, what could they do? How could they live? We cannot believe that an old and impotent priest was ever suffered to starve. At the same time, until the charity of the papacy was founded, the lot of many must have been precarious and dependent and most miserable. The papacy was situated within the wall just at the north end of the street, now called St. Mary Axe. In the collections of a London citizen, Camden Society, it is written, Pappy Chiach in the wall between Aldgate and Bevis Marks, and hit wise a gret fraternite of presties and other secular men. And there were found of almies certain presties, both blind and lame, that be impotent, and they have day mass and zeage a week, barber and launder, and one to dress and provide for her meat and drink. They also had allowance of bread and coal, with one aged man and his wife to keep the house clean. The church and parish of St. Augustine had recently been incorporated with that of All Hallows in the wall. It was therefore a disused church, which was first placed at the service of these poor priests. The rector of All Hallows, in addition, gave over to their use a certain messuage with a garden which had been given to All Hallows by a late citizen. The community so formed was to be in honor of St. Charity and St. John the Evangelist. This name, however, was never given to the house by the people, who called it still St. Augustine, qualified by the words de papi, i.e., of the papes or fathers who lived there. The foundation was poor, but it possessed a house at Baynard's Castle, 6 cottages, and 2 messuages in Pavin Alley. There was also the messuage in Bevis Marks given them by the rector of All Hallows. This is all the property that can be proved to belong to 378 them. Those of the members who could walk and sing sometimes attended the funerals of great persons, and in this way added something to the slender revenues of the house. At the time of the foundation, there were 24 brethren and 15 sisters. It does not appear how the sisters were elected or for what cause. The history of the house is not marked, so far as I know, by a single event. It lasted for 106 years, being suppressed by the Act of 2 Ed. Roman 6, for the suppression of all chantries, hospitals, and similar foundations. The value of the land and property of the foundation was returned at £23, 11/8. William Neville purchased the house for £102. There were then 6 old priests, but no sisters. These, one records with satisfaction, were all provided with small pensions, the master receiving 66 shillings and 8pence a year, a little over 2pence farthing a day, and the brethren 40 shillings, a little under 113d. a day. The church was pulled down, and an apothecary set up his shop on the site. The churchyard was converted into a garden, and the priest's house became a private residence. Thus was thrown down and destroyed a foundation which might have continued doing good work unto the present day. There is not, in fact, among all the numerous charities, foundations, and endowments belonging to the church, a single house at the present day which at all corresponds with this ancient foundation of St. Augustine Papacy. The late foundation of the house, at a time when bequests to the religious house had begun to fall off before they ceased altogether, sufficiently accounts for its poverty. 1 or 2 bequests only, and these apparently of small account, are on record. See Appendix X. Whittington College. The College of St. Spirit and St. Mary, founded by Whittington, whose intention was carried out by his executors, was for a master, 4 fellows, clerks, choristers, etc., together with an almshouse. Fortunately, the almshouse was separated by the executors from the college, so that it was spared when the college was suppressed. The following is a portion of the original ordinances of the charity drawn up by the executors. The fervent desire and best intention of a prudent, wise and devout man that be to cast before and make surer the state and thend of the short life with dedies of mercy and pite, and namely to provide for such power persons which grevis penura and cruel fortune have oppressed, and be not of power to get their living either by craft or by any other bodily labour, whereby that at the day of the last judgment he may take his part with him that shall be saved. This considering the foresaid worthy and notable merchant Richard Whittington, the which while he lived had writ liberal and large hands to the needy and poor people, charged straitly, in his deathbed, us his foresaid executors, to ordin a house of alms, after his death, for perpetual sustentation of such poor people as is tafore rehearsed, and the rupon fully he declared his will unto us. And we willing after our power to fulfill th' intent of his commendable will and wholesome disray in this part, as we be bound. First, if founded by us, with sufficient authorite, in the church of St. Mighel's, in the Royal of London, where the foresaid Richard and Dame Alice his wife be buried, a commendable college of certain prests and clerkies, to do their everyday divine service for the aforesaid Richard and Alice. We have founded also, after the will above said, a house of alms for Roman 13 power folk successively for evermore, to dwell and to be sustained in the same house, which house is situated and edified upon a certain soil that we bought therefore, late in the parish of St. Mighill above said, that is to say, between the foresaid church and the wall that closet in the void place, behind the high altar of the same church in the south side, and our great tenement, that was late the house of the aforesaid Richard Whittington in the north side, and it stretcheth fro the dwelling place of the master and the presties of the college above said, the which also we did late to be now added in the east side unto a great void place of our land, the which by the help of God we purpose to do be hallowed lawfully for a churchyard to the same church within short time in the west side. Stowe, IBK, Roman 3, pp. 3-4. And the ordinances for the poor folk are as follows. To be 12 power folks alonely of men or women targeter, after the sad discretion and good conscience of the overseers under writ, and conservators of the same house, to be provided and admitted. The which every day, when due and convenient time is, shall pray for evermore, for all the now being alive, and also for the bypast, to God, whose names of great specialty been expressed in these statutes under writ. To be one principle, which shall pass all other in power and reverence, and be called tutor. The office and charge of him shall be the goods of the alms house, which shall come to his hands, well and truly to minister. The goods dissevered to gather again targeter, to the use of the alms house, and at the husbandry of the same house, inasmuch as he may goodly oversee, dispose, and ordain, enforcing himself to edify and nourish charity and peace among his fellows. The poor folks, unto the said tutor, evermore shall obey. The 13 poor folk to be able in conversation, and honest in living. The same house to be called for ever God's house, or alms house, or the hospital of Richard Whittington. The mayor to be overseer of the said alms house, and the keepers of the commonalty of the craft of mercers to be called for evermore conservators of the foresaid house. The tutor to have a place by himself, that is to say, a cell or little house, with a chimney and a privy and other necessaries, in the which he shall lie and rest, and that he may alone and by himself, without let of any other person, intend to the contemplation of God, if he wool. Every tutor and poor folk every day first when they rise fro their beds, kneeling upon their knees, say a Pater Noster and an Ave Maria, with special and hearty recommendation making of the foresaid Richard Whittington and Alice, to God, and our blessed Lady Maiden, Mary, and other times of the day, when he may be best and most commodity have leisure thereto, for the start of all the souls above said, say 3 or 2 sorters of Our Lady at the least. That is to say, thrays 7 Ave Marias, with Roman 15 Pater Nosters, and 3 creds. But if he be letted with feebleness, or any other reasonable cause, 1 in the day at the least, in case it may be, that is to say, after the mess, or when complin is done, they come targeter within the college about the tomb of the aforesaid Rich Whittington and Alice, and they that can say, shall say for the souls of the said Richard and Alice, and for the souls of all christened people, this psalm de profundis with the versicles and oriasons that longeth thereto. And they that can shall say 3 Pater Nosters, 3 Ave Marias, and un creed. And after this dune, the tutor, or un of the eldest men of Thame that say openly in English, God have mercy on our founders' souls, and all Christen. And they that stand about shall answer and say, Amen. That they be bound to dwell and abide continually in the said alms house, and bounds thereof, and that every day, both at meat and sopier, they eat and be fed within the said alms house, and while they be at meat or soupier, they abstain than from vain and idle words, and if they while anything talk, that it be honest and profitable. That the overclothing of the Tudor and Power folk be dirk and brown of colour, and not staring ni blazing, and of SC prized according to their degree. Stowe, IBK, Roman 3, pp. 4-5. The almshouse, removed from its former place behind the church of St. Michael Royal, is still in existence at Highgate. We may pass rapidly through the few remaining small houses. Denton's Hospital is entered as one of them, but it never existed except in the intention of the founder, Robert de Denton. He obtained, in 1369, the royal license to found a hospital for distracted priests and others, but could not carry out his intentions, and instead founded a chantry at the house of St. Catherine by the Tower. Of Charing Cross Hospital I find nothing but a tradition that one of the kings, being annoyed by the presence of the patients so near the court, ordered their removal to Bethlehem Hospital. St. Michael, Crooked Lane. This college was founded by Sir William Walworth, who united certain chantries and added lands and certain houses, and so formed a college for the support of a master and 9 priests. Barking College was attached to the Church of All Hallows, Barking. Richard I founded and endowed here a chapel to the Virgin. John, Earl of Worcester, added a brotherhood with a master and brethren endowed from the alien houses of Tooting, Bow, and Oakburn. Richard III rebuilt the chapel and founded a college with a dean and 6 fellows. It was dissolved by Edward VI, the buildings pulled down, and the ground converted into a garden. Holmes College of St. Paul S was founded by Roger Home, Chancellor of St. Paul S, in 1395, as a college of 7 priests, whose services were held in the Chapel of the Holy Ghost. The college buildings stood in the parish of St. Gregory, south of the Cathedral precinct. Lancaster College was founded by Henry IV and the executors of John of Gaunt in connection with the cathedral. The college buildings were also in the parish of St. Gregory. Another college in connection with the cathedral was that of the minor canons, founded by Richard II. They had houses adjoining the precinct and a common hall within the precinct. The College of St. Lawrence Polteney, in connection with that church, consisted of a master or warden, 13 priests, clerks, and choristers. In Dowgate stood a small college of priests called Jesus Commons. Stowe says that it was a 381 house well furnished with brass, pewter, napery, plate, etc., besides a fair library well stored with books, all which of old time were given to a number of priests that should keep commons there. Evidently a quiet and peaceful college, not unlike All Souls, Oxford. St. James, in the Fields, a hospital founded from time immemorial for leprous virgins of the city, was suppressed by Henry VIII. St. James's Palace stands upon its site. St. Mary Rouncival or Runcival at Charing Cross, a hospital suppressed as an alien house by Henry V, was refounded as a brotherhood by Edward IV, provided with new statutes for a master, wardens, brethren, and sisters by Henry VII, and suppressed again by Edward VI. Northumberland House, with its gardens, used to occupy exactly the precinct of St. Mary Rouncival. It was built as Northampton House in the year 1614. Beside this house was a modest hermitage, named after St. Catherine, founded by Edward I. See also Appendix Z. Chapter 28. Fraternities. We must not forget the fraternities. There was not, I believe, a single parish church which had not its fraternity. Except for purposes of war, when all marched under order of the king, the first attempt at union was the parish fraternity. The parish church has always been the natural center round which gathered the temporal as well as the spiritual concerns of the parish. The fraternity, dedicated to the patron saint of the parish, was a union of all for the protection of all. The members maintained those who were sick and old, educated and apprenticed the orphans, protected the widows, celebrated masses for the dead. They formed themselves into one family. How then do we find so many fraternities belonging to separate trades? 2 explanations are possible. 1, that the parishes became entirely composed of men practicing the same trade, with their families. The other, that a large proportion of men engaged in one trade lived in the parish. In the former case, the fraternity of the parish church became the fraternity of one trade. In the other case, it was reasonable that men carrying on the same trade should live as much together as possible, for convenience, use of tools, acquisition of raw material, and regulation as to production, that they should break off from one common parish fraternity and constitute their own fraternity for their own advantage. Thus we have the fraternity of St. Anthony, consisting of pepperers, that of St. Nicholas, consisting of parish clerks, of Corpus Christi consisting of clothworkers, of St. George consisting of armorers, of St. John the Baptist consisting of merchant tailors, and that of St. Mary consisting of the drapers. See Appendix Roman 12. In other words, the companies did not spring out of the fraternities. The union of men working at the same trade grew up slowly. The fraternity was the first outward proof that such union had been formed. It consecrated the union. When the company was finally formed, it only laid down as definite law what had been for many years a custom. The fraternity was in no way touched by the new charter. Thus, the religious side of the union went on and flourished until all such fraternities were destroyed. There were, however, other fraternities. I find, in the 14th century, mention of over 100. Of these, by far the larger number are the parish church fraternities. Then there are the trade fraternities mentioned above, and those representing some form of religious fervor by which the church provided an outlet for enthusiasts. Hall of the Brotherhood of the Holy Trinity. In St. Botolph's parish, Aldersgate, as remaining in February 1790. From an old engraving. Such were the fraternities of the Holy Cross, of the Light of the Holy Cross, of the Holy Trinity, of Jesus, of the Holy Ghost, of the Assumption of the Virgin, of the Resurrection of Christ. Annual services and processions, certain vows of abstinence and chastity, alms, some kind of outward decoration, distinguished the 384 brethren and helped to make life seem fuller of interest and themselves of more importance. Meantime, the real importance of the fraternities in the history of London is that they first showed the way to common action and made the independence, the dignity, and the wealth of trade possible. A fraternity of importance was that of Aldersgate, originally a hospital for the poor. It was an alien foundation. Therefore, on the suppression of all such houses by Henry V, it was given, with the lands, to the parish of St. Botolph's, Aldersgate, and a fraternity of the Holy Trinity took its place. This fraternity had its own chapel. It endured to the time of Henry VIII. Close beside it was the chapel of another small religious body, called the Chapel of Mount Calvary, without Aldersgate. Yet a third house outside Aldersgate was the hospital of the abbot of Walden, founded 15 ed. Roman 2. The fraternity of St. James, Garlickhythe, was governed by rules which have been preserved by Stowe. In the worship of God Almighty our Creator, and his martyr Saint Marie, and All Hallows and Saint James Apostle, a fraternite is begun of good men in the church of Saint James the year of our Lord 1375, for amendment of her lives and of her souls, and to nourish more love among the brethren and sustrine of the Brederhead. And each of them had sworn upon the book to perform the point underneath at her power. Feast all who wisheth, other shall be in the same Brederhead, they shall nothing of Goodlew's conditions and bearing, and that he love God and holy church, and his neighbours, as holy Chiach maketh mention. Who that entereth in the same fraternite, he shall give at the entry to the common box Romans 6, sv. The foresaid Brethryhead will, that there be wardens thereof, which wardens shall gather the quartrage of the brethren and sustren, and truly yield her account thereof every year once, to the wardens that have been toffer hem of the Brotherhead, with other wisest of the Brotherhead. Also the brethren and sustren every year shall be clothed in sight, and every man pay for that he hath. Also the brethren and sustren, at one assent in sight by foresaid shall every year come in hold tojder, for to nourish more knowledge and love, a feast, which feast shall be the Sunday after the day of St. James Apostle, and every pay their xxd. At 4 time other once, in the year 2 shil, at firmast, toffer the day of the account of the maesters, so that the warden mo her account yelderlich, etc. Every brother or suster that ben of the fraternite, if he be of power, he shall give somewhat in maintenance of the fraternite, what him liketh. Also if there be in brotherhead any rioter, other contecher other such, by whom the brotherhead might be enslandered, he shall be put out thereof, into time that he have him amended of the defaults beforeside, etc. If any of the foresaid brotherhead fall in sock mischief that he hath not, ne for elde other mischief of feebleness help himself, and have dwelled in the brotherhead 7 years, and done thereto all the duties within the time, every week after, he shall have of the common box zeed, term of his life, but he be recovered of the mischief. Also if any of the foresaid be imprisoned falsely by any other by false conspiracy, and have not for to find him with, and have also been in the brotherhead 7 years, etc., he shall have zeed, during his imprisonment every week. Page of the roll containing the names of the brethren and sisters of the Guild of Fraternity of Corpus Christi, 1485, 1486, 1488. From the illuminated books of the company, from Wadmore's Some Account of the Worshipful Company of Skinners. A larger image is available here. Chapter 29. Hospitals. Stowe provides a list of hospitals in the city and suburbs that have been of old time and now presently 1598 are. Hospital of St. Mary in the parish of Barkingchurch that was provided for poor priests and others, men and women in the city of London, that were fallen into frenzy or loss of their memory, until such time as they should recover, was since suppressed and given to the Hospital of St. Catherine by the Tower. St. Anthony S. St. Bartholomew in Smithfield. St. Giles in the Fields, a hospital for leprous people. St. John of Jerusalem by West Smithfield, a hospital of the Knights of the Roads. St. James in the Field, a hospital for leprous virgins of the City of London. St. John at Savoy, a hospital for relief of 100 poor people, founded by Henry Roman VII, suppressed by Edward Roman VI, again new-founded and endowed by Queen Mary. St. Catherine by the Tower of London. St. Mary within Cripplegate, a hospital founded by William Elsing. St. Mary Bethlehem without Bishopsgate was an hospital founded by Simon Fitzmary. St. Mary without Bishopsgate, a hospital and priory called St. Mary Spittal. St. Mary Rounceville by Charing Cross. St. Thomas of Aachen in Cheap. St. Thomas in Southwark. A hospital there was without Aldersgate, a cell to the House of Cluny, of the French order, suppressed by King Henry V. A hospital without Cripplegate, also a like cell to the said House of Cluny, suppressed by King Henry V. A third hospital in Oldbourne, being also a cell to the said House of Cluny, suppressed by King Henry V. The hospital or almshouse called God's House, for 13 poor men, with a college called Whittington College, founded by Richard Whittington. Christ's Hospital in Newgate Market. Bridewell, now an hospital or house of correction, founded by King Edward Roman VI, to be a workhouse for the poor and idle persons of the city, wherein a great number of vagrant persons be now set a work, and relieved at the charges of the citizens. Of all these hospitals, being 20 in number, you may read before in their several places, as also of good and charitable provisions made for the poor by sundry well-disposed citizens. Northwest view of the chapel and part of the great staircase leading to the hall of Bridewell Hospital, London. Londoner Illustrata, published 1813 by Robert Wilkinson, No. 58 Cornhill. The care of the sick, and especially of the helpless and incurable, is one of the first duties recognized by men when they begin to associate. Stowe says that the hospital for leprous women at St. James's existed from time immemorial. Leprosy is the most incurable of all diseases. It devours body and mind. It renders the unhappy victim helpless. The Lazar House, therefore, was very naturally founded before any other hospital. Those of London already mentioned were St. James's on the site of the present palace, and St. Giles's, Holborn, founded by Matilda, queen to Henry I. To these were afterwards added, In the 20th 387 year of Edward III, 4 locks for lepers, viz. one in the Old Kent Road, one in the Mile End Road, one at Kingsland, and one at Knightsbridge. All, it will be observed, at a convenient distance from the city walls. In the reign of Edward IV, one William Pole, yeoman of the crown, being afflicted with leprosy, founded a hospital for lepers at Highgate. 300 years before this, King Stephen founded a lazar house at Great Ilford in Essex, which still exists as an almshouse. Appendices. Appendix I. List of wards of London. 3. Edward I. Nomina Wardarum, 1274 Maud, Eng, 1897. Adrian Joe, Ward C. Walbrook. Alvnia Anquetilly Le Mercier de, Warder Farringdon within and without. Onger Petter, Warder Broad Street. Blackithorn, Joeys de Warder Aldersgate. Basing Tom de, Warder Candlewick. Bassishog, Warder de. Bassishaw. Blonde Rad Le Ward. Coleman Estate, Warder de C. Meldyburn. Coventry, Henno de Warder Vintry. Dowigate, Warder de Dowgate. Durham, Willie de, Warder alias Dinnell, Wilder, Ward Bread Street. Edilmeton, Petrie de, Warder Castle Baynard. Essex, Walmer de, Warder Billingsgate. Fabry Raddy, de Cornhill, Warder Lime Street. Forry, Warder Cheap. Frowick, Henner de, Warder Cripplegate, within and without. Hadestock, Simonis de, Warder Queenhithe. Hadestock, Willie de, Warder Tower. Horn, Johannes, Warder Bridge within. Langeburn, Warder de. Langbourne. Winton, Nish de Ward. Meldyburn, Robert de Coleman Estate, Ward. Coleman Street. Coleman Estate, Warder de. Northampton, Joeys de Warder Aldgate. Portsock, Priores de Christesh, Extra Legate Portsoken. Poder, Walters le, Warder Cornhill. Taylor, Piachila, Warder Bishopsgate. Walebrook, Warder de. Walbrook. Adrian Joe, Ward. Whaley's Henner, le, Ward Cordwainer. Winton, Nish de, Ward C. Langbourne. Rot 103 ed. I. Order of Wards. Warder Petter de Edelmton. Ward Forry. Warder Joe de Blackthorn. Ward Rad Faber. Ward Joe de North. Ward Joe Horn. Ward Will de Hadestock. Ward Joe Adrian, also called Warder de Walebrook. Portsockney. Ward Tom de Basing. Ward de Dowigate. Ward Walmer de Essex. Ward Henner de Covent. Ward Ancatini. Ward Petty Og. Ward Rad Le Blonde, also called Warder de Bassishog. Ward Nish de Winton, also called Warder de Langeburn. Ward Henner de Frowick. Ward Walt Le Pater. Ward Will de Dinnell, also called Warder Willie de Durham. Ward P.H. Le Taylor. Ward Rob de Maldyburns. Ward Simon de Hadestock. Ward Henner Le Whaleys. Warder Petter Ongers. Portsockney Prior de Christchurch, Exar Legate. Warder Joeys de Northampton Land. Warder Robert de Meldyburn de Coleman Estate. Warder Walter Le Pater Land. Warder Simon de Hadestock de Civitate Land. Warder Willie de Durham Land, also called Ward Will de Dinnell. Warder Walmer de Essex Land. Warder Joeys de Blackithorn Land. Warder de Walebrook Land, called also Ward Joe Adrian. Warder de Langeburn Land, called also Ward Nish de Winton. Warder Anquetilly Le Mercier de Alvnia Land. Warder Tom de Basing Land. Warder Forry. Warder Henner de Coventro Land. Warder P.H. Le Taylor Land. Warder de Bassishog, also called Ward Rad Le Blonde. Warder Raddy Fabry de Cornhill Land. Warder de Dunnigate Land. Warder Henner Le Walley Land. Warder Henno de Vrouwik Land. Warder Willie de Heidstock. Warder Joey's Horn Land. Warder Petri de Edelmetten Land. Appendix Roman II. List of aldermen. Supposed to be dated C12, 85-12-86, from Calendar of Wills, pt. IP 702. The following is a copy of the earliest list of aldermen of the City of London, preserved among the records of the Corporation, Letterbook A, Fol. 116, together with the names of the wards they respectively represented. It is not dated, but there is good reason for conjecturing it to have been written circa 14 Edward I AD 12, 85-12-86. Nomina propria warderum civitatis, Londonirum, et nomina aldermanorum. Warder Fori Stephanus Aswai. Warder de Lodgate, et Newgate Wilhelmus de Farndon. Warder Castri Baynard Ricardus Aswai. Warder de Aldredesgate, Wilhelmus le Maisona. Warder de Breadstrait Ancatinus de Berteville. Warder de Reaper Regin, Simon de Heidstock. Warder Vinetree, Johans de Geysers. Warder de Dowigate, Gregorius de Rocastle. Warder de Walebrook, Thomas Bucks. Warder de Colemanstrait, Johannes Filius Petri. Warder de Bassishaw, Radolphus le Blound. Warder de Crepelgate, Henricus de Vrouwik. Warder de Candlewistrate, Robertus de Basin. Warder de Lanchford, Nicolaus de Wintonia. Warder de Cordwainer Strait, Henricus le Wales. Warder de Cornhull, Martinus Bucks. Warder de Limstrait, Robertus de Rocastle. Warder de Bishopsgate, Philippus le Taylor. Warder de Allegate, Johans de Northampton. Warder de Turry, Wilhelmus de Heidstock. Warder de Billingesgate, Walmarus de Essex. Warder Pontes, Josias le Rachata. Warder de Lodingebury, Robertus de Eris. Porsocni Prior, Sanct Trinitatis de Allegate. On Tuesday next before the feast of St. Botolph 17 June, Anno 21 Edward I AD 1293, the chief men of every ward, in the presence of Sir John le Breton, Warden of London, elected for themselves an alderman, whom they presented to the said warden, saying that whatsoever the alderman so elected should, in conjunction with the warden, determine upon for the government of the city and the keeping of the king's peace, they would ratify and accept without challenge. The following are the names of the aldermen presented to the warden by each ward on that occasion, being the next earliest list to the foregoing preserved among the corporation records, Letterbook C, Fol. Roman 6. Warder Fori. Warder Ludgate, et Newgate, presentat Nicolaum de Farndon. Warder de Aldridesgate, presentat Wilhelmum le Maisliner. Warder de Crepelgate, presentat Walterum de Finching Feds. Warder Castri, presentat Ricardum Aswai. Warder Ripe, Regin, presentat Wilhelmum de Bettain. Warder de Breadstrait, presentat Johannum le Blound. Warder de Cordwainer Strait, presentat Henricum le Gales. Warder de Dowugate, presentat Johannum de Bankwell. Warder de Walebrook, presentat Johannum de Dunstable. Warder de Candlewistrate, presentat Robertum de Basin. Warder de Langeburn, presentat Adam de Rocastle. Warder de Bassishaw, presentat Radolphum le Blound. Warder de Cornhull. Modo vocature, Braidstrait presentat Martinum Box. Warder de Lothbury, presentat Tomum de Stans. Warder de Bishopsgate, presentat Henricum le Bowl. Warder Turris, presentat Johannum de Cantuaria. Warder de Limstrait, presentat Robertum de Rocal. Warder de Allegate, presentat Wilhelmum de Hereford. Warder Porsocni, presentat Priorum Sanct Trinitatis, sic. Warder Vinetree, presentat Johannum de Geysers. Warder de Billingesgate, presentat. Warder Pontes London, presentat Adam de Folham. Warder de Colemanstrait, presentat Eliam Russell. Appendix Roman 3. Alphabetical list of aldermen whose names are affixed to deeds in the 13th century. From the Liber Trinitatis. Name, parish, date. A. Adrian All Saints, Barking 1253. Richard Aswise St. Bennet West 1290. Peter Armiger, St. Matthew Outwich 1262. Peter Anger All Hallows, London Wall 1264. Rob de Raz St. Barth, the Less 1286. B. Gervais Barn or Barham St. Mitch, Aldgate 1223 or 1314. Adam Basing St. Pancras, Soper Lane 1257. Peter Blundus St. Olave by the Tower 1221-1248. Matthew Bucarel St. Edmund, Lombard Street 1270. Robert Blundus St. Clement, Candlewick 1221-1248. James Blunt St. Bennet Fink 1221-1248. Stephen Bucarel St. Alban, Wood St. 1250. Andrew Bucarel St. Mary Aldermanbury, 13th Cent. C. Gervais Corduan, Cordwainer Holy Trinity 1237. Those, Crows St. Andrew Hubbard 1293. Barth de Capel St. Giles, Cripplegate 1270. Hugh Cabot St. Michael Bassishaw 1221. D. Those de Durham All Saints, Fenchurch 13th Cent. Thomas de Dunton St. Clement, Candlewick St. 1221. E. Edmund St. Andrew Undershaft 11 47 11 67. F. Nicholas de Farndon St. Matthew, Friday St. 1302 1303. Alex Ferron St. Mary Woolchurch 1253 1255. Alex Laferne St. John, Walbrook 12 48 1291. Gilbert Folk Fitzfolk St. Cath, Aldgate 1221 1248. Will Fitz Bennet St. Bennet Sherryhog 1221 1248. Those Fitz Thomas St. Mary Colich 1220 1221. Josh Fitz Peter St. Sepulchre 1221. Rich Fitz Roger St. Bennet Gracechurch 1221. Rich Fitz Walter All Saints, Coleman St. 1221 1248. Gilbert Fitz Fisk All Saints, Coleman St. 1221 1248. Martin Fitz Alice St. Mitch, Paternoster 1218 1219. Simon Fitz Mary St. John, Walbrook 1248. G. Ankitten de Geysers St. Cath, Aldgate 13 13 13 14. Geoffrey St. Michael, Cornhill 1170 1189. John de Geysers St. Michael, Paternoster 1266 1268. Stephen Legras St. Bot, Aldgate 1221 1248. H. Rob, Hardle St. Bennet Fink 1251. John Hannon Sub-Alderman 1230. Wilda Hadstock, All Hall, Staining 1277 1278. Henry de St. Helen St. Botolph, Bishopsgate 1187 1221. Will de Hereford St. Olave, by the Tower 1285. Herbert St. Olave by the Tower 1221 1248. Will de Haverhill St. Alban Wood St. 1203. J. Germs St. Martin Orga 1182 1221. Jos Junior St. Maryab Church 1221 1248. L. Lumigus All Saints, Barking 1189 1221. Walter de Lisle St. Martin Outwich, Henry Roman 3. M. Matthew St. Dunstan's East, 1182 1221. N. John de Northampton St. Mary Axe 12 60 1264. P. Walter Poder St. Michael, Cornhill 1271 1272. R. Rich, Renger St. Margaret Brides, 1223 1226. Gregory de Rokesley St. Michael, Paternoster 1275. S. John Spurling St. Leonard, Eastcheap 1221 1248. Ralph Spurling St. Leonard, Eastcheap 1243. T. Michael Tovey, St. Bennet Fink, 1251 1252. Thomas Tidmer St. Mary, Abchurch 1269. Arnold Tidmer St. Edmund Gracechurch, St. 1269. V. John Viles St. Nicholas, Cole Abbey 1221-1248. Sir John Vital, St. Nicholas, Cole Abbey 1221-1248. W. Nicholas de Winton, St. Edmund, Lombard St. 1225. Geoffrey de Winton, St. Martin, Orga 1258. Thomas de Wimburne, St. Botolph, Aldgate 1256-1257. Rich de Walbroke, St. Michael, Bassishaw 1262-1263. Appendix, Roman 4. List of parishes. Allhallows Barking, Great Tower Street. Allhallows, Bread Street, no church, united with St. Mary le Bow. Allhallows, Great and Less, Upper Thames Street. Allhallows, Honey Lane, no church, united with St. Mary le Bow. Allhallows, Lombard Street. Allhallows, London Wall. Allhallows Staining, no church, united with St. Olave, Hart Street. Christ Church, Newgate Street, with St. Leonard, Foster Lane. Holy Trinity the Less, united with St. James, Garlickhythe. St. Alban, Wood Street, with St. Olave, Silver Street. St. Alphege, London Wall. St. Andrew Hubbard, no church, united with St. Mary at Hill. St. Andrew under Shaft, St. Mary Axe. St. Andrew by the Wardrobe, St. Andrew's Hill, Queen Victoria Street, with St. Anne, Blackfriars. St. Anne, Blackfriars, united with St. Andrew by the Wardrobe. St. Anne and St. Agnes, Gresham Street, with St. John Zachary. St. Anthelin, united with St. Mary Aldermary. St. Augustine, otherwise Austin, Old Change, with St. Faith under St. Paul's. St. Bartholomew, Exchange, united with St. Margaret Lothbury. St. Bartholomew the Great, West Smithfield. St. Bartholomew the Less, St. Bartholomew's Hospital. St. Bartholomew, Moor Lane. St. Bennet Fink, united with St. Peter le Poor, Old Broad Street. St. Bennet, Gracechurch Street, no church, united with Allhallows, Lombard Street. St. Bennet, Paul's Wharf, Upper Thames Street, with St. Peter, Paul's Wharf, united with St. Nicholas, Cole Abbey. St. Bennet Sherryhog, united with St. Stephen, Walbrook. St. Botolph, Aldgate. St. Botolph, Billingsgate, united with St. George, Botolph Lane. St. Botolph Without, Aldersgate Street. St. Botolph Without, Bishopsgate, Bishopsgate Street Without. St. Bridget, otherwise St. Bride, Fleet Street. St. Christopher Lestock, united with St. Margaret, Lothbury. St. Clement, Eastcheap, with St. Martin Orga. St. Dionysus Backchurch, Fenchurch Street, united with Allhallows, Lombard Street, St. Bennet, Gracechurch Street, and St. Leonard, Eastcheap. St. Dunstan in the east, St. Dunstan's Hill, GT, Tower Street. St. Dunstan in the west, Fleet Street. St. Edmund the King and Martyr, with St. Nicholas Achen, Lombard Street. St. Ethelburga, Bishopsgate Street within. St. Faith under St. Paul's, united with St. Augustine, Old Change. St. Gabriel, Fenchurch, united with St. Margaret Pattens. St. George, Botolph Lane, with St. Botolph, Billingsgate. St. Giles Without, Cripplegate, 4 Street. St. Gregory by St. Paul, united with St. Mary Magdalene, Old Fish Street, and St. Martin, Ludgate. St. Helen, Great St. Helens, with St. Martin Outwich. St. James, Aldgate, united with St. Catherine Cree, Leadenhall Street. St. James, Garlickhythe, with St. Michael, Queenhythe, and Holy Trinity the Less. St. John the Baptist, upon Walbrook, united with St. Mary, Aldermary. St. John the Evangelist, no church, united with St. Mary le Bow, Cheapside. St. John Zachary, united with St. Anne and St. Agnes. St. Catherine Coleman, Fenchurch Street. St. Catherine Cree, Leadenhall Street, with St. James, Aldgate. St. Lawrence Pountney, united with St. Mary, Abchurch. St. Lawrence Jury, Gresham Street, with St. Mary Magdalene, Milk Street. St. Leonard, Eastcheap, united with Allhallows, Lombard Street. St. Leonard, Foster Lane, no church, united with Christ Church, Newgate Street, 398th, Magnus the Martyr, Lower Thames Street, with St. Margaret, New Fish Street, and St. Michael, Crooked Lane. St. Margaret, Lothbury, with St. Christopher Lestock, St. Bartholomew by Exchange, St. Olave, Old Jewry, St. Martin, Pomeroy, St. Mildred the Virgin, Poultry, and St. Mary, Colechurch. St. Margaret, Moses, united with St. Mildred, Bread Street. St. Margaret, New Fish Street, united with St. Magnus the Martyr, Lower Thames Street. St. Margaret Pattens, Rood Lane, with St. Gabriel, Fenchurch. St. Martin, Ludgate, united with St. Mary Magdalene, Old Fish Street, and St. Gregory by St. Paul. St. Martin, Orga, united with St. Clement, Eastcheap. St. Martin, Outwich, united with St. Helen, Great St. Helen, S. St. Martin, Pomeroy, united with St. Margaret, Lothbury. St. Martin, Vintry, united with St. Michael, Paternoster Royal. St. Mary, Ubchurch Lane, with St. Lawrence, Pountney. St. Mary, Aldermary, Bow Lane, with St. Anthelin, St. John the Baptist, and St. Thomas Apostle. St. Mary at Hill, Eastcheap, with St. Andrew Hubbard. St. Mary Bothaw, united with St. Swithin, London Stone, Cannon Street. St. Mary Colechurch, united with St. Margaret Lothbury. St. Mary Lebow, Cheapside, with St. Pancras, Soper Lane, All Hallows, Honey Lane, All Hallows, Bread Street, and St. John the Evangelist. St. Mary Magdalene with St. Gregory by St. Paul, and St. Martin, Ludgate. St. Mary Magdalene, Milk Street, united with St. Lawrence Jewry. St. Mary Mounthaw and St. Mary Somerset, united with St. Nicholas Cole Abbey. St. Mary Staining, united with St. Michael, Wood Street. St. Mary, the Virgin, Aldermanbury. St. Mary Woolnoth and St. Mary Woolchurch Haw united, Lombard Street. St. Matthew, Friday Street, with St. Peter Westcheap, united with St. Vedhurst, Foster Lane. St. Michael Bassishaw, Basinghall Street. St. Michael, Cornhill. St. Michael, Crooked Lane, united with St. Magnus the Martyr, London Bridge. St. Michael, Paternoster Royal, and St. Martin Vintry, College Hill, with All Hallows, Great and Less. St. Michael, Queenhithe, Upper Thames Street, united with St. James, Garlickhithe. St. Michael Lequern, united with St. Vedhurst, Foster Lane. St. Mildred, Bread Street, with St. Margaret Moses. St. Mildred the Virgin, Poultry, united with St. Margaret, Lothbury. St. Nicholas Acton, united with St. Edmund the King and Martyr. St. Nicholas Cole Abbey and St. Nicholas Olave united, Queen Victoria Street, with St. Mary Somerset, St. Mary Mounthaw, St. Bennet, Paul's Wharf, and St. Peter, Paul's Wharf. St. Olave, Hart Street, with All Hallows Staining. St. Olave, Old Jewry, united with St. Margaret, Lothbury. St. Olave, Silver Street, united with St. Alban, Wood Street. St. Pancras, Soper Lane, No Church, united with St. Mary Lebow. St. Peter, Cornhill. St. Peter, Paul's Wharf, with St. Bennet, Paul's Wharf, united with St. Nicholas Cole Abbey, etc. St. Peter Le Poor, Old Broad Street, with St. Bennet Fink. St. Peter, Ad Vincula. St. Peter, Westcheap, united with St. Vedhurst, Foster Lane. St. Sepulchre, Holborn Viaduct. St. Stephen, Coleman Street. St. Stephen, Walbrook, with St. Bennet Sherryhog. St. Swithin, London Stone, Cannon Street, with St. Mary Bothaw. St. Thomas Apostle, No Church, united with St. Mary Aldermary. St. Vedhurst, alias Foster, Foster Lane, with St. Michael Lequern, St. Matthew Friday Street, and St. Peter Westcheap. Whitefriars Precinct of, united with Holy Trinity, Great New Street. The following names of city benefices are taken from the Liber Customarum, pp. 220, 8-30, Riley, 1859. Nomina Beneficiarum, Londonirum. Sancti Andri Super Cornhull, Sancti Andri de Holborn, Sancti Andri de Castro Baynardi, Sancti Andri Hubert, Sancti Antonis, Sancti Augustini, ad portum Sancti Augustini, Papae Sancti Alfagi, Sancti Odoni, Sancti Albani, Sancti Athelbergi, Sancti Agnetis, Sancti Batulfi, Extra Biscopsgate, Sancti Batulfi, apud Billingesgate, Sancti Batulfi de Legate, Sancti Batulfi de Aldrisgate, Sancti Benedicti, ad Ripam, Sancti Pauli, Sancti Benedicti de Garskirch, Sancti Benedicti, Fink, Sancti Benedicti, Scorhug, Sancti Bartholomew Parvi, Sancti Brigidi, Sanctus Bartholomeus Magnus de Smethefelde, Capella Bedi Tommi Martyris Super Pontum, Sancti Clementis de Eschep, Capella Episcopi, Juxta Sanctum Paulum Capellanus Domini Archidiaconi, Sancti Dunstani de West, Sancti Dunstani, apud Turum, Sancti Dionysiae, Du Capellani 399, in Ecclesia. Sancti Pauli, Sancti Egida, Extra Crepel Gate, Sancti Edmundi de Graskirch, Sancti Fides, in Cryptis Sancti Pauli, Sancti Gregora Juxta Sanctum Paulum, Sancti Georgia de Eschep, Sancti Heleni, Hospitalis Bedi Mari Extra Biscopsgate, Sancti Johannes, Zachari, Sancti Jacobi de Garlacheth, Sancti Johannes de Wilbrook, Sancti Caterini Trinitatis, Sancti Laurenta, in Candlewick Street, Sancti Leonardi, in Venella Sancti Vedusti, Sancti Laurenta, in Judaismo, Sancti Leonardi de Eschep, Sancti Leonardi de Scordich, Sancti Michaelis, in Foro ad Bladum, Sancti Michaelis, ad Ripam Regini, Sancti Michaelis de Wouter Street, Sancti Michaelis de Bassachos, Sancti Michaelis de Cornhull, Sancti Michaelis de Crookdalane, Sancti Michaelis de Paternoster Church, Sancti Mary de Aldermanabiri, Sancti Mary Walnut, Sancti Mary de Axe, Sancti Mary de Abbot Church, Sancti Mary de Walcherchos, Sancti Mary de Somerset, Sancti Mary de Montenhout, Sancti Mary de Stanning Lane, Sancti Mary de Colchurch, Sancti Mary at Hill, Sancti Mary de Arcubus, Sancti Mary de Eldamarai Church, Sancti Mary de Botho, Sancti Mary de Iseldone, Sancti Mary Magdalene de Veteri Pescaria, Sancti Margaretti ad Pontum, Sancti Margaretti de Lodbiri, Sancti Margaretti Patens, Sancti Margaretti Moisi de Friday Street, Sancta Mildreda in Poultria, cum Capella de Canehup Sancta Mildreda in Bread Street, Sancti Martini Orga in Candlewick Street, Sancti Martini de Ludgate, Sancti Martini in Vintria, Sancti Martini de Palmirio, Sancti Martini Otheswike, Sancti Matthi in Friday Street, Sancti Magni ad Pontum, Sancti Michaelis Extra Sancti Trinitatis, Sancti Nicholai Aldrithegate ad Macellas, Sancti Nicholai Colderby, Sancti Nicholai Hakon, Sancti Nicholai Olaf Novum, Templum Ecclesia Omnium Sanctorum de Fenchurch, Omnium Sanctorum de Culminet Church, Omnium Sanctorum de Birking Church, Omnium Sanctorum de Honolane, Omnium Sanctorum ad Fenum, Omnium Sanctorum Super Celerium, Omnium Sanctorum de Bread Street, Omnium Sanctorum de Garskirch, Omnium Sanctorum de Stanning Church, Sancti Olivi, in Judaismo Sancti Olivi Juxta Turum Sancti Olivi, Maquel Omnium Sanctorum ad Murum, Sancti Petri de Bread Street, Sancti Petri, Super Tamasium, Sancti Petri de Cornhull, Sancti Petri, in Foro de Westchep de Woad Street, Sancti Pancratus, Sancti Stefani de Colmana Street, Sancti Swithini, Sancti Sepulchri Sacrista, Sancti Pauli, Servients Capituli, Sancti Tommi Apostoli, Sancti Trinitatis, Parvi, Sancti Vedusti, Sancti Werburgi, Sancti Christofori. Appendix V. Patronage of City Churches. The patronage of the London churches in the 13th and 14th centuries is given by the chronicler called Arnold. The Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's had 19 London benefices in their gift. The Archbishop of Canterbury had 7. The Prior of Holy Trinity, 6. The Dean of St. Martin's le Grand. The Bishop of London. The Prior of St. Mary, over 5 each. The Abbot of Westminster. The Prioress of St. Helen, S. The King. The Abbot of Bermondsey, 4. The Prior of Christ Church, Canterbury. The Master of Lawrence Pountney. The Abbot of Barking, 2. The Abbot of Tower Hill. The Prior of St. Bartholomew, S. The Mayor and Aldermen, 2. The Prior of Botley, Suffolk. The Bishop of Exeter, 1. The Bishop of Hereford, 1. The Bishop of Worcester, 1. The Abbot of Alnwick, 1. The Abbot of Evesham, 1. The Abbot of Gloucester, 1. The Abbot of Colchester, 1. The Abbot of Malmesbury, 1. The Abbot of Winchester, 1. The Abbot of White Monks, 1. The Prior of the Augustine Friars, 1. The Prioress of Clerkenwell, 1. The Prior of Elsing Spittal, 1. The Master of St. Anthony, 1. The Provost of Eton, 1. The Master of St. Thomas Achen, 1. The Master of Balliol College, Oxford, 1. The Archdeacon of London, 1. The Duke of Suffolk, 1. The Earl of Shrewsbury, 1. Gwyn's Company, 1. Mercer's Company, 1. Merchant Taylors' Company, 1. Mr. Page of Dartford, 1. Appendix Roman 6. The Glossarial Index of Festivals, published in the Liber Customarum, will throw light upon the religious life of London. The alphabetical table is followed by a yearly table for convenience. Adventus Domini, the Advent of our Lord, the 4 weeks preceding Christmas, devoted by the Church to preparation for the advent of Christ. Almis, the Feast of All Souls, 2nd November. Andrii Apostoli, Festum Sancti, the Feast of St. Andrew, the Apostle, 30th November. Ascensio Domini, the Ascension of our Lord, a movable festival held on Thursday in Rogation Week, the week next but one before Pentecost or Whitsun Week. Barnabii Apostoli, Festum Sancti, the Feast of St. Barnabas, the Apostle, 11th June. Bartholomei Apostoli, Festum Sancti, the Feast of St. Bartholomew the Apostle, 24th August. Benedicti, Translatio Sancti, the translation of St. Benedict, 11th July. Carnalvaria, the last day of the carnival or season preceding Lent, Shrove Tuesday. Carna Privium, the beginning of Lent. Chondela, Chondela, Chondalur, Candlemas, the purification of the Virgin Mary, 2nd February. See Mariae Purificatio Sancti. Circumcisionis Domini Festum, the feast of the circumcision of our Lord, 1st January. Clausum Paschae, the close of Easter or Sunday after Easter. Clementes Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Clement, 23rd November. Crucis Sancti Exaltatio, the exaltation of the Holy Cross, 14th September. This feast commemorated the raising of the cross on which our Savior suffered after its invention or discovery by Saint Helena, AD 307 or 325. Dies Sabbati, the Sabbath day Saturday. Dunstani Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Dunstan, 19th May. Edmund le Jour Saint, Edmundi Regis Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Edmund the King, 20th November. Edwardi Regis et Confessoris, Translatio Sancti, the translation of Saint Edward, King and Confessor, 13th October. Epiphania Domini, the Epiphany or manifestation of our Lord, 6th January, see Tiphane. Gregori Papi, Festum Dies Sancti, the feast of Saint Gregory the Pope, 12th March. Hilary la Saint, Hilar la Saint, Hilary Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Hilary, 13th January. Hippolyti Martyris, Natal Sancti, the nativity of Saint Hippolytus, the martyr, 13th and 22nd August, there having been 2 martyrs of this name. Indictio, a given year of the indiction, so called from the edicts of the Roman emperors, for as one such edict was supposed to appear every 15 years, the years were reckoned by their distance from the last indiction. This mode of reckoning was employed, at Rome more particularly, from the time of the Nicene Council, AD 325, but was introduced into England so early as the time of King Edgar. Innocentium Dies, Festum Sanctorum, the feast of the Holy Innocents, Childermas Day, 28th December. Jacobi Apostoli, Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint James the Apostle, 25th July. Johann la Feste Saint, Johannes Baptisti Nativitas, the Nativity of Saint John the Baptist, Saint John's Day, 24th June. Johannes Baptisti Decollatio Sancti, the Decollation of Saint John the Baptist, 29th August. Calendarum Mai Caput, the beginning or 18th of the calends of May, 14th April. Luci Evangelisti Festum, Lucy la Feste Saint, the feast of Saint Luke the Evangelist, 18th October according to the Romish calendar, 13th October according to that of Carthage. Marsi Evangelisti Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Mark the Evangelist, 25th April. Margareti Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Margaret, 20th July. Mariae Festum Sancti, the feast of the Nativity of Saint Mary, 8th September. Mariae Festum Annunciationis Beati, the feast of the Annunciation of the Blessed Mary, Lady Day, 25th March, see Noster Dame. Mariae Purificatio Sancti or Beati, the purification of Saint Mary or Candlemas, 2nd February, see Chandela. Mariae Virginis Festum Assumptionis Beati, the feast of the Assumption or Ascent into Heaven of the Blessed Virgin Mary, 15th August. Mariae Magdalene Festum Sancti or Beati, the feast of Saint Mary Magdalene, 22nd July. Martin la Feste Saint Martini Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Martin or Martinmas, 11th November. Matthei Apostoli Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Matthias the Apostle, 24th February. Michaelis Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Michael or Michaelmas, 29th September Passim. Mitchell les Octaves de Saint, the octaves of Saint Michael, 1 week after Michaelmas, see Octaby. Natal Domini, the Nativity of our Lord, Christmas Day, 25th December. Noster Dame Dom en Queren, the feast of Our Lady in Lent, Lady Day or the Feast of the Annunciation, see Mariae Festum Annunciationis. Noel Christmas. Octaby, the octave or octaves, the 8th day after a festival inclusively, in other words, that day week. The celebration of the octave is said to have arisen in the fact that the early Christians celebrated their festivals for 8 days, but made the last of those days the one of greatest solemnity, on the authority of Leviticus, Roman 23:36. Octabas was the AS name for the octave. Omnium Sanctorum Festum, the Feast of All Saints or All Hallows, 1st November. Pasch Easter. Passionis Festum, the Feast of the Passion, the period between the 5th Sunday in Lent and Easter Sunday. Since the Reformation, the term Passion Week has been applied solely to the last week in Lent. Pauli Conversio Sancti, the conversion of Saint Paul, 25th January. Pentecost or Whitsuntide. Perpetui et Felicitatis Festum Sanctarum, the feast of Saints Perpetua and Felicitas, 7th March. These saints are said to have suffered martyrdom in the reign of the Emperor Valerian. Petri ad Vincula Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Peter's Chains or Saint Peter in Prison, 1st August. Petri in Cathedra Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Peter's Chair, in commemoration of his founding the Cathedra or Church of Antioch, 22nd February. Petri et Pauli Festum Apostolorum, the feast of the Apostles Peter and Paul, 29th June. Philippi et Jacobi Festum Apostolorum, the feast of the Apostles Philip and James, 1st May. Quadragesima, Querm, Quadragesima or Lent, the fast of 40 days before Easter. Remis Palmarum Dominica in, Palm Sunday, the first Sunday before Easter. Simonis et Judi Festum Apostolorum, the feast of the Apostles Simon and Jude, 28th October. Swithini dies Sancti, the day of the deposition of Saint Swithin or Swithin, 2nd July. Swithini Translatio Beati, Swithin la Feste Saint, the feast of the translation of Saint Swithin, 15th July. Simonis et Judi Festum Apostolorum, see Simonis et Judi Festum. Tommi Apostoli Festum Sancti, the feast of Saint Thomas the Apostle, 21st December. Tommi Martyris Festum Beati, Tommi Martyris Translatio Sancti, the translation of Saint Thomas the Martyr, 7th July. The Passion of Saint Thomas of Canterbury was 29th December. It is not clear whether, in the first instance, that or his translation is meant. Tiphane, the Epiphany, 16th January, a corruption of Theophania, the manifestation of God, but in the Greek Church the words and were used as synonymous expressions for the day of our Saviour's Nativity. See Suicer's Thesaurus, IP 1200, and Hampson's Med, Roman 6 Calendar Roman 2, SVV, Epiphania and Theophania. Trinitatis Festum Sancti, Trinite Fest de la Jour de la, the Feast of the Trinity, the Sunday after Pentecost or Whitsuntide. Trinitatis Sancti Octavi, the octave of the Holy Trinity, the Sunday after Trinity Sunday. Valentini Festum Sancti, the Feast of Saint Valentine, probably that celebrated on the 14th February, but there were other festivals in honor of persons of this name, 16th April, 16th July, 13th November, and 9th and 16th December. Vincentae Martyris Festum Sancti, the Feast of Saint Vincent the Martyr, 22nd January. Liber Customarum Riley Val Roman II, pt. Roman II, pp. 841-844. Jan 1, Circumcision. 13, St. Hilary. 16, Epiphany. 22, St. Vincent. 25, Conversion of St. Paul. Feb 2, Candlemas, Purification of the BVM. 14, St. Valentine. 22, Petri in Cathedra Festum. 24, St. Matthias. Feb or Marshrove Tuesday and Carnaprivium. Mar 7, St. Perpetua and Felicitas. 12, St. Gregory. 25, Annunciation. Mar or April, Easter, Sunday after Easter, Clausum Pasci. Apra 25, St. Mark. May 1, St. Philip and James. 19, St. Dunstan. May or June, Ascension Day, Whitsun Week, Trinity Sunday. June 11, St. Barnabas. 24, St. John Baptist. 29, SS, Peter and Paul. July 2, St. Swithin. 7, St. Thomas Martyr. 11, St. Benedict. 15, Translation of St. Swithin. 22, St. Mary Magdalene. 22, St. Margaret. 25, St. James the Apostle. Aug. 1, St. Peter at Vincula. 1322, St. Hippolyte. 15, Assumption of BVM. 24, St. Bartholomew. 29, Beheading of St. John Baptist. Sept. 8, Nativity of BVM. 14, Exaltation of the Cross. 29, St. Michael. Oct. 13, Translation of Edward the Confessor. 18, St. Luke. 28, SS, Simon and Jude. Nov. 1, All Hallows. 11, St. Martin. 20, St. Edmund. 23, St. Clement. Dec. 21, St. Thomas. 25, Christmas Day. 28, Childermas. Appendix Romans 7. An anchorite cell, 22. Soon after the present work was begun, a strange hole was discovered in the chancel wall, just at the turn of the apse on the north side. It is about 4 feet high and 20 inches wide. There is no stonework. A roughly rectangular hole has been broken through the flint wall, and the sides of it plastered to something like a smooth face. There is no provision for or mark of a door, and it was difficult to assign any reason for the making of the hole. Yet it was certain that some reason for it had been. Rough as it is, there is enough care bestowed on its making to show that it was not one of the openings sometimes left in the walls of buildings for the convenience of bringing things in during their construction and blocked up when done with. Besides, it is too small for such a use. It was suggested that it may have been made to bring in a coffin at some funeral, but it is too small for that also, and it needs to be shown why men should have broken through the wall to bring in a coffin when it was much easier to bring it in by a door. Then it was guessed that it might belong to some extinct stove for warming the church, but neither the position nor anything in the form of the hole seemed likely for that use. It is too small to have been the entrance to a vestry, though the position is a proper one, and certainly there must have been a door had that been its purpose. Yet if the hole had ever more than a temporary use, it must have led to some chamber outside, for the church could not have been used if it were open to the weather. Some further light was thrown on the place a few months ago when a coating of modern cement was stripped off the outside of the wall. Then was found a second hole about the same size as the first, but cut only part way through the wall. It is plastered inside with clay and was filled up with flints and clay. Rather above these holes, and east and west of them respectively, are two smaller ones, such as may have received the ends of timbers. These also were found stopped with clay. The annexed illustration explains the work better than any description. It seems that a little wooden hut has been built at some time against the wall of the church. The smaller holes give its length from east to west, about 8 feet inside, and perhaps also its greatest height, about 6 feet. But this last and the width from north to south are uncertain, for there is nothing to show what was the shape of the roof, and if there were ever any foundations, they are not to be found now. The walls were probably of stud and clay daubing, and the roof thatch. The place can hardly have been other than an anchor's den, and it must surely have been one of the least commodious. It is remarkable that so few such have been identified, for the numbers of anchors in England must at one time have been considerable. There is a good deal about them in the second volume of the new edition of Mr. Bloxam's Gothic Architecture, and Mr. Bloxam would assign to anchors most of the habitable chambers attached to churches, over vestries and porches and elsewhere. Very likely some such were used by anchors of the easier sort, but I think more were occupied by secular clerks and chaplains, and the anchor's place was a hut built outside against the wall, under the eaves of the church, as is said in the 13th century Ancran Rewell, which tells us more about anchors than any other book I know of. A cell was so placed that the anchor need not leave it, either for worship or for any other reason. There was a window opening through which he might join in the worship at the altar and at times receive the sacrament. And there was another window or hatch to the outside through which necessaries might be received and conversation held with visitors or servants. A window or squint is often found from a chamber over a vestry towards the high altar, and there is sometimes one from a porch chamber. But being on upper floors, they could not well have the other window, so I take most of them not to have been anchor holds, though as the degree of strictness varied much and seems, for the most part, to have been fixed only by the anchor himself, it is possible that some may have been so used. The anchor of the strictest sort was inclusus, permanently shut up in his cell, which he entered with the license and blessing of the bishop. Such an one could scarcely have inhabited an upper chamber. Whether our Bengia anchor was inclusus or not is uncertain. The entrance to his cell had no door, but it may have been blocked, and a squint or loop towards the altar formed the blocking. If it were open, a curtain must have been hung across it, perhaps a black cloth with a white cross like that ordered in the Rewell to be put to the parlor window. The recess in the church wall west of the doorway is the anchor's seat and perhaps his sleeping place, and his bones may lie below, for it seems to have been a custom for anchors to prepare their own graves within their cells. Appendix Roman 8. The monastic houses. List of religious houses and parish churches. The religious houses and churches of the city and its suburbs, which existed in the 15th century, are enumerated in Arnold's Chronicle. Arnold, who lived and wrote towards the end of the 15th century, belongs to medieval London, which Stowe, of 100 years later, certainly did not. We shall adopt, therefore, from Arnold's list, as a guide to this survey of medieval London, the churches and ecclesiastical foundations which he considers as especially belonging to London. His own spelling is followed here. St. Martin's Grant, Christ Church, the Charterhouse, Elsingspittle, St. Bartholomew Priory, St. Bartholomew Spital, St. Thomas of Acres, St. Antonis, St. Johannes in Smithfield, Clerkenwell non-Rye, Halliwell non-Rye, Barmonsey Abbey, St. Mary Owery Priory, St. Tom's Spital, St. Giles in the Felder, St. Helens non-Rye, St. Mary's Spital, St. Mary at Bethlem, the Menuras non-Rye, St. Anne at the Turhill, St. Catherine's, the Crouched Friars, the Friars Augustines, the Friars Minors, the Friars Pichars, St. James in the Wall, the Whit Friars, St. Peter at Westham Abbey, St. James in the Temple, St. Stephanie's at Westminster, St. Tom's Chapel of the Bridge, St. James in the Fields, St. Mary Magdalene Guildhall, St. Mary Rouncewell, St. Ursula Chapel in the Poultry. Appendix Roman 9. A Dominican house. The following notes are from the Archeologue Journal. The traditions of the Dominican order required that the buildings should be arranged quadrilaterally, enclosing a plot of ground which formed the cloistral cemetery for the deceased of the community, one side being occupied by the church, but no fixed rule was adopted for the distribution of the offices. This is apparent from the plans of several of the English priories founded within the same period of 20 years. At Gloucester, Bristol, and Stamford, the church formed the north side of the quadrangle, whilst at Norwich and Canterbury it was on the south, and at Newcastle-on-Tyne it was on the east, being probably regulated by the conveniences of the localities, and even orientation was not uniformly preserved. The culinary offices at Gloucester were evidently on the south, whilst at Canterbury they stood on the west. The early Dominican churches were exceeding simple in arrangement and severe in details. A good example of them existed at Canterbury, where the choir, nave, and 2 aisles were all included under one long unbroken roof, and a porch at the west end afforded entrance to the congregation. The church at Gloucester, consisting of choir, nave, north chapel or transept, and north aisle, being rebuilt about the beginning of the 16th century, departed somewhat from this plan, inasmuch as the chapel was covered with a distinct transverse roof. It occupied only about 3/4 of the side of the quadrangle, the rest being completed by monastic buildings. In the church were 3 altars, the steeple with 2 bells and the aisle have disappeared. The rest of the buildings, which complete the quadrangle, about 73 feet square, are doubtless the original structures of the 13th century. The dormitory forming the second story of the south side, with its exterior stairs, is still perfect, even to the stone partitions of the separate cells. On the ground floor was probably the refectory. The triplet window in the south gable of the west building is deserving of notice, but the interiors of all these buildings have been so much changed and adapted for modern requirements that it is difficult to ascertain their monastic destinations. The cellaring is extensive, but presents little worthy of remark. Blackfriars Priory. Survey made ante 1552. A document of the Luzeli MSS at Luzeli Hall, Guildford. Blackfriars Survey. SMXLVI Li VJS Vaid VLT, Zij Li VJS, Zaid, de Reditibs Woodman and VLT Roman 20 Li de Red Saunders in Totalk 6 Li, Zids, Eaid. Item a gallery O24, the water coming out of the Townaditch at Holborn Runnage into the Thames Abuttinge, Vipan the highway leadinge from Bridwell to the Watersid on the west Sid, and Vipan the tenement of James La Forêt on the east Sid, contininge that way in. Lengeth Exlidge Foat and Abuttinge, Vipan a pair of stairs, and way leadinge from the Blackfriars to Bridwell O25, the Sade Ditch on the north side, and Vipan the Sade Ditch runnage in to the Thames on ye south side, contininge in Bredeth, that wage Zeage Foat. Item James La F4 Brodra holdeth one tenement abutinge, Vipan the Sade Highway on the north part, and Vipan a garden the 2 adioinage Vipan the south side contininge in Bredeth, that way Zeage Foat, and abut Vipan the aforesaid gallery on the west Sid, and Vipan the tenement of John Taylor on the east Sid, contininge in length, that way XXXJ Foat WT a garden adioinin, to the same 408 tenement on the north Sid, and upon a garden and house of 26 more or Cresswell on the south Sid continun, that way at the west end, abuttinge Vipan the Sade Ditch XZH Foat, and at the east end, abuttinge Vipan the garden of the Sade tenement of John Taylor XXXJ Foot, and in lenge from the east end to the west end on the south side Roman 29 F Foot, and on the north Sid XXXJ F Foot Pange therefore by year, LXVJS, Vid. John Taylor Carpenter holdeth a tenement abuttinge Vipan the tenement of James La F Voorhees on the west side, and Vipan the tenement of Rop Damani on the east side continin, that way in length XXX F Foat, and upon a garden thereto belonginge on the south side, and Vipan the Sade Highway on the north Sid contininge in Bredeth, that way Zeage foot wt a garden to the Sade tenement, adioinage on the north. Sid and upon a garden of Mr. Cresswell's on the south Sid, contininge in breadth, that way at the west end xxxj foot, and at the east end Roman 45 f foot, and a buttonge vpon the garden of the tenement of James la f Forhay on the west side, and vpon the garden of the tenement of Rob Damany on the s Sid Cont in breadth, it way at the north end xxx f foot, and at the south end xxx f foot pange, lxvjs, zaid. Robt Damany Bokbinder holdeth, a tenement abut on the Sade highway, on the north side contininge in length xzh foot, and vpon, a garden to the same belonginge, on the south side contininge in length xvij f foot, and on the west sid, vpon the Sade. Highway vids 27 from the highway, to the tenement 28 of John Taylor x foot, and upon the Sade tenement of John Taylor zh f fu being in the whole breadth, at that the west end xzh foot, and a buttonge on the s side vpon, a tenement in the tenure of Marion Turner in breadth zh f foot, and vpon, the garden of the tenement of the Sade Marion in breadth x foot, being in the whole breadth at ill east end xzh f foot w29, a garden thereto adioinage on the north side, contin in length xvij foot, and on the south side vpon, a garden f30 Mr. Cresswell xvij f foot, and c on the west side vpon J. Taylor's garden con Roman 45 f foot, and on the east side vpon, the gardens of the tenements of Thomas Gemini, and con lte 31 f foot pange therefore, lxvjs, vid. Marion Turner f founder holdeth, a tenement abuttinge vpon the Sade highway on the north side, and con in length, that way xl foot, and on the south sid, vpon a garden plot to the same tenement belonging, and con Roman 19 foot, and vpon a garden of the tenement of Nicholas 32 Sadler Cont, zh foot, and vpon the tenement of Rob Damany vij f foot in the whole, on that side xlte f foot, a butinge on the west side, vpon the tenement of Rob Damany and con zh f foot, and on the east sid, vpon the garden of the tenement of Nicholas Sadler eage foot, and vpon the tenement of John de Horse Hatmaker xj foot in the whole at that end zh foot. Wt a garden thereto adioinage on the north side, and con Roman 19 f foot, and a buttinge vpon the garden of the tenement of Taylor on the south side, and con Roman 19 foot, and vpon the tenem of Rob Damany on the west side con x f foot, and vpon the garden of the tenement of Nicholas, the Sadler on the east side con Roman 9 f foot. Pange therefore ad ijos aiduyos 33, lxvjs, vid. John de Horse Hatmaker holdeth a tenement abuttinge on the north side, vpon the Sade highway cont xxxj f foot, and c. On the south sid vpon a tenement of Nicholas Sadler con xvj f foot, and vpon the garden of the tenement of the Sade Nicholas zh f, in the whole on that side xxzj f foot. Abut on the west vpon, the tenement of Marion Turner con zi f foot, and vpon and highway leadinge from Ludgate to the bridge of the Blackie f Friars, on the east side con xj f foot, pange therefore by year ad ijos aiduinos. LXS. Nicholas Sadler erased, thus, in the MS. A bridge and stairs on the town ditch Comminge from Holborn, Bride 34, and Forby Bridewell into the Thames, abutting west vpon the highway leadinge Forby Bridewell, to the Thames con x foot, broad abuttinge south, and north vpon, the Sade ditch con on each side Roman 39, f foot. Wt a lane leadinge from 409, the Sade bridge to the highway leadinge from Ludgate to the Black f Friars Bridge, and abut east upon it highway con f foot, and abut west vpon the Sade bridge of Bridewell con zig f foot, abut south vpon all the Sade tenement of James la f Forhay John Taylor Rob Damany, Marion Turner and John de Horse, and abut north vpon con in length from the east to the west clear foot passade in LV pace. Item the same lane is between Bridewell Bridge and the tenement of J. Damany Roman 19 foot broad and Lidge f foot lunge, and between it tenement and the highway leading to the Blackfriars Bridge x f foot broad and CI 35 f foot lunge. Nicholas Sadler holdeth a tenement abuttinge east vpon and highway leadinge from Ludgate to the bridge of the Blackie Friars con Roman 15 f foot, abuttinge west vpon a garden belonging to the same tenement con zh foot, abuttinge north vpon, the tenement of John de Horse Con Exviage Foot, and South Vipon, the tenant of Edward Charat Taylor Con Exviage F Foot, WT a garden thereto belonging about East Vipon the Sade tenement, Con Ziage Foot West, Vipon the garden of the tenement of Marion Turner Con X F Foot, South Vipon the garden of the tenement of Edward Charat Taylor Con Zige F Foot, and North Vipon the tenement of Marion Turner Con Zige Foot. LXVJ SVHD. Edward Charat Taylor holdeth a tenement abutting east upon the highway leading from Ludgate to Bridge of Ye Blackfriars Con XXX F Foot, west upon a garden belonging to the same tenement Con XXX F Foot, South Vipon, the tenement Thomas Gemini Con Roman 35 F Foot, and North Vipon the tenement of Nicholas Con XXVH F Foot, WT a garden TH to adjoining and abutting east Con XXXT F Foot. West Vipon the garden of the tenement of Rob Damney Con Roman 25 Foot, North Vipon the gardens of the tenement of Marion Turner XVH F Foot, and Nicholas his garden Ziage Foot in the hole on that Sid XXXJ Foot, and South Vipon the garden of the tenement of Thomas Gemini Con X Ziage F Foot, Pange VJLI Ziage. E8. Thomas Gemini printer holdeth a tenement abutting east Vipon the Sade highway to the Blackfriars Bridge and Con Roman 33 F Foot, and West Vipon, a garden to the same belonging Con XXX F Foot, North Vipon, the tenement of Edward Charat Taylor Con XXX VTS Foot, and South Vipon, a garden of Mr. Moore or Mr. Cresswell Con XXVH F Foot, WT a garden thereto adjoining, and abut East Con XXX F Foot, West Vipon ye garden of ye tenement of RBT Damney Con XXVH F Foot, North Vipon the garden of the tenement of Edward Charat Taylor Con XZH F Foot, and South Vipon a garden of one Mr. Moore or Mr. Cresswell Con XXVH F Foot, Pange VJLI Zids. E8. John Potter Brodra holdeth a tenement 36 abutting West Vipon, the Sade highway to the Blackfriars Bridge, and Con XXVH F Foot. East Vipon, a garden of Mr. Jerningegums in the tenure of one Thomas Nash, Capper Con XXVH F Foot, South Vipon, a stable of the same Mr. Jerningham in the tenure of S.R. Thomas Saunders Knight Con XVH F Foot, and North Vipon, a tenement of the Sade Mr. Jerningham in the tenure of the Sade T. Nash Con XVH F Foot, Pange ad Ijos Aiduyos Eka LZ ad Dues, Annie divisions equals lids. E8. Scriven Gent holdeth a tenement abut North Vipon, the Sade highway to the Blackfriars Bridge Con XXXTS 37 Foot, and West Vipon, the same highway Con LTS 37 F Foot. South Vipon, the tenement of James F. Fremont Widow Con XZH F Foot, and East Vipon, a vacante place WCH, was the body of the church Con Elzates F Foot, and Vipon the yard of a house in ye tenure of T. F. Phillips Roman 15 F Foot in the whole, on that side LXXVJ F Foot WT, a loft salinge 38 o the entry of the tenement of the Sade James F. Fremont Widow, being in Lengeth XXVJ F Foot, and in Breadeth Zij F Foot. Viagely. James F. Fremont Widow holdeth a tenement, whereof the entry is under the Sade tenement of J. Scriven and Thother 39 Ines joins under the lodging of the Lord, Cobham the whole abutting East Vipon, the late body of the church, of the Blackie F. Friars XXVH F Foot by Est. Estimation and Vipon, the late cloister of the same church XXJ F Foot in the whole on that side, Roman 49 F Foot by estimation. West Vipon 410 certain houses 1 in the tenure of Mr. Harper Con Roman 49 Foot, and Vipon ye Sade highway Eage F Foot being the Rome of her door in the whole Liege F Foot. North Vipon the Sade tenement of Scriven XZH Foot, Vipon the wall of the Sade late body of the church toward the Ste 40 side Roman 20 F Foot, and upon the Sade houses in the tenure of Mr. Harper towards the west side Roman 15 F Foot, in ye whole on that side, deducting 7 F Foot, of the but against Mr. Harper's houses WCH, is also a piecel of the XZH Foot abutted against Scriven's tenement Lidge F Foot, and on the south side abutting Vipon certain houses in the tenure of the Lord Cobham Conley F Foot, Pange by year Lidge. E8. Blackfriars Survey. A document at Luzelly Hall, near Guildhall, relating to the Blackfriars, 2 ed. Roman 6. Houses at the Blackie F. Friars in London. A survey 42 of certain edifices building and void ground, a word illegible, and c. taken the blank in Ms of Marque in the id year of the reign of King Edward the VJTH by blank in MS. At first a void ground WTH, a decayed Gaelrai Thurin, and void Romes, the runder were in alder timber, and cartwheels do lie cont in length, eage Roman 20 x vig i.e. 98 foot a buttinge against Bridewell ditch on the west end, being there in breadth at that end, lx zeage foot a buttinge on the est end, to the commune highway and lane, that goeth to the commune stair at the Thames side, being in breadth at that end, eage Roman 20 x eage 94 foot and a buttinge on the north side, to the Lady or Mrs. Harper's garden, and to 1 F. Francis garden, and on the south side, to S. Sir Expoffer Moray's garden WCH Gallery runneth, along by the north side of the sade void ground from the est end to the west end, as it is above bounded. Transcriber's note is used for a fish-hook-like symbol that may perhaps represent a caret mark, indicating that, on the est end, should be transferred to this point from the line above. Item Cutchin yard and alder Cutchin an entree or passage joinage to the same cont in length xeage eage 84 foot, a buttinge on the west side to the lane aforesaid, and being in breadth at that end, lxvig foot, and a buttinge against the alder buttray on the est side being there in breadth at that end, lxeage foot, a buttinge on the south side, to Mr. Portmary's parlour next the lane, and to my Lord Cobham's brack wall and garden on the north side. Item an alder buttery, an entry or passage, WTH, a great stair Thurin WTH, cellars the runder WTH, a hollow place at the upper end of the stair, and an entree there to the freighter over the same buttery, all WCH, contin in length XXXVTS F foot, and in breadth eage Roman 20 XV 95, fuit a buttinge to the cloister on the east end, and the Cutchin aforesaid at the west end, and on the north side to the Lord Cobham's house, and on the south side to a blind plur that my Lord 43 Warden did claim. Item a house 44 called the Upper Freighter, in length Sevige foot, and in breadth Lidge foot. Item viender the same a hall a plur a little chamber, a little Cutchin the runder WTH, eager small cellars, and dark holes, the runder of the same length and breadth aforesaid. Item a void Rome cont in length XXXD foot, and in breadth xvig foot. Item a chamber called the Duchy Chamber WTH, a dark logange the runder cont in length L45 foot, and in breadth xvj foot. Appendix X. The Papy. The Hospital of Le Papy was founded in the year 1442 by Thomas Simeneson, William Cleve, William Barnaby, and John Stafford, priests in the Diocese of London. Simeneson, otherwise written Simeson, and Simpson, was rector of All Saints or All Hallows on the Wall. Cleve was priest of the Charity of St. John Baptist in the Church of St. Mary Aldermary. Barnaby was a chantry priest in the Cathedral Church of St. Paul, and of Stafford I know no more than that he was a priest in the City of London. The hospital was founded for those of their own order whom age or sickness disabled from the active performance of the duties of their function. Late Rev. Thomas Hugo in London and Mid. Archaeological Soc. Vol. V. The name of the hospital was derived from that of the church which, as we shall see, was appropriated to it, ordinarily known as St. Augustine's de Papy. Ibid. 187. The charter of foundation is as follows. It will supply various particulars of interest which I have hitherto omitted for the sake of brevity. To all the sons of our Holy Mother, the Church, to whom and to whose knowledge these letters or the contents of them shall come, and those whom the writing underneath do touch or shall hereafter touch, Thomas Simeneson, parson, vicar, or curate, note in margin of the parish church of All Saints at the wall of the City of London, together with the Church of St. Augustine Papy of the same city by ordinary authority, and for true, lawful, and honest causes, joined, annexed, and incorporated to the same Church of All Saints, and William Cleve, chaplain of the chantry founded at the altar of St. John Baptist in the Church of the Blessed Mary of Aldermary Church of London, and William Barnaby, one of the chaplains of the chantry in the Cathedral Church of St. Paul in London. And John Stafford, chaplain of the City of London, send greeting in our Lord everlasting. Know you all by these presents that the most excellent Prince in Christ, and our Lord and Master, the famous Henry VI, King of England and France, and Lord of Ireland, of his special grace, sure knowledge, and mere motion, by advice and assent of this great council, by his letters patents, the tenor of which is underwritten, to us and to others hath graciously granted and given license for him and his heirs, as much as in him is, that we three, or any two of us, may begin, make, found, ordain, unite, and establish, in the honor of St. Charity and S. John Evangelist, a certain perpetual fraternity of brotherhood, as well of ourselves and other chaplains of chantries and hirelings' conducts, note in margin as of other honest men whatsoever, in some place convenient and honest of the said city which we shall provide for that purpose, for the relief and sustaining of poor priests destroyed, decayed, in margin through poverty and detained by diseases, having nothing to live on, but as well to the great displeasure of God as the reproach to the clergy and shame to Holy Church, do miserably beg, to pray devoutly as well for the healthy state and happy prosperity of our said Lord the King and Kingdom of England, and of the nobility and peers, of the brethren also and sisters of the fraternity aforesaid, and also for the souls of all the faithful departed, as in the aforesaid royal letters patent, to which and the contents of the same we refer you, and which in the same here inserted is more fully contained. Wherefore we, William Cleave, William Barnaby, and John Stafford, the chaplains aforesaid, considering that the premises are good, godly, and meritorious, and firmly minding effectually to perform 412 and surely to fulfill them, and to found such aforesaid perpetual fraternity, in the name of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the glorious Virgin Mary, St. Charity, and St. John Evangelist, in whose honor the aforesaid fraternity by the King's license given and granted, as is said, is founded and ordained the rights of all and singular persons interested. In this part given and conceded, begin and proceed after this order. Ibid. As so little is known of this ancient church and parish of St. Augustine, I may perhaps be doing some of my readers a service by giving them here all the information which is believed to be extant, in addition to that already included in the present memoir. Stowe says that an Earl of Oxford had his inn within its boundaries, and that the last will of Agnes, Lady Bardolph, anno 1403, was dated from thence in these words: Hospitio and C, from the inn of the habitation of the Earl of Oxford, in the parish of St. Augustine's de Papy, London. When or by whom the church was founded I know not, but the names of the rectors, so far as they are preserved in the episcopal registers, are as follows. Stephen de Benetone, clerk, presented by the Prior and Convent of Holy Trinity, Aldgate, Zeege, Cal, April 20 March, 1321-2. Roger Oxicum. Adam Long, priest, by the death of R.O., presented by the same, 21 October, 1372. Adam Nunn, chaplain, by the death of A.L., presented by the same, 19 January, 1395-6. I presume that he was the last rector. When he died, or otherwise vacated his benefice, I have no means of determining. But on his avoidance, the church seems, as already mentioned, to have been too poor to be worth accepting, and was incorporated accordingly in the manner described. May I suggest, though with considerable hesitation, that the little graveyard still noticeable in Camomile Street, and once used as a place of sepulture by the neighboring but not adjoining parish of St. Martin Outwich, still marks the site of this ancient church. Ibid. The brethren of the hospital were selected for their age and infirmities. Poor they necessarily were on admission, and the slender revenues of the house were barely sufficient to supply the common needs of human existence. With the exception of their home and the benefactions previously recorded, I know not of any property belonging to them, save the following. First, a tenement at Baynard's Castle, which is incidentally mentioned in a memorandum in the Catanian Ms., of which a literal copy here follows. Of the vault in our tent at Baynard Castle. Be it remembered that in or house at Baynard Castle was a draught of the which the entry into the vault. Wise, VJ, Fote fro the reredos of the Chiny Benneth in the Ketchin and Idge. Fote and D, fro the wall plate or ground cell of the est side of the Sade Ketchin. Then there were 6 cottages or chambers in Pannier Alley, in the parish of St. Michael-le-Quern belonging to them, and 2 messuages in the same alley, some particulars of which I have found in the patent roll of the 17th of Elizabeth. Ibid. The church was pulled down, and on its site one Gray, an apothecary, built a stall and a hayloft. At the time that Stowe wrote his survey, in or about the year 1598, a dwelling house occupied the site of the church, and the churchyard was turned into a garden plot. The priest's house would appear to have been kept standing, and the names of Mr. Morris of Essex, Sir Francis Walsingham, and Mr. Barrett, also of Essex, are mentioned as those of its tenants. The last record that I can supply of the outraged and pillaged brethren, thus banished from their ancient home, is that contained in the pension book of Cardinal Pole, where 4 of them are enumerated as then, 1556, living and receiving pensions. Robert F. Fox, who, it will be remembered, had been the last master, receiving a yearly pension of LXVJ SVHD, Richard B. and George Strother, the last wardens, each with a pension of Liege SEHD, and John Mardok, with one of XL/S2 of the 6 who witnessed the suppression of their house, Richard Birchall and John Barrett, had, it would appear, died during the interval. Ibid. Appendix Z. Charitable Endowment. Almshouses from Stowe. The following is a list of charitable endowments. Those of Sir John Milbourne's, draper, mayor in 1531, founded in Woodroffe Lane for 13 poor men and their wives. Those at Bishopsgate for the parish clerks, all that remained of a suppressed brotherhood. Those at Little St. Helen, for 7 poor persons belonging to the leather sellers. Those in Gresham Street, founded by Sir Thomas Gresham, for 8 poor persons. St. Anthony's Hospital, a school and almshouses. In Spittal Lane or Stoddle Lane, the Vintners, almshouses for 13 poor people. In Monkeswell, those founded by Sir Ambrose Nicholas, Mayor 1575, for 12 poor people. In White Cross Street, the houses of Brotherhood used as an almshouse and suppressed. In Beech Lane, the Drapers' Company founded almshouses for 8 poor people. In Golding Lane, Richard Gallard's for 13 poor people. In Staining Lane, the Haberdashers' almshouses for 10 poor people. In Bread Street Salters, almshouses for 8 poor people. In Trinity Lane, Ironmongers, houses for 8 poor people. In Peters Hill, David Smith's, for 6 poor widows. On College Hill, Whittington's College and almshouses, for 13 poor men. Roman II, charitable endowment generally. As for charities and charitable endowments generally, one cannot do better than quote Stowe himself. I myself, in that declining time of charity, have oft seen at the Lord Cromwell's gate in London more than 200 persons served twice every day with bread, meat, and drink sufficient. For he observed that ancient and charitable custom, as all prelates, noblemen, or men of honor and worship, his predecessors had done before him, whereof somewhat to note, for example, Venerable Bede writeth, that prelates of his time having peradventure but wooden churches, had notwithstanding on their board at their meals one alms dish, into the which was carved some good portion of meat out of every other dish brought to their table, all which was given to the poor, besides the fragments left, insomuch as in a hard time a poor prelate wanting victuals hath caused his alms dish, being silver, to be divided among the poor, therewith to shift as they could, till God should send them better store. Such a prelate was Ethelwold, Bishop of Winchester, in the reign of King Edgar, about the year of Christ 963. He in a great famine sold away all the sacred vessels of his church, for to relieve the almost starved people, saying that there was no reason that the senseless temples of God should abound in riches, and lively temples of the Holy Ghost to lack it. Walter de Suffolder, Bishop of Norwich, was of the like mind. About the year 1245, in a time of great dearth, he sold all his plate, and distributed it to the poor every pennyworth. Robert Winchelsea, Archbishop of Canterbury, about the year 1093, besides the daily fragments of his house, gave every Friday and Sunday, unto every beggar that came to his gate, a loaf of bread sufficient for that day, and there were usually every such alms day in time of dearth, to the number of 5,000 and otherwise 4,000 at the least, More, he used every great festival day to give 150 pence to so many poor people, to send daily meat, bread, and drink to such as by age or sickness were not able to fetch his alms, and to send meat, money, and apparel to such as he thought needed it. I read in 1171 that Henry Roman II, after his return into England, did penance for the slaughter of Thomas Becket, of whom, a sore dearth increasing, 10,000 persons, from the 1st of April, till new corn was inned, were daily fed and sustained. More I find recorded, that in the year 1256, the 20th of Henry Roman III, William de Haverhall, the king's treasurer, was commanded that upon the day of the circumcision of our Lord, 6,000 poor people should be fed at Westminster, for the state of the king, queen, and their children. The like commandment the said King Henry gave to Hugh Gifford and William Brown, that upon Friday next after the Epiphany, they should cause to be fed in the great hall at Windsor, at a good fire, all the poor and needy children that could be found, and the king's children being weighed and measured, their weight and measure to be distributed for their good estates. These few examples for charity of kings may suffice. I read in the reign of Edward Roman III that Richard de Bury, Bishop of Durham, did weekly bestow for the relief of the poor 8 quarters of wheat made into bread, besides his alms dish, fragments of his house, and great sums of money given to the poor when he journeyed, and that these alms dishes were as well used at the tables of noblemen as of the prelates. One note may suffice in this place. I read in the year 1452 that Richard, Duke of York, then claiming the crown, the Lord Rivers should have passed the sea about the king's business, but staying at Plymouth till his money was spent, and then sending for more, the Duke of Somerset sent him the image of St. George in silver and gold, to be sold, with the alms dish of the Duke of Gloucester, which was also of great price, for coin had they none. To end of orders and customs in this city, also of great families kept by honourable persons thither repairing, and of charitable alms of old times given, I say, for conclusion, that all noble persons, and other of honour and worship, in former times lodging in this city, or liberties thereof, did without grudging bear their parts in charges with the citizens, according to their estimated estates, as I have before said, and could prove by examples, but let men call to mind. Sir Thomas Cromwell, then Lord Privy Seal and Vicar General, lying in the city of London. He bare his charges to the great muster there in A.D. 1539. He sent his men in great number to the Mile's End, and after them their armour in cars, with their coats of white cloth, the arms of this city, to wit, a red cross and a sword on the breast and back, which armour and coats they wear amongst the citizens, without any difference, and marched through the city to Westminster. The following additions are from the list compiled by Stowe. A few of the foundations have been already considered in the chapters of the religious houses. It will be observed that these endowments number 11 founded during the 14th century, 23 founded during the 15th, and 32 founded in the 16th century. Attention has already been called to the decay of bequests for charities and masses for the soul, mind days, and gifts to friars and religious persons during the 15th century. It is interesting to note how, while the old fashion of bequest is decaying, the new fashion is advancing. The citizens of London, time out of mind, founded an hospital of St. James in the fields for leprous women of their city. In the year 1197, Walter Brune, a citizen of London, and Rosia, his wife, founded the Hospital of Our Lady, called Domus Dei, or St. Marie Spital. In the year 1247, Simon Fitzmary, one of the sheriffs of London, founded the Hospital of St. Mary called Bethlehem, also without Bishopsgate. In the year 1283, Henry Wallis, then mayor, built the Tun upon Cornhill to be a prison for nightwalkers, and a market house called the Stocks, both for fish and flesh, standing in the midst of the city. He also built divers houses on the west and north side of Paul's churchyard, the profits of all which buildings are to the maintenance of London Bridge. In the year 1332, William Elsing, mercer of London, founded Elsing Spital within Cripplegate for 100 poor blind men. Sir John Pulteney, draper, 4 times mayor, in 1337 built a fair chapel in Paul's Church, wherein he was buried. He founded a college in the parish church of St. Lawrence, called Pulteney. He built the parish church called Little Allhallows in Thames Street, the Carmelite Friars' Church in Coventry. He gave relief to prisoners in Newgate and in the Fleet, and 10 shillings a year to St. Giles Hospital by Oldbourne for ever, and other legacies long to rehearse. John Stodie, vintner, Mayor 1358, gave to the vintners all the quadrant wherein the vintners' hall now standeth, with all the tenements round about, from Stodie's lane, wherein is founded 13 almshouses for so many poor people, and c. John Lofkin, fishmonger, 4 times mayor, 1367, built an hospital called Magdalens in Kingston upon Thames, gave thereunto 9 tenements, 10 shops, 1 mill, 125 acres of land, 10 acres of meadow, 120 acres of pasture. More in London, he built the fair parish church of St. Michael in Crooked Lane, and was there buried. John Barnes, Mayor 1371, gave a chest with 3 locks, and 1,000 marks therein, to be lent to young men upon sufficient pawn, and for the use thereof, to say de profundis or pater noster, and no more. He also was a great builder of St. Thomas Apostle's parish church, as appeareth by his arms there, both in stone and glass. This Sir Robert Knowles, thus worthily enfranchised a citizen, founded a college with an hospital at Pontefract. He also built the great stone bridge at Rochester over the river of Medway and c. John Churchman, grocer, one of the sheriffs, 1386, for the quiet of merchants, built a certain house upon Wool Wharf in Tower Ward to serve for tonnage or weighing of wools, and for the customer, controller, clerks, and other officers to sit and see. Adam Bam, goldsmith, Mayor 1391, in a great dearth, procured corn from parts beyond the seas, to be brought hither in such abundance as sufficed to serve the city, and the countries near adjoining, to the furtherance of which good work he took out of the orphan's chest in the Guildhall 2,000 marks to buy the said corn, and each alderman laid out 20 pounds to the like purpose. Thomas Knowles, grocer, Mayor 1400, with his brethren the aldermen, began to new build the Guildhall in London, and instead of an old little cottage in Aldermanbury Street, made a fair and goodly house, more near unto St. Lawrence Church in the Jury. He reedified St. Anthony's Church, and gave to the grocers his house near unto the same, for relief of the poor for ever. More, he caused sweet water to be conveyed to the gates of Newgate and Ludgate for relief of the prisoners there. John Hind, draper, Mayor 1405, newly built his parish church of St. Swithin by London Stone. Thomas Falconer, mercer, Mayor 1414, made the postern called Murrigate, caused the ditches of the city to be cleansed, and did many other things for good of the same city. William Sevenoak, grocer, Mayor 1419, founded in the town of Sevenoak in Kent, a free school for poor men's children and 13 almshouses. His testament saith, for 20 poor men and women. Richard Whittington, mercer, 3 times mayor, in the year 1421 began the library of the Grey Friars in London, to the charge of £400. His executors with his goods founded and built Whittington College, with almshouses for 13 poor men, and divinity lectures, to be read there for ever. They repaired St. Bartholomew's Hospital in Smithfield. They bear some charges to the glazing and paving of the Guildhall. They bear half the charges of building the library there, and they built the West Gate of London, of old time called Newgate, and c. John Carpenter, town clerk of London, in the reign of Henry V, caused with great expense to be curiously painted upon board, about the north cloister of Paul's, a monument of death leading all estates, with the speeches of death and answer of every state. This cloister was pulled down 1549. He also gave tenements to the city, for the finding and bringing up of 4 poor men's children with meat, drink, apparel, learning at the schools in the universities, and c. until they be preferred, and then other in their places for ever. Robert Chichley, grocer, Mayor 1422, appointed by his testament, that on his mind day, a 416 competent dinner should be ordained for 2,400 poor men, householders of this city, and every man to have 2 pence in money. More, he gave 1 large plot of ground, thereupon to build the new parish church of St. Stephen, near unto Walbrook. John Rainwell, fishmonger, Mayor 1427, gave tenements to discharge certain wards of London of 15ths, and other payments. John Wells, grocer, Mayor, 1433, was a great builder of the chapel or college of the Guildhall, and was there buried. He caused fresh water to be conveyed from Tyburn to the Standard in Westcheap for service of the city. William Eastfield, mercer, 1438, appointed his executors of his goods to convey sweet water from Tyburn, and to build a fair conduit by Aldermanbury Church, which they performed, as also made a standard in Fleet Street by Show Lane End. They also conveyed water to Cripplegate and C. Stephen Brown, grocer, Mayor 1439, sent into Prussia, causing corn to be brought from thence, whereby he brought down the price of wheat from 3 shillings the bushel to less than half that money. Philip Malpass, one of the sheriffs 1440, gave by his testament £125 to relieve poor prisoners, and every year for 5 years, 400 shirts and smocks, 40 pairs of sheets, and 150 gowns of frieze, to the poor, to 500 poor people in London 6 shillings and 8 pence, to poor maids' marriages 100 marks, to highways 100 marks, 20 marks the year to a graduate to preach, £20 to preachers at the Spittal, the 3 Easter holidays, and c. Robert Large, mercer, Mayor 1440, gave to his parish church of St. Olave in Surrey £200, to St. Margaret's in Lothbury £25, to the poor £20, to London Bridge 100 marks, towards the vaulting over the watercourse of Walbrook 200 marks, to poor maids' marriages 100 marks, to poor householders £100, and c. Richard Rich, mercer, one of the sheriffs, 1442, founded almshouses at Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire. Simon Eyre, draper, Mayor 1346, built the Leaden Hall for a common garner of corn for the use of this city, and left 5,000 marks to charitable uses. Godfrey Boleyn, Mayor of London, 1458, by his testament, gave liberally to the prisons, hospitals, and lazar houses, besides £1,000 to poor householders in London, and £200 to poor householders in Norfolk. Richard Rawson, one of the sheriffs, 1477, gave by testament large legacies to the prisoners, hospitals, lazar houses, to other poor, to highways, to the water conduits, besides to poor maids' marriages £340, and his executors to build a large house in the churchyard of St. Marie Spittal, wherein the mayor and his brethren do use to sit and hear the sermons in the Easter holidays. Thomas Ilham, one of the sheriffs, 1480, newly built the great conduit in Cheap, of his own charges. Edward Shaw, goldsmith, Mayor 1483, caused the Cripplegate of London to be newly built of his goods, and c. Thomas Hill, grocer, Mayor 1485, caused of his goods the conduit of Grass Street to be built. Hugh Clopton, mercer, during his life, a bachelor, Mayor 1492, built the great stone-arched bridge at Stratford-upon-Avon in Warwickshire, and did many other things of great charity, as in my summary. Robert Fabian, alderman, and one of the sheriffs, 1494, gathered out of divers good authors, as well Latin as French, a large chronicle of England and of France, which he published in English, to his great charges, for the honour of this city and common utility of the whole realm. Sir John Percival, merchant tailor, Mayor 1498, founded a grammar school at Macclesfield in Cheshire, where he was born. He endowed the same school with sufficient lands for the finding of a priest-master there, to teach freely all children thither sent, without exception. The Lady Thomasine, his wife, founded the like free school, together with fair lodgings for the schoolmasters, scholars, and other, and added £20 of yearly revenue for supporting the charges at St. Mary Wyke in Devonshire, where she was born. Stephen Jennings, merchant tailor, Mayor 1509, founded a fair grammar school at Ulframhampton 417 in Staffordshire, left good lands, and also built a great part of his parish church, called St. Andrew's under Shaft, in London. Henry Keble, grocer, Mayor 1511, in his life a great benefactor to the new building of Old Mary Church, and by his testament gave £1,000 towards the finishing thereof. He gave to highways £200, to poor maids' marriages 100 marks, to poor husbandmen in Oxford and Warwickshires 140 ploughshares and 140 coulters of iron, and in London to 7 almsmen 6 pence the week for ever. John Carlett, a citizen of London by birth and dignity, Dean of Paul's, Doctor of Divinity, erected and built one free school in Paul's churchyard, 1512, for 353 poor men's children to be taught free in the same school, appointing a master, a surmaster, and a chaplain with sufficient stipends to endure forever, and committed the oversight thereof to the mercers in London, because himself was son to Henry Carlett, mercer, mayor of London, and endowed the mercers with lands to the yearly value of £120 or better. John Tate, brewer, then a mercer, mayor 1514, caused his brewhouse, called the Swan, near adjoining to the Hospital of St. Anthony in London, to be taken down for the enlarging of the said church, then newly built, a great part of his charge. This was a goodly foundation, with almshouses, free school, and c. George Monnox, draper, mayor 1515, re-edified the decayed parish church of Walthamstow, or Walthamstow, in Essex. He founded there a free school and almshouses for 13 alms people, made a causeway of timber over the marshes from Walthamstow to Lock Bridge, and c. Sir John Milbourne, draper, mayor 1522, built almshouses, 14 in number, by the Crossed Friars Church in London, there to be placed 14 poor people, and left to the drapers certain messuages, tenements, and garden plots in the parish of St. Olave in Hart Street, for the performance of stipends to the said alms people and other uses. Robert Thorne, merchant tailor, deceased a bachelor in the year 1532, gave by his testament to charitable actions more than £4,440, and legacies to his poor kindred more than £5,142, besides his debts forgiven, and c. Sir John Allen, mercer, mayor of London, and of counsel to King Henry Roman VIII, deceased 1544, buried in St. Thomas of Acres in a fair chapel by him built. He gave to the city of London a rich collar of gold to be worn by the mayor, which was first worn by Sir W. Laxton. He gave 500 marks to be a stock for sea coal, his lands purchased of the king, the rent thereof to be distributed to the poor in the wards of London for ever. He gave besides to the prisons, hospitals, lazar houses, and all other poor in the city, or 2 miles without, very liberally, and long to be recited. Sir William Laxton, grocer, mayor 1545, founded a fair free school at Oundle in Northamptonshire, with 6 almshouses for the poor. Sir John Gresham, mercer, mayor 1548, founded a free school at Holt, a market town in Norfolk. Sir Rowland Hill, mercer, mayor 1550, caused to be made divers causeways both for horse and man. He made 4 bridges, 2 of stone, containing 18 arches in them both. He built one notable free school at Drayton in Shropshire. He gave to Christ's Hospital in London £500, and c. Sir Andrew Judd, Skinner, mayor 1551, erected one notable free school at Tunbridge in Kent, and almshouses nigh St. Helen's Church in London, and left to the Skinners lands to the value of £60 3 shillings and 8 pence the year, for the which they be bound to pay £20 to the schoolmaster, £8 to the usher yearly, for ever, and 4 shillings the week to the 6 alms people, and 25 shillings and 4pence the year in coals for ever. Sir Thomas White, merchant tailor, mayor 1554, founded St. John's College, Oxford, and gave great sums of money to divers towns in England for relief of the poor, as in my summary. Edward Hall, gentleman of Gray's Inn, a citizen by birth and office, as common serjeant of London, and one of the judges in the sheriff's court. He wrote and published a famous and eloquent chronicle entitled The Uniting of the Two Noble Families, Lancaster and York. Richard Hills, merchant tailor, 1560, gave £500 towards the purchase of a house 418 called the Manor of the Rose, wherein the merchant tailors founded their free school in London. He also gave to the said merchant tailors one plot of ground, with certain small cottages on the Tower Hill, where he built fair almshouses for 14 sole women. About the same time, William Lambert, Esquire, born in London, a justice of the peace in Kent, founded a college for the poor, which he named of Queen Elizabeth in East Greenwich. William Harper, merchant tailor, mayor 1562, founded a free school in the town of Bedford, where he was born and also buried. Sir Thomas Gresham, Mercer, 1566, built the Royal Exchange in London, and by his testament left his dwelling house in Bishopsgate Street to be a place for readings, allowing large stipends to the readers and certain alms houses for the poor. William Patten, gentleman, a citizen by birth, a customer of London Outward, Justice of Peace in Middlesex, the parish church of Stoke Newington being ruinous, he repaired, or rather new built. Sir Thomas Roe, merchant tailor, Mayor 1568, gave to the merchant tailors lands or tenements, out of them to be given to 10 poor men, clothworkers, carpenters, tilers, plasterers, and armourers, £40 yearly, namely £4 to each, also £100 to be lent to 8 poor men. Besides, he enclosed with a wall of brick nigh 1 acre of ground, pertaining to the hospital of Bethlehem, to be a burial for the dead. Ambrose Nicholas, Salter, Mayor 1576, founded 12 almshouses in Monkswell Street, near unto Crepple's Gate, wherein he placed 12 poor people, having each of them 7pence the week, and once every year 5 sacks of coals, and 1/4 faggots, all of his gift for ever. William Lamb, gentleman and cloth worker, in the year 1577, built a water conduit at Oldbourne Cross to his charges of £1,500, and did many other charitable acts, as in my summary. Sir T. Offley, merchant tailor, Mayor, deceased 1580, appointed by his testament the 1/2 of all his goods, and £200 deducted out of the other half given to his son Henry, to be given and bestowed in deeds of charity by his executors, according to his confidence and trust in them. John Haydon, Sheriff 1583, gave large legacies, more than £3,000, for the relief of the poor, as in my summary. Barnard Randolph, Common Serjeant of London 1583, gave and delivered with his own hand £900 towards the building of water conduits, which was performed. More, by testament he gave £1,000 to be employed in charitable actions, but that money being in hold-fast hands, I have not heard how it was bestowed, more than of other good men's testaments, to be performed. Sir Walston Dixie, Skinner, Mayor 1586, founded a free school at Bosworth, and endowed it with £20 land by year. Richard May, merchant tailor, gave £300 toward the new building of Blackwell Hall in London, a marketplace for woolen cloths. John Fuller, Esq., one of the judges in the Sheriff's Court of London, by his testament, dated 1592, appointed his wife, her heirs and assigns after his decease, to erect 1 almshouse in the parish of Stickoneth, 46, for 12 poor single men, aged 50 years or upwards, and 1 other almshouse in Shoreditch, for 12 poor aged widow women of like age, she to endow them with £100 the year, to wit, £50 to each for ever, out of his lands in Lincolnshire, assured ever unto certain fiefs in trust, by a deed of fiefment. Item, more, he gave his messuages, lands, and tenements, lying in the parishes of St. Bennet and St. Peter by Powell's Wharf in London, to fees in trust, yearly for ever, to disperse all the issues and profits of the said lands and tenements, to the relieving and discharge of poor prisoners in the whole, or 2 penny wards in the 2 compters in London, in equal portions to each compter, so that the prisoners exceed not the sum of 26 shillings and 8 pence for every 1 prisoner at any one time. Thus much for famous citizens have I noted their charitable actions, for the most part done by them in their lifetime. The residue left in trust to their executors, I have known some of them hardly, or 419 never performed, wherefore I wish men to make their own hands their executors, and their eyes their overseers, not forgetting the old proverb. Women be forgetful, children be unkind. Executors be covetous, and take what they find. If any body ask, where the dead's goods became, they answer, so God me help, and holy dame, he died a poor man. One worthy citizen merchant tailor, having many years considered this proverb foregoing, hath therefore established to 12 poor aged men, merchant tailors, £6 2 shillings to each yearly for ever. He hath also given them gowns of good broad cloth, lined thoroughly with baize, and are to receive every 3 years, end the like new gowns for ever. And now of some women, citizens, wives, deserving memory, for example to posterity shall be noted. Dame Agnes Foster, widow, sometime wife to Stephen Foster, fishmonger, Mayor 1455, having enlarged the prison of Ludgate in 1463, procured in a common council of this city certain articles to be established for the ease, comfort, and relief of poor prisoners there, as in the chapter of gates I have set down. Avis Gibson, wife unto Nicholas Gibson, grocer, one of the sheriffs 1539, by license of her husband, founded a free school at Radcliffe near unto London, appointing to the same, for the instruction of 60 poor men's children, a schoolmaster and usher. With £50, she also built almshouses for 14 poor aged persons, each of them to receive quarterly 6 shillings and 8 pence the piece for ever, the government of which free school and almshouses she left in confidence to the coopers in London. Margaret Dan, widow to William Dan, ironmonger, one of the sheriffs of London, gave by her testament to the ironmongers £2,000 to be lent to young men of that company, paying after the rate of £5 in the year for every 100, which £100 so rising yearly to be employed on charitable actions as she then appointed, but not performed in more than 30 years after. Dame Mary Ramsay, wife to Sir Thomas Ramsay, mayor about the year 1577, being seized of lands in fee simple of her inheritance to the yearly value of £243, by his consent gave the same to Christ's Hospital in London towards the relief of poor children there.